Okay, we'll start. In the last class, yesterday, we completed the discussion on accounts and records, and we need to discuss in this chapter e-way bill. So let's quickly complete e-way bill and then proceed on to other things. So let me give you the background of this e-way bill. E-way bill is a document which is required to be generated by every person who is causing movement of goods. Say for example, I am moving goods from one location to another location. Initially there was a concept of check post. I am talking about before GST, there was a concept of check post, and in the check post they used to verify what goods are being transported, whether the goods are transported with a proper e-way bill or not, I mean proper documents or not, like that they used to verify. And in the check post they used to take the copy, like we used to prepare the invoices in 4-5 forms, and they used to take one copy, and in the original copy they will stamp it and they will be returning it, so that if the supplier or if the sender is not at all paying tax on that particular transaction, then what department will do? Department has got the invoice copy. Using that invoice copy, how they got the invoice copy? In the check post they got the invoice copy. Using that invoice copy they used to track, and they used to tell like you have misreported, so therefore you need to pay tax and you need to recover, like that it used to be there in the past. I am talking about the scenario during VAT regime. Okay, so today less number of students came because I think today Raksha Bandhan, no? Today Raksha Bandhan, Avaniya Vittam, etc. and all. Can you all come in the front so that at least we can save AC cost? Some amount pa you can save for me. If 2 ACs turned off also, I'll save at least 4,000, 5,000, please. Don't think, why is he thinking about money, etc. and all. Hard earned money pa. It's okay, pa. If you sit in the front, if you sleep also, I'll not ask you. Last day class only. Come to the front. Rarely we get opportunity in life to move forward. Today is that opportunity, so move forward. Okay, thank you. Thanks for considering. And now I was discussing about e-way bill, and what I told you is that previously there used to be physical check post, and in the physical check post they used to verify the documents, and then only they will be releasing the goods, etc. And what has happened is that in GST they thought of eliminating the physical check post. Why to eliminate physical check post? Because this physical check post sometimes harasses the genuine taxpayers. They will be harassing the genuine taxpayers by, you know, if you pay bribe only, we will allow you to leave, otherwise we will not. Then these people who are non-genuine taxpayers, like who evades, what they will do, they will pay some bribe and they will manage. So government was not getting any revenue. On the top of it, the genuine taxpayers are being harassed also. So therefore they thought this physical check post is not going to fetch any benefit for them. So therefore they have, you know, removed the concept of physical check post. But still this problem is there. So now the genuine taxpayers are so happy. There won't be any check post, so happily they will be going. And previously and all, from Chennai to Bengaluru, if they need to go, it used to take 5 days, 6 days, like that. But now it has been reduced, like 1 day. Within 1 day they can complete the journey. So the turnaround time has reduced. Means in previously, if they make 5 trips or 6 trips in a particular month, Now they are able to make 20 trips, 25 trips and all. So automatically the operating cost, the average cost is going to come down. That is the advantage for them. And on the other hand, still these non-genuine taxpayers are not at all paying any tax. When they are not paying any tax, how to catch hold of them? That's why they brought in the virtual check post concept. What is that virtual check post concept? There will be e-way bill, and this e-way bill will be generated by every supplier who is causing movement of the goods. E-way bill will be generated by every supplier who is causing movement of goods. What does it contain? It contains the goods details, it contains the vehicle details, everything. Now anywhere the officer can stop the vehicle and check. Not necessary that they will be having a physical check post, etc. It is like previously and all, traffic police used to stand in one location. So we know where the traffic police will stand and we will take another route and we will be going. Correct? But now what they used to do, they have become smart. They will be standing in different places on one day. We really will not expect, okay, this place the traffic police will be there or not. Like that, like a surprise element they brought in. So they are telling we will stop anywhere. We'll stop the lorry anywhere and we will check whether the lorry is carrying proper goods or not. If the goods are there but no e-way bill, or e-way bill is there but that goods are not there, then we will seize the lorry as well as the goods. That is the power of this e-way bill. Is it clear or not? Now, you understood the background of this now? Say this. So when it should be generated, e-way bill should be generated before momenta, after completing momenta? Before movement of goods. Is it applicable for goods and services or only for goods? Only for goods, not for service. It is applicable only for goods. Okay. And next, it is applicable for taxable goods or exempted goods. Sir, can you please sit in the front, sir? There is no one there. So is it for taxable goods or exempted goods or both? Only for taxable goods, not for exempted goods, only for taxable goods. That's the second point. Not applicable in case of exempted goods like fruits and vegetables, or non-taxable supplies like petrol, diesel, etc. that do not require e-way bill. It is not applicable if the value of goods does not exceed 50,000. But while computing the value, should we include GST or we should exclude GST? We should include GST. For example, you take the value of the goods is 48,000 and 18% is the GST. You count 48,000 plus 18%, more than 50,000. 48,000 plus 18% is more than 50,000. So definitely e-way bill will be applicable. If it is exactly 50,000, is e-way bill required or not required? Not required. Only when it exceeds 50,000, means greater than 50,000 only, e-way bill will be required. Okay. Then, however, in case of job work, goods sent on job work and handicrafts, irrespective of the amount, e-way bill is always required. In which case, in case of job work and handicrafts. Okay, goods sent on job work. What is goods sent on job work? I will be having one job worker who will do the process on behalf of me. So for example, like I have made a machinery, but the painting needs to be done. Painting I may not do. I will be sending the machinery to the job worker. He will do the painting and he will return the machinery back to me. That is called as goods sent on job work. There, whatever may be the value, definitely e-way bill is required. And handicraft goods which are sent from one location to another location, that also requires e-way bill. So 50,000 limit is not applicable in that case. Is this 50,000 limit for interstate movement or intrastate movement? Interstate movement. For intrastate movement, we need to check the state specific e-way bill provisions. So do we have state wise e-way bill provision also? Yes. And for intrastate movement, but that we are not going to learn at CA intermediate or CA final level also, because how many states are there? How can we learn all those provisions? So what we have in syllabus is only interstate movement provisions. Okay. And if you get a question on intrastate movement also, this interstate movement provision only you need to write. For example, in Tamil Nadu, the limit for e-way bill within the state is 1 lakh. And in West Bengal, it is 2 lakhs. So then only e-way bill is required there. So now, if you get in exam a provision related to a question related to intrastate movement, then also we are going to write the same provisions what we learn for interstate movement. Is that clear? Are you understanding this? Then next, Usually e-way bill will have two parts. What are the two parts? Part A and part B. Part A contains the goods details, like who is the consignor, who is the consignee, from where the goods are being sent, to which place the goods are sent, that is billing address, recipient address, and dispatch from, dispatch to. You understood? For example, I am having office in Chennai, Nungambakkam, but the goods are somewhere in a warehouse in Kanjipuram. So therefore, my address will differ from the dispatch from address. Same way, you are located in Bengaluru. Your office is in Bengaluru, but you have a warehouse somewhere in Mysore. Therefore, bill to, ship to Bengaluru, but dispatch to Mysore. Got it? Like that, clearly we need to mention all the details. Plus goods details, what goods we are sending and for what purpose we are sending, with supplier, without involving supplier, and what is the value of that goods, HSN of that goods. All those things will be there in part A. In part B, there will be transporter details, like who is the transporter who is transporting, what is the vehicle number through which it is transported, and if the vehicle number is not there, the transport document number we will be entering in part B. That's how the e-way bill will be generated. See the third point, fourth point, it has two parts. Part A comprises of GSTN details and of supplier and recipient document number and reason for transportation, and part B comprises of transport details. There is a validity of a e-way bill. What is the validity of that e-way bill? For every 200 kilometer or part thereof, the validity will be 1 day. For example, if you are transporting goods from Chennai to Bengaluru, let's take 580 kilometers. 580 kilometers means you calculate how many days is the validity. 580 divided by 200, because for every 200 kilometers 1 day pa. 580 divided by 200, how much you got? Any fraction you round off. Any fraction you round off. So therefore the validity will be 3 days. 3 days. So which means today if the e-way bill is generated at any time, morning we can generate, afternoon we can generate, night we can generate, any time it is generated, today midnight onwards the validity will be counted. The vehicle can start now itself. The vehicle can start now itself. Morning also the vehicle can start, afternoon also vehicle can start, but the validity will be counted from midnight. So means if the officer stops, any problem? No problem. I am telling the validity will start from that time. Is it clear or not? Means until that point of time it will be like a trial period. You understood? The validity will be counted from that day midnight pa, then until that point of time it is like a trial period. Is it clear? So therefore validity will be counted from today midnight to tomorrow midnight, 1 day. Tomorrow midnight to day after tomorrow midnight, 2nd day. Day after tomorrow to that day after tomorrow, that is third, 3 days validity. By that time the vehicle should reach the destination. What if the vehicle is not reaching the destination by that time? Actually they gave ample time. If you see, what is the speed of a lorry? Average speed of a lorry? 40 kilometers. That's actually very less. I'm talking about average. 40 kilometers is very less. And in a day, how many hours they will travel? In a day? Easily 10 hours. Correct? For 24 hours, they can easily travel for 10 hours. Na? Agreed? So 10 into 40 is how much? You got it? So if the driver gets down from the lorry, pushes the lorry and go also, in a day they can complete 200 hours. Is it 200 kilometers? Is it clear or not? So they have given actually a higher side only. But even then you could not reach, means what could be the reason? Maybe the vehicle breakdown, or maybe in that particular highway there is a road accident, or maybe the driver is not feeling well that he could not travel. You understood? Because of that reason, what they are telling, if the goods could not be delivered within the 3-day validity period, within 8 hours from the expiry of the validity, when the validity will expire, it will expire by the midnight of the 3rd day. From there within 8 hours, means by next day 8 AM, correct? 12 o'clock the validity will expire pa. By 8 AM the validity needs to be extended by specifying the reason why they could not complete the journey within that 3 days, and they need to specify exactly now they are in which location. So they need to turn on the GPS and they need to find out the longitude, latitude, etc. and all, and they need to feed that as to which location they are. Based on that, the system will calculate still how much more distance is there, etc. and all, and the validity will get extended. What if the validity is not extended? What will happen if the officer stops the vehicle after expiry of the validity and the vehicle is deemed to have transported the goods without e-waybill? The vehicle is deemed to have transported the goods without e-waybill. Like that it will be treated, and accordingly the goods will be seized and the vehicle will be seized. Is that clear or not? Now sir, who will extend the validity, sir? Because 8 AM means the person who is transporting the goods, driver, may not have the internet, etc. and all. That's what they need to communicate to the place, the head office or whichever person, and the accountant will be having a laptop with him. So he will log in and he will be extending the validity and he will take the details from the driver. Usually this is how it will work. Is it clear? Then many times once you join in articleship, you might be required to do it for many clients. They will be telling you, you will get a message that validity of e-waybill needs to be extended. You need to log in and you need to do that. Because lot of times what will happen, some clients like MSME clients, micro, small and medium companies and all, will not have an accountant fully with them. So what they do, they give their accounts and records to the auditor, to the chartered accountant. And the chartered accountant means definitely they will use the bonded labor only for all the works. So therefore, when you join in articleship, so that is one of the work which you might be doing. So therefore, whenever you get the laptop from C office, as soon as you complete C and join, you will get a laptop. So all 32 teeth will be visible. That much happiness you will be, but you don't know. Taking the laptop means what? Which means that there is no work hours, which means even after work hours also we can disturb. We get the right to disturb. That is the meaning of that. So for the sake of 30,000, 40,000 laptop and all, so you don't be happy thinking that, wow, I got a laptop, etc. I can watch the lectures, I can buy CA final lectures and I can watch, etc. But morning 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, because which office will be open at 8 o'clock here? Which office will be open at 8 o'clock? They will open only at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. Who will be available at 8 o'clock? Except article students, no one will be available at 8 o'clock. Is it clear or not? So therefore, they will be torturing us. And night 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock and all, they will be telling, today is the last date, we need to submit the workings, please submit the workings or please mail the workings, like that. They would have given us the work only at 5 o'clock while leaving from the office. But they will tell by 10 o'clock, please complete the work, like that. You understood? So that is the torture that is involved here. But it's okay. All these are torture. Even marriage is also torture. But we happily take it like that. You have to suffer that. No other go. And next, coming back to this, validity will be counted how pa? For every 200 kilometers or part thereof. For example, 201 kilometers, 2 days. Okay, 1 kilometer extra also automatically 1 day will be added. But in case of over-dimensional cargo, sir, what is over-dimensional cargo? Over-dimensional cargo means the tail of the cargo will be like, the vehicle will be a big vehicle like this. So these are all examples of over-dimensional cargo, and it will take a lot of time to reach the destination because they will not be doing the journey in the mornings and all. They will be parking their vehicle on the roadside, and only during night times they make the journey. So because not to cause disturbance to the traffic, etc. and all. So that's the reason why the validity is automatically reduced for them 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. Not only this, even multi-mode transportation. Multi-mode transportation means what? Up to some distance by roadways, thereafter by railways, thereafter by waterways, because we may not have the connectivity throughout the roadways. So therefore, for example, if there is a place in Kerala and one village in Kerala, there is no road facility for that. So up to say Kerala, some Kochi or Ernakulam, etc., you need to go by roadways, and from there you need to take a boat and you need to transport the goods to that particular village because they have only waterway facility to that village. Then in that case, part of the road transport, part of which will be the waterways, then automatically the validity will be 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. Okay, if it is a over-dimensional cargo, AC will not work there, those who are sitting in the last. Okay, please come and sit front. Over-dimensional cargo or multi-mode transportation in which at least one leg involves transportation by ship. Then it will be 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. In other cases, it will be 1 day for every 200 kilometers or part thereof. The validity of e-way bill may be extended when within 8 hours from the time of its expiry. And how the validity will be counted? Always from the midnight of the day when the e-way bill is generated. And look into some FAQs on this. What are the cases where e-way bill is not required to be generated? Number 1, if the transportation of goods is by non-motorized vehicle. What is a non-motorized vehicle? Bullock cart, horse cart or manual rickshaw, etc. that do not require e-way bill, non-motorized vehicle. Then goods transported from customs port, airport or land customs station, etc. So remember, all these are customs establishments. These are all customs establishments. In CA final you will learn in detail about customs port, air cargo complex, land customs station, ICD, CFS, etc. and all. These are all something which is under the control of customs. Whenever the goods are moving from one place to another place which is under the control of customs, anyhow they are checking the goods, therefore there is no manipulation that is possible there. That's the reason why e-way bill not required. For example, port to warehouse. Where is warehouse? Customs warehouse. Where is port? Customs port. From customs port to customs warehouse, when the goods are going, anyhow the customs officer will put a one-time lock, will do the safeguard, etc. and all. So there is no possibility of manipulation there. That's the reason why e-way bill is not required. When the movement of goods are within the customs establishments. When the movement of goods is within the customs establishments. That is the second point and third point. Just in one point to remember, whenever the movement of goods is between the customs establishments that do not require e-way bill. Okay pa? Next. Fourth point, transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan. Yesterday I told you transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan is exempted. Any services provided to the transit cargo is exempted. And the transit cargo is not for consumption in India. The transit cargo is for consumption in Nepal and Bhutan that do not require e-way bill, because these goods are not actually for sale in India. This is just unloaded in India and thereafter it will be going to Nepal and Bhutan, so that do not require e-way bill. Are you listening here? Then movement of goods for Ministry of Defence, that also do not require e-way bill. Why like that? Because Ministry of Defence means, so definitely these are like gunpowder, RDX, AK-47, pistols, etc. and all. If this they mention which vehicle we are carrying, etc. and all, anyone can steal those goods, na? And thereafter, you know, we can take that weapons and use it for mass destruction. That's the reason why, for safety and security reasons, so e-way bill is not required for transportation of goods belonging to Ministry of Defence. Then empty cargo containers. Empty cargo containers means there is nothing inside the container. Just empty space is there. There won't be anything inside the container. Then goods is not there. Then what is the need of e-way bill? Correct or not? E-way bill is required only if there are goods. If the goods itself is not there, what is the need of e-way bill? E-way bill is not required. So empty cargo containers are being transported. Then seventh point, container transporting goods to or from between a place of business and a weighbridge for a weighment at a distance of 20 kilometers accompanied by a delivery challan. What does it mean? Carefully listen. There is a factory. From that factory you are purchasing some iron scrap, and you are sending the lorry to load the iron scrap. Now what they need to do is that they cannot wait and load at a time. So first the lorry will go to the weighbridge. The lorry will go to the weighbridge and we will see what is the weight of the lorry without goods. Okay. Then again the lorry will go back to the factory, will load the goods, and again will go to the weighbridge to know what is the weight of the lorry with goods. Weight of lorry with goods minus weight of lorry without goods, that difference will be taken as the weight of the goods on which they will be raising invoice to the customer. Is that clear? Now the lorry which is going to the weighbridge, if the weighbridge is within 20 kilometers from the factory, then in that case e-way bill is not required. What if the weighbridge is beyond 20 kilometers from factory? Whether e-way bill is required or not required? Required. So that is this, consignor transporting goods to or from between place of business and a weighbridge for weighment at a distance of 20 kilometers accompanied by delivery challan. Next, goods being transported by rail where the goods belongs to central government, state government or local authority. What is the difference between 8th point and 5th point? 5th point, Ministry of Defence, any mode, let it be roadways, railways, etc. E-way bill not required. But when it comes to other departments of central government or state government or local authority, only rail mode, E-way bill not required. What if they are transporting by roadways, whether E-way bill is required? Yes. Then goods specified as exempt from E-way bill requirement in the respective state or union territory rules. As I told you, we have state specific rules also for E-way bill. Each and every state government also can specify. These are all the cases for which E-way bill not required. Example, in Tamil Nadu, for transportation of rice in loose form, like this 50 kg bags, 100 kg bags are there now. In case of transportation of rice, E-way bill is not required. Like that, in this Gujarat, Makhana, you know, no? Makhana. What is it? Makhana. I think foxnut. Its name is foxnut, and lot of people will be purchasing it. And that makhana, you would have seen, definitely you would have seen. Makhana word. It should be pronounced as makhana. Makhana. This one. Makhana. Okay. So nice it will be, like our puffed rice. Okay. Like puri. Okay. And this do not require E-way bill. Do not require E-way bill because it is specified as exempted. Like that, state specific E-way bill provisions, they will be specifying that some goods are exempted from E-way bill requirement, then E-way bill is not required. See, the goods are taxable. The goods are taxable. That makhana is taxable, but the transportation do not require E-way bill. Rice is taxable, but the transportation do not require E-way bill, like that. Okay. Next, we have some more list of goods given in the CGST rules. Transportation of certain specified goods. What are they? LPG for supply to household and non-domestic exempted category customers. Which cylinders, pa? This red color or blue color or red color cylinders. Blue color cylinders is for commercial purpose that requires E-way bill. The red color cylinders. Then kerosene oil sold under public distribution system, that is in ration shops. But normally kerosene oil, when we are selling from one factory to another factory, that requires E-way bill. Yes. Only under public distribution it do not require. Then postal baggage. Postal baggage refers to the post articles. Then natural or cultured perils. Jewelry, goldsmith and silversmith wares. See, if these and all transported and if they generate E-way bill, then money heist season 6 will happen. Correct or not? Because everyone will know which lorry is transporting jewelry, etc. We will steal the lorry itself. Correct or not? Because lifetime settlement, yeah, lorry full of jewelry if we are stealing. So therefore, this do not require E-way bill. However, other than imitation jewelry is not jewelry, covering. So therefore, that requires E-way bill. Used personal and household effects, like we are relocating house from one location to another location, that do not require any E-way bill. Then, whether E-way bill is required if the movement of goods is not for supply. See, once the goods are taxable goods, it may be under supply or without supply, E-way bill is always required. So why it is without supply? Say I have a head office and branch office in the same state, and for which I have not obtained separate registration. From head office to branch office, when I am sending the goods, it is not a supply. When it will become supply? Only when the branch we got a separate registration. Same point they have tested in the May exam. Okay. In the May exam, the 10 marks question, they have tested this point. So they are sending the goods to the branch in the same state, and everyone wrote taxable, distinct person, etc. and all. But actually it is not a supply. Why not a supply? Because head office and branch office in the same state, for which no separate registration is obtained, which means that they are not treated as distinct persons. So it is not a supply. But the goods are taxable goods na. So therefore E-way bill is required or not required? E-way bill is required. That is this. Next point. Whether 50,000 limit is for taxable goods or exempted goods? Definitely taxable goods only. What if in the document we have both taxable goods and exempted goods? Separate the exempted goods, see only the taxable goods, add the GST, and now we will get what is the value. If it exceeds 50,000, then E-way bill required. Then next, while computing invoice value, whether GST to be included or to be excluded, definitely GST to be included. Then who will generate e-way bill? Carefully listen pa. Who will generate e-way bill? If the supplier is registered and arranges transportation, if supplier is registered and arranges transportation, supplier will generate e-way bill. If supplier is not arranging transportation, recipient is arranging transportation, then who will generate e-way bill? Recipient. Supplier is registered first, supplier is registered. Supplier is arranging transportation, supplier will generate. Supplier is not arranging transportation, supplier is registered only, but recipient is arranging transportation, then recipient should generate e-way bill. What if the supplier is unregistered and the recipient is registered? Whomsoever arranges transportation, recipient only should generate the e-way bill. Is it clear? What if both are unregistered? The transporter should generate e-way bill. What if transporter don't have the knowledge of generating e-way bill? Then in that case, either supplier or recipient enrolling as citizen like UEN, get a UEN and generate e-way bill. I told you yesterday only. Who are required to generate UEN? I told you registered person like usually will get GSTIN, but unregistered person who want to generate e-way bill should get a UEN. Using that UEN they can generate the e-way bill. Is that clear pa? So if the supplier is registered, e-way bill must be generated when there is a movement of goods more than 50,000 in value to or from a registered person. Unregistered persons are also required to generate e-way bill. However, where the supply is made by an unregistered person to a registered person, the receiver will have to ensure all the compliance are met as if they are supplier. Transporter carrying goods by rail, road, air, etc. need to generate e-way bill if the supplier has not generated e-way bill. Okay. So this you can easily remember. You can draw one chart so that you will get an idea about it. One second here. Yes, write down. Who should enter Part A details? Part A of EWB1. What is EWB1? E-way bill. E-way bill is EWB1. And Part A, Part B, two parts will be there. Who should enter Part A? So first check, supplier is registered. Supplier is registered. Next, supplier is unregistered. Supplier is unregistered. Suppose if supplier is registered, then again divide it into two. Supplier causes movement of goods. Supplier causes movement of goods, or in other words, supplier arranges transportation. We can write like that. Supplier arranges transportation, or recipient arranges transportation. If the supplier is registered, supplier arranges transportation, recipient arranges transportation. If supplier arranges transportation, who should enter part A details? Supplier shall enter part A details. Shall enter part A details. If recipient arranges transportation, then recipient shall enter part A details. Suppose if supplier is unregistered, then next we need to check whether the recipient is registered or not. We need to check whether recipient is registered or recipient is unregistered. Recipient is registered, recipient is unregistered. If recipient is registered, then what will happen? Same story. Recipient shall enter part A details. Recipient shall enter part A details. What if recipient is unregistered? No, transporter. First transporter. Transporter shall enter part A details. Part A details. Okay. Otherwise, supplier or recipient can obtain what? UEN, unique enrollment number, because this is an amendment, latest amendment, that if they want to generate e-way bill, they need to get a UEN. That's why I am discussing in this much in detail. Definitely there is a high chance of testing a question on this. Otherwise, supplier or recipient can obtain UEN and enter what details? Part A details, and enter part A details. Got the clarity here? Who will enter part A details? So if supplier is registered and supplier arranges transportation, that supplier. If recipient arranges transportation, recipient. If recipient is unregistered, transporter shall enter part A details. Otherwise, supplier or recipient can obtain UEN and enter part A details. Now, overall, who will enter part B details? This is what part A. Who will enter part B details in e-way B1? Second chart. You have written first chart? Yes. Next, second. Who will enter part B details? Part B details in EWB1. Who will enter part B details in EWB1? If it is own conveyance or hired conveyance. What is the meaning of own conveyance or hired conveyance? Own conveyance means my own lorry. Hired conveyance means the lorry is taken on rent. So own conveyance or hired conveyance. Who will enter part B details? Person entering part A details. Person entering part A details. Person entering part A details. So who is entering part A details? Already we studied. That person only will enter the part B details also. Got it? Person entering part A details shall enter part B details. Okay. Suppose if it is a third party transport, then third party transport. Who will enter part B details? Transporter shall enter part B details. what if it is, you know, airways or waterways or railways? Airways or railways or waterways. Same. Person entering part A details will only enter part B details, but only difference is that they will not be able to enter vehicle number. Instead of vehicle number, they will be entering transport document number. What is that transport document number? For airways, it will be airway bill. For railways, it will be railway receipt. For waterways, it will be bill of lading, like that. See, you remember transport document number, that's it. You don't have to remember what is the transport document, etc. So instead of vehicle number, what they will enter? Instead of vehicle number, they enter what? Transport document number. Instead of vehicle number, they will enter transport document number. These two charts you need to know, so that you will get a clarity about who will generate e-way bill. Got it? Who will enter part A details and who will enter part B details. Understood? Now somehow I feel like this area, because last time I have not discussed this area, and this time I wanted to discuss because somehow my intuition says that this area could be tested in exam, that's why. Okay. Can I proceed? Now say this. So next one, who will generate e-way bill? We have seen whether transporter is required to generate e-way bill if the supplier has not generated because the invoice value does not exceed 50,000. For example, you are the transporter. Carefully listen, you are the transporter. There are 10 suppliers. All the 10 suppliers handed over the goods to you. But each supplier value is just 10,000, 15,000, like that only. So each supplier has not generated e-way bill. But all these 10 consignments put together, it is more than 50,000. Now, as a transporter, are you required to generate e-way bill for each consignment? Yes. For each consignment, you only should enter the part A details, you only should enter the part B details and generate EWB1. Is it clear? Thereafter, consolidating all these e-way bills, you may generate a consolidated e-way bill EWB2. That is, when you are transporting multiple goods in the same lorry, you need to generate consolidated e-way bill, not mandatory, but you can either carry for all consignment a bunch of e-way bills, or you can carry a consolidated e-way bill. That consolidated e-way bill will be EWB2. Okay, that is optional. Got it? So why instead of carrying multiple e-way bills, one e-way bill we can carry in a one single paper. That is the purpose. Say this. Transporter should generate the e-way bill as form EWB1 or EWB2, where all the consignments in the conveyance individually, that is each invoice or delivery challan is less than or equals to 50,000, but in aggregate all documents put together exceeds 50,000 rupees. Got it? Then blocking of e-way bill. E-way bill cannot be generated if the return GSTR 1 or 3B not filed for 2 consecutive tax periods. Already we discussed that in Rule 88C, 88D. If you are not filing returns for 2 periods, e-way bill will be blocked. Also, e-way bill generation facility is blocked only for outward movement. Outward movement means what? Only for sales. For your purchases, can the e-way bill be generated? Yes. That is, I am a person did not file returns for 2 consecutive periods. For my purchases, e-way bill possible? Yes. For my sales, e-way bill possible? No, not possible. And for my sales, can another person, buyer, generate e-way bill? No. Neither buyer, nor seller, nor transporter, or any other person can generate e-way bill if the supplier has not filed return for 2 consecutive periods. So, of goods by a registered person has not filed returns as above. However, e-way bill can be generated with respect to inward supplies of the said person. Then look into the other points. In case of bill to ship to transactions, what is bill to ship to transactions? I will be raising invoice to one person, but delivering the goods to another person. Got it? On your behalf. I am raising, for example, you have a customer. You wanted to deliver the goods to your customer. So you are asking me to raise the invoice to you and deliver the goods to your customer, because if I deliver the goods to you, again you need to arrange the transportation to that person, agreed or not. So instead what you are telling, sir, you raise invoice to me and deliver the goods to the third person. So therefore I raise invoice to you and deliver the goods to third person. Now this is bill to ship to transaction. In this case, whether one e-way bill is sufficient? Yes, one e-way bill is only sufficient. In that already I told you na. So we will mention the billing address as the recipient details and the shipping address as the dispatch to whom we are dispatching. So one e-way bill is sufficient. In case of bill to ship to transactions, one e-way bill is sufficient and it can be generated either by consignor or consignee. And there is multi-vehicle updation. What is multi-vehicle updation? Up to some distance, we are taking the goods in one lorry. Lorry number entered in e-way bill. But what happened? There is a breakdown, vehicle breakdown. Lorry will not work now. Now another lorry is coming and these goods are taken into that another lorry and going. New e-way bill is required or existing e-way bill is sufficient? Existing e-way bill is sufficient. Just the part B, vehicle number, needs to be changed. Okay, that is, this multi-vehicle updation is possible. Now, once the e-way bill part A details are entered, so we just know Sana part A details who will enter. Once the part A details are entered, what is the time limit within which the part B details should be entered? Within 15 days from the date of updation of part A. Okay, then e-way bill should be accepted by the recipient within 72 hours from the generation or delivery of goods, whichever is earlier. Means I am generating e-way bill, I am supplier, I am generating e-way bill. As a recipient, what you should do? You should accept the e-way bill. What if you are not accepting the e-way bill? Means it is deemed that you only purchase the goods. What if this is covered under RCM? I will not pay tax, you will pay tax. Are you getting this? Generally, sale of cashew nuts by an agriculturist to a registered person is covered under RCM. And one fine morning I got up, seriously I am talking about the practical situation. I got up and I got a message, successfully e-way bill generated for 2,80,000 rupees, like that. I did not understand what I purchased for 2,80,000. Why will I buy 2,80,000 rupees worth of goods at a time? So therefore, I went into the portal and e-way bill portal, I entered that e-way bill number. Some supplier is selling the cashew nuts and they have put it under my GSTIN. Is it clear? I immediately rejected it. Had I not rejected that then it would have become my purchases on which I need to pay GST under RCM, because sale of cashew nuts is covered under RCM, and I end up paying GST, and tomorrow I have to prove the department that I did not buy any cashew nuts. Is it clear? But that is a litigation. I have to prove, I have to fight with them, etc. and all. That is why they are telling once e-way bill is generated, the recipient should accept it within 72 hours or delivery of goods, whichever is earlier. Part B, who will update pa? I told you. Part B, who will update? Either the person entering part A details, that can be either supplier or recipient or transporter. So what is it? We can remember part B may be updated by supplier, recipient or transporter. What are the documents required in case of movement of goods? If it is taxable goods, that too covered under supply, what is the document? Tax invoice plus e-way bill. If it is without supply, delivery challan plus e-way bill. Remember, whenever the movement of goods is without any supply, tax invoice not required. But already they tested that in the last exam, May 25 exam, theory question. So they have given two theory questions. What are the ill effects of existing indirect tax regime that led to GST, like that one question. One more question is, what are the situations where tax invoice is not required to be generated? For that, I don't know why some students have not written that. That's a very good question. You can write about delivery challan. You have to write about delivery challan. When tax invoice is not required, there is movement of goods but tax invoice not required. Then what is the document that is required? Delivery challan. Goods sent on job work or goods sent to a person on sale on approval or return basis, or the quantity is not known at the time of sending the goods. Is it clear? All these situations a delivery challan is required. Suppose if it is without supply, delivery challan, but if it is taxable goods, no doubt e-way bill is required. If it is exempted goods, e-way bill not required. If it is under supply, what is the name of the document? Bill of supply. If it is without supply, the name of the document will be delivery challan. Can the e-way bill be cancelled? Yes. within 24 hours. Not only e-way bill, remember e-invoice also same point. E-invoice and e-way bill can be cancelled within 24 hours from its generation. So when it will happen, say you place the order with me, I packed the goods and I loaded the goods, e-way bill generated. Thereafter you are telling, sir, I don't need the goods. So which means you are cancelling the order. When you are cancelling the order, then what should I do? I need to cancel the e-way bill. I am not sending the goods now. Then I need to cancel the e-way bill. What is the time limit within which I need to cancel the e-way bill? Within 24 hours of its generation. If such conveyance is not verified by proper officer, what if the proper officer verifies the conveyance? He checks the conveyance, which means really we transported the goods, correct? E-way bill cannot be cancelled in that case. Means the goods already went on midway we got a call from the customer stating that I don't want goods. But the officer already verified the e-way bill. Now can we cancel the e-way bill? No. Then what is the way out? The goods will go there. Again from there to here generate another e-way bill. You got it? For sales returns. For sales returns. Sales you generated e-way bill. Let it go there. And from there, whichever place you got a call, you ask the driver to stand there and give the coordinates. And you generate the e-way bill from there to here as sales returns. That is the only way. You cannot cancel the e-way bill. Is it clear here? Within 24 hours of generation, if the conveyance is not verified by proper officer. So with this we completed e-way bill provisions. Now we are moving on to the list of services which are covered under RCM. So kindly look into liability to pay GST. Page number 30. For those who are sitting in the last, AC will not work there. Can you come and sit in the front? It's okay means you can sit there, no issue. Say this. As per section 9, who is having liability to pay GST primarily? Supplier or recipient? Supplier. That is called as FCM. What is full form of FCM? Forward charge mechanism. But as per section 9.3, 9.4 and 9.5, there are three situations where, or three subsections where supplier will not pay GST to government but recipient will pay GST to government. That is called as reverse charge mechanism or supply through e-commerce operator. In case of 9.3 and 9.4, liability to pay GST is on recipient. In case of 9.5, liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator, which already we have discussed. Look into 9.3. When applicable, there are some notified goods or notified services, and where that notified goods and services are given, list of goods is given in notification 4/2017, but this is not in syllabus, so we don't have to learn, and list of services which is in notification 13/2017. So you need to remember two important notifications. What are those two notifications that you need to remember? Number one, 12/2017. What does it contain? It contained the list of services which are exempted. Notification 13/2017. List of services which are covered under RCM. Okay. So list of goods and list of services which are covered under RCM is given, but goods you don't have to remember, only service you need to remember, that is 13/2017. Who will pay GST in case of RCM? That is, who will pay GST to government in case of RCM? Recipient. And how the supplier should be? A may or may not be registered. That is irrelevant because anyhow liability is on recipient only. Then 9.4 you see, when 9.4 will be applicable. So there is a person, that is promoter or builder, who is making purchases from a unregistered person. It is not an important area and all because it is not at all tested in exam so far. Even if you skip 9.4 also it is okay, but we will learn it once just like that, but you don't have to put more effort. Your effort should be more in 9.3 than 9.4. Okay. So 9.4 simple pa. There is a promoter or builder who is making purchases from a unregistered person. So the promoter or builder needs to pay GST under RCM. Why, sir? If he purchases from a registered person, he would have paid GST to that registered person. That registered person will pay GST to government. So government was getting money. Now when the promoter or builder purchases from unregistered person, definitely he will not pay GST. When he is not paying GST, government is not getting revenue. So that's the reason why they are asking him to pay. Because he purchased from supplier who is unregistered, so unregistered supplier cannot pay GST. So they are asking the recipient, that is promoter or builder, to pay GST. That is about 9 subsection 4. Is that clear? Inward supplies by a notified registered person from unregistered person, that is purchase of a promoter or builder, who will pay GST to government, recipient, and how the supplier should be unregistered. 9.5 already we discussed. When applicable, notified service through e-commerce operator, this HATE, liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. For first 2 cases, supplier should be unregistered. Next 2 cases, supplier may or may not be registered. Then, what is the maximum rate of GST that is given in the Act? 40%. 20% CGST and 20% SGST. But the effective maximum rate is 28%. Okay. But as per law, they can go up to 40% GST. Generally, GST is payable to government by supplier. Therefore, if a supply is not covered under 93, 94 or 95, it is always forward charge mechanism. That's the reason why balancing figure will be FCM. Whatever is RCM, you need to remember. So, rest of the cases, it will be FCM. Then, if a supply is covered under RCM, recipient is not exonerated from payment of GST if supplier discharges the liability. What does it mean? Actually, my services to you is covered under RCM. Okay, say for example, my service is covered under RCM. Means who should pay GST? You should pay GST. But I only paid GST. Just because I am paying GST, are you relieved from the liability or not relieved from liability? You are not relieved from liability, you have to pay, and I should get the refund of excess payment of tax. Is it clear or not? I paid wrongly, like that only it will be treated, and you have to pay the liability at any cost. Read that point again. If a supply is covered under RCM, recipient is not exonerated. Exonerated means relieved from payment of GST if supplier discharges the liability. In such case, from whom the recovery will be made by the GST department? From the recipient. Recovery of tax can be initiated by department on the recipient for non-payment of GST. Then one more point we already discussed in payment process. How we need to pay the GST under RCM, using which ledger? Only cash ledger. Now, look into this. Notified services which are covered under RCM. So, already we discussed this in exemptions chapter itself. But this is like a summary of whatever we have discussed it there, then some more points are also there. You remember the list of services which are covered under RCM in this mnemonic: Sir, CG, got, salads. Let's make an effort into remembering what are those services which are covered under RCM, then we will see the conditions. Okay, first, yes for, you can see there, security lending under SEBI. Means I am a lender of securities, you are borrower of securities. On that, lender will not pay, borrower will pay. Is that clear? That is security lending as per SEBI. Next, I, import of service. Again, in import of services, supplier is outside India, recipient in India, the recipient will pay GST. Then R, renting of motor vehicles. In case of renting of motor vehicles, I am the owner of the motor vehicle, I am giving the motor vehicle on rent to you, so you need to pay GST under RCM. Then another R, renting of immovable property. I am the property owner, you are the tenant, so you need to pay GST under RCM, that one. Okay, so yes for security lending under SEBI, I for import of services, R for renting of motor vehicles, another R for renting of immovable property, C for copyright services. What is it, copyright services? So temporary transfer of intellectual property rights, that is patent, trademark, etc. kind of things. But what are the type of copyrights given here which is covered under RCM? Original literary, means writing novels, books, etc. Then dramatic means writing stories, screenplay. Musical works. What is musical works? Musical works means composing music, background score or playback or background score, etc. all those things, musical works. Then artistic works. What is artistic works means? Artistic works means drawings, designs, paintings, etc. Okay, so therefore temporary transfer of IPR. Temporary transfer of IPR, that is copyright services. So sir, C, G for GTA services, goods transport agency services. And in case of goods transport agency services, the recipient has option to pay GST. Then GOT, G for government services to business entities, O for overseeing committee services to RBI, and T for TDR, FSI and long-term lease. Actually, the TDR, FSI and long-term lease is not given in your study material, latest study material. All the provisions related to this TDR, FSI and long-term lease I gave in the book, but not in the study material. So therefore, you don't have to read it. If you ignore it also, it's okay. Okay, but as it is there in the law, which I need to discuss with you, so I have discussed with you. But if you ignore it also, it is okay. The TDR, FSI, long-term lease related provisions. Okay, yesterday also I discussed related to construction service, that one, and even here also the TDR, FSI, because they thought for an intermediate student that is very difficult to understand. No, not like that. The people who are teaching at intermediate are not capable of teaching it. For that reason, they would have removed it. Okay, students can understand. Yesterday you did not understand. You understood, no? But no, they thought maybe not at the standard of the CA teachers who can teach it. That's why they might have removed it. We will put it like that. Okay, and therefore even if you are not reading it, it's okay. But it is there in the law, which is my duty as a teacher, so I am telling it. Okay, then continue further. GOT. Then next, sir, CG got salads. Salads. S for sponsorship services. Then A for agent services. Then L for legal services. By whom? Individual advocate or firm of advocates. Then another A, arbitrator services. D for director services to companies or body corporates. Then S for security agency service. Security agency means what? Manpower. They will provide the manpower, security as manpower. So that is security agency service. In all these cases, it will be covered under RCM. But for each and every point, we have exemptions, we have conditions for RCM, and non-applicability of RCM. Non-applicability of RCM means it will be FCM. So let's analyze one by one. First one, security lending as per SEBI by lender of securities to borrower of securities. So I am lending the securities, you are borrowing the securities for which you will pay me lending fee. On that lending fee, I will not pay GST, you will pay GST. Clear? But it is not sale of securities, it is lending of securities. There is a complete difference between sale of securities versus lending of securities. I am just giving you the securities on a rental basis. Okay, so you can make use of it and do the intraday trading, etc. and all, and you will return me that securities. You will also give me a lending fee for that. Okay, so I will not pay GST, you will pay. Do we have any exemption in this regard? No. Condition for RCM also we don't have. Non-applicability of RCM also nothing is there. Then next, import of services. For import of services, we learned two exemptions. What are the two exemptions? Other than OIDR services by non-taxable recipient is exempted. Do you remember? By exemptions chapter, if you don't know RCM, you will not understand because it is interconnected. So import of what services? Other than OIDR services. By whom? By non-taxable recipient. Number two, that is Indian establishment of a foreign airline company importing services from the head office without consideration. Do you remember that? And there is a reciprocal exemption given by the foreign country to the Indian establishment of the, that is foreign establishment of the Indian Airlines. Okay, so that point. These are the two cases it is exempted. Rest of the cases, import of service will be taxable. Wherever import of service is taxable, it will primarily come under RCM. But one exception is there. Even though it is import of service, it will not come under RCM, it is FCM only. What is that? Import of OIDR services. By whom? Non-taxable online recipient. Import of OIDR services by NT or non-taxable online recipient, then it will be covered under FCM. Okay, then next, R for renting of motor vehicles. In case of renting of motor vehicles, we have 4 motor vehicles given on rent which will be exempted. What is that? I have a motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers given on rent to a road transport corporation. I have an electric motor vehicle that can carry 12 passengers given on rent to a local authority. I have a motor vehicle that can carry goods given on rent to a GTA. I have a motor vehicle which is given on rent to a person who provides the transportation service to educational institution up to 12th standard or equivalent. So these 4 cases it is exempted. Rest of the cases renting a motor vehicle is taxable. At least are you able to recollect what we have discussed? Okay. So then next, in case of renting of motor vehicles, I told you 3 conditions should be satisfied for RCM. What are those 3 conditions? Supplier should be other than body corporate, recipient should be body corporate, rate of GST should be 5%. If these 3 conditions satisfied, then it will be RCM. If any one condition not satisfied, then it will be FCM. Then next, look into R, renting of immovable property. In this renting of immovable property, we have residential property and commercial property. In case of residential property, renting of residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person is exempted. Renting of residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for family stay is exempted. Do you remember this discussion? That is exempted. Even one more point is there, that is accommodation. But that accommodation is common between residential and commercial. Let it be residential property or commercial property. When you are giving that property for accommodation for a minimum period of 90 days, subject to maximum 20,000 rupees per person per month, then it is exempted. That's common for both residential and commercial. Next, in case of residential property, when it will come under RCM, 2 conditions. What is the, only one condition. What is the condition there? Recipient should be registered person. So if the recipient is registered person, it will be RCM. What if the recipient is unregistered? It will come under FCM. See, first we need to check, is it exempted or taxable? If it is exempted, there is no question of FCM, RCM. Wherever it is taxable, then you need to see, is the recipient registered? Yes, then RCM. Otherwise, it will be FCM. That is renting of residential property for commercial purpose to an unregistered person is taxable. So that will come under FCM. Got it? You remember simple pa. If the recipient is registered for residential property, RCM. Otherwise, it will be FCM. Okay. You remember like RRR. Residential property. Residential property to registered person is RCM. Residential property to residential registered person is RCM. Clear up? Then otherwise it will be, what if the recipient is unregistered? FCM. Then commercial property, supplier should be unregistered, recipient should be registered but not opting for composition scheme. That is the latest amendment. But not opting for composition scheme. But not opting for composition scheme. So this is a September 25 amendment. A small line they have added. Supplier should be unregistered, recipient should be registered, but the recipient should not be opting for composition scheme. So like one flow chart we have drawn a sponsorship. Like that we will draw one flow chart. Kindly make note of this. In case of renting of what property? Commercial property or residential property? Commercial property. Renting of commercial property. Renting of commercial property. We need to check first, supplier is unregistered. Supplier is unregistered. If the answer is no, supplier is not unregistered, means what? Supplier is registered, then FCM. So if supplier is registered, definitely it will be FCM. No need to check further. No need to check further because RCM will be applicable only when supplier is. So if supplier is not unregistered means registered, so always it will be FCM. Clear pa? Now supplier is unregistered. Yes. Yes. Supplier is unregistered. Now we need to see whether recipient is registered. Recipient is registered. Recipient is registered. That we need to check. Suppose if the answer is no, recipient also not registered, supplier also not registered, recipient also not registered. FCM, see FCM, but no GST. Why no GST? But charge is FCM pa, but no GST. Why no GST? Because they are unregistered. Both are unregistered. Supplier also unregistered, recipient also unregistered. No GST. Is it clear? But charge is FCM. But they will not pay GST. Why they will not pay GST? Don't write exempted. No, that is wrong. It is taxable, but GST not payable as they are not registered. Like that you should write. GST not payable as they are not registered. Okay. Suppose if the recipient is registered. Yes. Supplier unregistered, recipient is registered. Then what is the next thing that you need to check? Wait, one more point is there now. Recipient opting for composition scheme. Recipient opting for composition scheme. Recipient opting for composition scheme. This is the newly added point. Yes. Then carefully listen. Supplier unregistered, recipient registered, and recipient is opting for composition scheme, means RCM will not come. So it will be FCM. FCM means who will pay? Supplier, but the supplier is unregistered. So no GST. Understood pa? Wherever it is FCM, we need to check supplier registration. If they are not registered, no GST. They are not opting for composition scheme, then RCM. Up to May exam, we used to check only first 2 points. Now we need to check the third point also. Clear pa? So tell me what is that we need to see in case of renting of commercial property. This flow chart you don't have to remember. You remember the condition. What is the condition for RCM? Supplier should be unregistered and recipient should be registered but not opting for composition scheme. So that's what I have written. What if supplier is registered? No doubt FCM, correct? And what if recipient is opting for composition scheme? This is one. Number 2, recipient is opting for composition scheme, then also FCM, correct? Recipient is opting for composition scheme. Write down, recipient is opting for composition scheme. Recipient is opting for composition scheme. So if supplier is registered person, no doubt it is FCM. If recipient is opting for composition scheme, then also it will be FCM. Got the clarity with respect to this? Next, look into C. What is C? Copyright services. In case of copyright services, what are the 4 copyrights I told you, which is covered under RCM? Original literary, dramatic works, musical works, artistic works. But all these things should be by an individual. Got it? Dramatic works, artistic works, musical works, everything original literary should be by an individual. For example, a music company transfers the music to some other person. FCM or RCM? FCM. If an individual musician transfer the music to another person, then only it will be RCM. In all these cases, supplier should be individual. Any exemptions? No. Any condition for RCM? No. Only one case we have an exception to RCM. What is that? In case of original literary means who? Author. If author wants to pay GST under FCM, he can opt for FCM for the next 1 year from the date of exercising the option. He will only pay GST under FCM. Is it clear? So, if author opts to pay GST under FCM, lock-in period 1 year from the date of exercising the option, FCM only will be applicable. So, RCM to FCM anytime. But FCM to RCM 1 year, minimum 1 year lock-in period. Why will they go for FCM option? Because when my outward supply is covered under RCM, I cannot take ITC on my inward supply, because outward supply covered under RCM is treated as exempted for the purpose of ITC. I cannot take ITC. That's the reason why I will opt to pay GST under FCM. That is the reason behind it. Next. G for GTA, Goods Transport Agency. For Goods Transport Agency, what are the exemptions we discussed? Notified goods. What are those notified goods? Agricultural produce, food grains including flours, pulses, milk and salt, organic manure, newspapers and magazines, relief material for natural and man-made disasters, defense and military equipment. Then second point, if the recipient is individual, HUAF, AJP or trust and they are unregistered and not having factory, or if the recipient is government which is registered only for deducting TDS. These three cases it is exempted, other case it is taxable, and we don't have any condition for RCM. Like how we discussed for author and option, even for GTA also there is an option, but that option needs to be exercised in the last financial year, last quarter, January 1st to March 31st, and either FCM or RCM. If it is FCM, again I told you two rates, 12% with ITC, 5% without ITC, that discussion pa. But what is the difference between this author and this GTA? Author lock in 1 year from the date of exercising the option, but in case of GTA for one financial year, it's not 1 year from the date of exercising, it is one financial year. Then look into G, government services. Already we discussed government services to business entity, which is covered under RCM. We have some 14 exemptions and 2 general exemptions, and in remaining cases it will be taxable. We don't have any condition for RCM, but non-applicability of RCM. Remember, when we discussed other services to business entities, only RCM. What are the first 4 things that we discussed? Number 1, Department of Post, no RCM. Next, Indian Railways, no RCM. Transportation, no RCM. Next, airport or port, no RCM. Are you getting this? Others only will come under RCM. There also one exception is there. Renting of immobile property to an unregistered business entity. Generally, government service to business entities RCM, but 5 places no RCM. What are the 5 places? You have to remember this because this will be tested. They will give a theory question like this. Generally, services provided by government to business entities covered under reverse charge mechanism, but in some cases the government shall pay GST. What are those cases like that? This 5 points you need to write. What are the 5 points? Come on. Number 1, Department of Post, Indian Railways, transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port services, renting of immobile property to an unregistered business entity. Then look into O. O for overseeing committee services to RBI. Overseeing committee providing services to RBI, who will pay GST? RBI. What is overseeing committee, sir? That committee is appointed for restructuring the non-performing assets of banks. A committee will be, for example, a bank is having lot of non-performing assets. Non-performing assets means what? Outstanding loans. Then the bank will be in the verge of closure. So due to that reason, one committee will be appointed to restructure the NPAs. That committee will provide the services to RBI. They get a commission. On that commission, they are not required to pay GST, but RBI is required to pay GST under RCM. Then next, TDR, FSI and long-term lease of land. As I told you, so this is not for exam, because they have removed it from the study material. But you try to understand, yesterday we discussed this. What is that? There is a landowner who is transferring the TDR, FSI long-term lease to the promoter or builder, on which promoter or builder will pay GST under RCM, that point. Okay, next. Yes, for sponsorship services. What is that sponsorship services? We discussed the person who organizes the event will collect some sponsorship money from one person. So this will be covered under RCM. Is there any exemption for sponsorship service? Yes. Sponsorship money collected by a recognized sports body. What are the conditions for RCM? Supplier should be other than body corporate and recipient should be body corporate or firm. So we have new condition added. What is it? This is second condition. What is a new condition? Supplier should be, yesterday we drawn the chart supplier should be other than body corporate. Supplier should be other than body corporate and recipient should be body corporate or firm. These are the two conditions for RCM. What if supplier is body corporate? What if supplier is body corporate? Then it will be FCM. What if recipient is other than body corporate or firm? Then also it will be FCM. That's what. If condition not satisfied, it will be FCM. Like that you remember. Okay. What are the two conditions for sponsorship service covered under RCM? Supplier should be other than body corporate. Recipient should be body corporate or firm. Got it? Then next, agent services. So we have insurance agent to insurance company. There is an insurance agent who is providing services to insurance company. Recovery agent providing services to bank, NBFC or financial institution. Then direct selling agent to bank, NBFC. Business facilitator to banking company. Agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. These 5 agents. First, insurance agent providing service to the insurance company, for which the insurance company will give the commission. So whether it is covered under RCM? Yes. Who will pay? Insurance agent will pay or insurance company will pay? Insurance company will pay. Do we have any exemption in this? Actually we have an exemption. What is that? Business facilitator or business correspondent of an insurance company in rural area is exempted. Do you remember? Then any condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM? No. Then recovery agent, but recovery agent should be providing services to whom? Bank, financial institution or NBFC. And what they will do? They will recover the loan. What if recovery agent is providing service to a motor vehicle dealer? That is not covered under RCM. That is FCM only. So like recovery agent to bank, financial institution, NBFC. Any exemption? No. Any condition for RCM? No. Non-applicability of RCM also no. Then direct selling agent. Who is direct selling agent? They bring the business to the bank. So lot of times we get called, sir, we are calling from this bank, you got a pre-approved loan, we will give you credit card, etc. and all. All those marketing people are called as direct selling agents. These direct selling agents will be, bringing in the business to the bank. So again, bank only will pay GST, agent will not pay GST. But what is the condition for RCM? The direct selling agent should be other than body corporate or firm. What if the direct selling agent is body corporate or firm? Then it will be FCM. Then next, business facilitator to a banking company. This business facilitator is an agent, I told you. They are like agent who are appointed by the banking company, and that agent will be providing service to the banking company. If they work in rural area, exempted. Yesterday we discussed exempted. Otherwise it will be taxable and their service to bank will come under RCM. So who will pay? Bank will pay. No conditions, no non-applicability. Next, not business correspondent. Be careful, not business correspondent, but agent of business correspondent. Business correspondent himself is an agent. He will have a sub-agent. That sub-agent providing services to the business correspondent is covered under RCM. See there. Agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. Then again there also we have exemption. What is that? I told you 4 people are exempted. Business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent, earning commission from rural area branch is exempted. Okay. battery sure. Okay, listen. So, therefore, that is about the agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. Tell me who are the 4 people covered under that agents RCM? 4 agents. 4 or 5? Insurance agent, recovery agent, direct selling agent, business facilitator, agent of business correspondent. Then legal services. Yesterday we discussed individual advocate or firm of advocate providing services is covered under exemption. What is the exemption for individual advocate or firm of advocate? If they are providing services to a person other than business entity, it is exempted. If they are providing services to central government, state government, local authority, government authority or government entity, then also it will be exempted. If they are providing service to another individual advocate or firm of advocate, it is exempted. But that point is not applicable for senior advocate. If they are providing services to a business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. Correct? In this 4, first one, second one and last one is applicable for arbitrator. Arbitrator also common point. Am I right? So, individual advocate or firm of advocate or arbitrator service, these cases exempted, remaining cases taxable. Wherever it is taxable, it will come under RCM. We don't have any condition for RCM or non-applicability of RCM. Then D for director services to a company or body corporate. There is a director who is providing services to company or body corporate on which the company or body corporate will pay GST under RCM. But remember, if the director is an employee of the company, so when you know the director is an employee of the company, simple pa, the company while remitting money to the director will be deducting TDS under 192, then automatically the director will be an employee of the company. If the director is an employee of the company, then it is excluded from supply, because employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply due to that reason. And any condition for RCM? No. And if when RCM will be applicable, I told you, if they are not an employee. What if they provide the services to the company in their personal capacity? Then also RCM will not be applicable. We need to see the other services. Example, I am a director of a private limited company. I am providing my property, immovable property on rent to the company. Now in this case, it is in my personal capacity or in the capacity of a director? In my personal capacity. Now I need to treat it as renting of immovable property. I should not treat it as director services. Is it clear, pa? Suppose if I get some money as sitting fees, then in the capacity of director, I am providing the services. Is it clear? Or I get some remuneration for bringing in the business to the company. Again, in the capacity as a director only I am getting it. If I give immobile property on rent or if I provide any other service, that is in my personal capacity, that is not RCM, that is what it is. Director providing services in personal or private capacity. Then last one, security agency services to a registered person. That is manpower supply agency pa. They will be providing security personnel. We have an exemption we discussed long back. Education services. What is that exemption we discussed? Security agency services provided to a category 1 educational institution. Security agency services within premises provided to educational institution providing education up to 12th standard or equivalent. And what are the conditions for RCM? 2 conditions. Number 1, supplier should be other than body corporate and recipient should be registered. They said only registered. They did not say body corporate. They did not say body corporate. Recipient is registered but not opting for composition scheme or not registered only for deducting TDS. Because basically the security agencies and all will be unorganized, means only individuals, and we cannot expect them to pay GST. That's the reason why they are telling if they are other than body corporate and providing services to any registered person, but that registered person should not be opting for composition scheme, or that registered person should not be registered only for deducting TDS. then it will be RCM. Otherwise it will be, if any one condition not satisfied, it will be FCM. Clear? So we completed the list of services which are covered under RCM. Actually, if you see, only in few places we have the condition for RCM. What are the places where we have condition for RCM? That you should be thorough with. Okay. What are the places we have? In case of renting of motor vehicles, renting of immobile property, these two places. Thereafter we have sponsorship services, direct selling agent services, and security agency. Just 5 places only. Only in 5 places. If it appears like lot of things, just 5 places only we have condition for RCM. You tell me one last time summary. So what are the condition for RCM in case of renting of motor vehicle? 3. Supplier should be other than body corporate, recipient should be body corporate, rate of GST should be 5%. Next, for renting of residential property, recipient should be registered. For renting of commercial property, supplier should be unregistered, recipient should be registered but not opting for composition scheme. Super. Next, we have sponsorship. 2 conditions. Supplier should be other than body corporate, recipient should be body corporate or firm. Okay. Next, direct selling agent. Supplier should be other than body corporate or firm. Last, security agency. What is that security agency? Supplier should be other than body corporate, recipient should be registered but not opting for composition scheme or not registered only for deducting TDS. These 5 conditions only you need to remember. Rest of the case and all, there is no condition. By default it will come under RCM once it is taxable. Understood, appa? Now we will do one question related to this. Working, no camera. Okay, pa. Break lo matra. Fine. Kindly look into one question we discussed. Yes. Question number 29. Kindly look into question number 29 in page 20. Question number 29 in page 20. Mr. Jayesh, a registered supplier of Mumbai, received the following amounts in respect of the various activities undertaken by him during the month of October 2022. So, commission received as a recovery agent from a NBFC. What is your answer? Wait, outward or inward, appa? Commission received as a recovery agent from a NBFC. Outward or inward? Outward. Now, is it taxable? For recovery agent, do we have any exemption? No. So, taxable. And is it covered under RCM? Yes. Recovery agent service to bank or NBFC is covered under RCM. So, on this 80,000, who will pay GST? Jayesh will pay GST or bank will pay GST? Bank will pay GST. So, it is RCM, means it will not be taxable in the hands of Mr. Jayesh. Got it? Your outward RCM will not be taxable in your hands. Your inward RCM is only taxable in your hands. That's the reason why you write outward, inward, RCM, FCM in the question. Okay, in pencil you write down. Suppose if the invigilator says you should not write anything in the question paper, etc. and all, you just request him, sorry sir, I will erase it. So, but for this question I need to write like that, okay, because that first 10 marks question is so crucial, you cannot take a chance there for that reason, because it's a compulsory question, okay. Next, actionable claim received from normal business debtors. What is your answer? Actionable claim received from normal business debtor. Actionable claim is what? Not a supply. Which actionable claims are covered under supply? Which actionable claims are covered under supply? Specified actionable claims. What are the specified actionable claims? HC blog. H for horse racing. C for casinos. B for betting. L for lottery. Okay. O for online money gaming. G for gambling. Is it covered under HC blog anywhere? So what is your answer? not a supply. Amount received from ABC Limited for performance of classical dance in one program 1,74,500. Taxable. So it is outward or inward? Outward. Why it is taxable? It exceeds 1,50,000. Even though performance in classical dance, but it will be taxable. Is it covered anywhere under RCM? Sir, CG got salads. Anywhere it is RCM. Performance artist is in RCM. So, next. So on this Jayesh only will pay GST. Business assets, old computers given to a friend free of cost. Outward or inward? Outward. Outward. Correct? Outward. The market value of all computers was 51,000. No input tax credit has been availed on such computers when used for business. 71C. Gift means 71C. Disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. On which ITC availed or not availed? So, not a supply. What if it becomes supply? You should have taken 51,000. Open market value. Got it? But it is not a supply. Consideration received means again outward. Correct? Consideration received means outward. For 1 month rent from a registered individual person for renting of residential dwelling for use as residence. What is your answer? Renting of residential property to a registered person or unregistered person for family stay, it is exempted. Correct? If it is an unregistered person, no doubt exempted. Even if it is to a registered individual for family stay, it will be covered under exemption. So therefore it will be exempted. Next, details of input services paid to an unregistered GTA. When they say unregistered GTA, there is no possibility of FCM. So GTA service will come under RCM. Remember, author services and GTA services, if the question is silent, by default it will be RCM. Okay. So paid to unregistered GTA for various consignments of transportation of goods by road. Each individual consignment in single carriage less than 1,450, that is irrelevant. So it will be coming under inward, outward, inward, paid to, inward, and it will be covered under RCM. What is the rate of GST? 5%. Okay. Just 1 minute, they'll change the camera. Okay. Okay, say this. So it is an inward supply on which they need to pay GST and RCM. All the amounts stated above in both the tables are exclusive of GST wherever applicable. Aggregate turnover in the previous year was 42 lakhs. That they gave because aggregate turnover during the previous year exceed threshold limit. If there is advocate services, etc., that is relevant. Otherwise, here it is not relevant. You are required to compute the gross value of supplies on which GST is to be payable by Jayesh. First case. First case, they need to pay GST, or their recipient should pay GST. Their recipient. So that will not be added in their value. Correct? Second one, 10,50,000 not a supply. So leave it. and next one 1,75,000 they need to pay GST, so that 1,75,000, understood. Next one not a supply exempted, so nil nil. Then on inward supply they need to pay GST under RCM, that is 15,100. This is the total value on which they need to pay GST. Is it clear? Like this they will give a 5-mark question, wherein it is not the first question, 10 marks, 5 marks question also sometimes they will give like this, wherein you need to determine the value of taxable supply, analyzing FCM, RCM, exemption, supply, not a supply, etc. and all, okay. And you need to write the reason. This is what I told you, either you prepare a table like this and write the notes separately, or best approach is writing the notes in the table itself. All these notes you try to write in the table itself, so that they will read that point and they will give the marks there itself, okay. Next. So we are moving on to section 9 subsection 4. Have a look into page number 36. But for this 9 subsection 4 is actually an area which is not at all tested in exam so far. I am seeing this from when, 2018 May. From 2018 May to 2025 May, they have not tested one point also related to 9.4. Many times I got doubt whether it is there in syllabus or not, like that. So I checked. Even in the latest study material also I checked. It is there. It is there, but they did not ask. So we cannot take a chance. If it is not there in study material, okay, I will tell skip. But otherwise we have to read it and we will try to remember as simple as we can. I told you already the logic of 9.4. There is a promoter or builder who is purchasing from a unregistered person, so they need to pay GST under RCM. All the inward supplies of promoter or builder is divided into inputs, input services and capital goods. In that inputs and input services together we will analyze. First you check capital goods. Capital goods is purchased from a registered person or unregistered person. If capital goods is purchased from a registered person, you are that promoter or builder. Step into the shoes of promoter or builder. You are that promoter or builder. You are purchasing capital goods from a registered person, means already you would have remitted GST to them, correct? Then they would have remitted GST to government, correct? Are you required to pay any GST under RCM or no need to pay GST under RCM? Got it? Second, that is, if you buy from an unregistered person, then had you paid GST to supplier? So you have to pay GST under RCM. At what rate? At the rate applicable to capital goods. Done pa? Then second step is cement. Check whether cement is purchased from a registered person or unregistered person. If cement is purchased from a registered person, then no issue, you paid already, correct? But if cement is purchased from an unregistered person, then you need to pay GST under RCM. At what rate? 28%. You have to remember this rate. At what rate? 28%. Then next, remaining inputs and input services. You purchased from registered person, you purchase from registered person, you purchase from unregistered person. First check how much you purchase from unregistered person divided by total into 100. If you purchase from unregistered person up to 80%, the remaining 20%, if you purchase from unregistered person up to 20%, means you should have purchased 80 from registered. If you buy from unregistered up to 20%, it's okay. No problem, no need to pay GST. But if you buy from unregistered person more than 20%, on that excess you need to pay GST under RCM at what rate? 18%. Say this. Capital goods purchased from registered person, leave it. Unregistered person, pay GST at the rate applicable. Cement, RP, leave it. So if you purchase from URP, then GST payable under RCM at 28%. Balance inputs and input services from unregistered person divided by total. But while doing the total, we should not consider cement, including cement, but excluding TDR FSI long term lease. Why? Because TDR FSI long term lease already there in 9.3. Then electricity, petrol, diesel and natural gas into 100. If it is up to 20%, no problem, because balance from unregistered 20 is allowed. Remaining 20% means you need to pay GST and RCM at what rate? 18%. This computation you need to do on a yearly basis or up to project completion date. Computation shall be made separately for each project and GST payable at the time of filing the annual return. So these 3 points you need to remember, pa. And if at all they are asking a question, they may ask a question like this. A promoter has procured the following goods and services for construction of a residential real estate project during a financial year. I told you that this computation you need to do for yearly basis. So during the year they gave sand, cement, steel, bricks, like that, lot of things they have given. Now what you need to do is that first you need to ignore electricity and FSI, correct? Electricity and FSI will not be considered because electricity is anyhow exempted, FSI is always covered under RCM 9.3. Now you see the remaining. In this we have some capital goods. So on this capital goods we need to pay GST under RCM. At what rate? At the rate applicable to capital goods. If you buy from an unregistered person. Whether received from a registered person, no. Means you have purchased it from an unregistered person. So therefore on this 40 lakhs we need to pay 12%. What is 40 lakhs into 12%? 4,80,000. Now you see remaining in second step. What is the second step? First step over, pa, capital goods purchased from RP or URP. RP not there, URP. Therefore you need to pay GST and RCM on capital goods. Is that clear? Second step is what? Cement. Go to cement. Cement you purchased from registered or unregistered? Unregistered. N means unregistered. S means registered. Okay. So 15 lakhs into 28%. What is 15 lakhs into 28%? 4 lakh 20. So 4,80,000 plus 4,20,000. Now you see the balance from unregistered person. Assuming manpower supply is from a registered person. That is the first question. Manpower supply is from a registered person. Okay. Then what is from unregistered person? Only flooring tiles. Now what is that value? 10. 10 divided by, do the total except capital goods. Everything except capital goods, electricity and FSI. What is the total? 10 plus 15 plus 20 plus 15 plus 10 plus 5 plus 10 plus 20 plus 15. How much? 120. 10 divided by 120 into 100 is how much? 8.33. Means it is up to 20%. This 8.33 is up to 20%. So whether any GST payable under RCM or no need to pay GST under RCM? No need to pay. Just this 4,20,000 and 4,80,000 we need to pay. Is that clear? So 4,20,000 plus 4,80,000 will come to 9 lakhs. That is the GST payable under 9.4. What about 9.3? Only one. That is FSI alone we need to pay under 9.3. That is 5 lakhs into 18%. That is 90,000. Now same question. What if this manpower supply is from an unregistered person? Manpower supply is from an unregistered person. First step same, capital goods. Second step same, cement. Now see the remaining from unregistered person. How much? 30 lakhs. How 30 lakhs? 10 flooring tiles, 20 manpower supply divided by total is how much? 120 into 100. How much? So you exceeded 20% by what? 5%. On that 5% we need to pay GST under RCM. 5% of what? 120. 5% of what? 120. So calculate 120 lakhs into 5% into what is the rate? 18%. 1,08,000. So that is the answer. So 4,80,000, 4,20,000 and 1,08,000. So 10,08,000 is the GST payable under RCM. You got it? So this area you don't have to give lot of importance. What we learnt is enough. You don't have to revise and all. If you get in exam a question, we will see. Otherwise, no problem. But you know, the concept you know, 90% it will not come in exam. The 10% probability only. That's the reason I am telling you, no need to waste your time in this, but spend your time in 9.3 and 9.5. Okay. 9.5 already we completed. That is list of services which are covered under RCM, etc. With that, liability to pay GST chapter we have completed. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is that the next topic that we are proceeding to is time of supply. Please look into page number 64. We will discuss due date of invoice and then I will give you break. Okay. So, please concentrate. First, time of supply is for what purpose? Time of supply is to determine the due date of payment of GST. For a particular transaction, if time of supply falls in this month, by next month 20th you need to pay GST for the transaction. Is that clear? If time of supply for a transaction falls in a particular month, by next month 20th you need to pay GST. Primarily the time of supply is determined for that purpose. As to when will there be a liability which we need to discharge, because as and when transaction happens, are we required to pay or are we required to pay at a later point of time? So all these things we need to understand for that purpose. Okay. Now simple pa. The time of supply for a transaction depends upon the due date of invoice. Again I am repeating, what is the objective of time of supply? To determine the due date of payment of GST. But the time of supply for a transaction in turn depends on due date of invoice. What is the meaning of due date of invoice? By when we need to give invoice is the due date of invoice. Okay. This due date of invoice is divided into two, for goods, for services. Now all the due date of invoice section is what? 31. So you have to write section 31. Due date of invoice means you need to write section 31. Section 31. But subsections at intermediate level don't focus, leave it. Subsection you don't have to focus at intermediate level because no one will check subsections at intermediate level. No sir, I will remember sir, I will write sir. If you want to do overaction, you do, no problem. But an examiner will not be expecting you to write the subsection. They will be expecting you to write the section numbers. At CA final level, you need to learn subsection, clause, everything. But at intermediate level, the section numbers, if you remember, that is sufficient. And all the list of section numbers I gave at the end of this book. Just you need to, whenever you are free, need to by heart that section numbers. So, so and so section number is for what purpose? So, when in your answer sheet you are quoting those section numbers, definitely the weightage will be very good. For example, you are writing an answer related to TDS, write section 51. When you are writing an answer related to TCS, section 52, interest computation, section 50, or manner of utilization of ITs is section 49. Are you understanding? So when you are writing those section numbers, the weightage will be there for the answer sheet, but subsections are not at all required. Got it? If you remember, you write, but don't expect a reward for it. Okay, simple. So don't expect a reward for it. It's okay, you write. No sir, I like to write, sir, I like to remember, you write it. But not necessary is what I am telling. That effort you put on other subjects. Okay, seriously I am telling. That effort you put on other subject, rather than remembering the subsection, remember in capital gains the sections. 54 EC is what, 54 ED is what, etc. like that. At least you put effort there, because without section 54 there is no question in income tax paper on capital gains. Correct? Exemption pa exemption, capital gain exemption pa. I also know little bit of income tax pa. Okay, so that's just because I am not teaching indirect tax and I am not teaching income tax does not mean that I don't know income tax. Okay, I will not teach. I know subject, I will not teach. I know FM, I will not teach. I will teach only one subject, because that only will be perfect for me. For me, I am telling, I am not telling about other faculties. Other faculties might be great, I am telling about my capability, because this subject itself eating away my time crazily. Every 3 months now amendments will come. You understood? I have to update the book. I have to update the compiler, and I need to take the batch. Now many times I felt I should be a costing faculty or FM faculty or audit faculty like that. because one time only we need to do. Thereafter, no need. Always it will be there. But you know, I chose this subject wherein I cannot now withdraw, etc. and all. So 54 is something very, very crucial that you need to be thorough with at exam. Okay, income tax. Income tax, if you are not studying anything also it is okay, but PGBP, capital gains, then TDS, and next that returns. What are the various returns, etc. and all. These are all certain areas you need to focus upon. Even, you know, if house property is actually simple only, but I don't know whether they will be asking much questions or not in house property. I have not seen much, but repeatedly this PGBP and capital gains is there. So therefore what you need to do is that analyze what are all the areas which are important. Don't read income tax. Seriously, don't read income tax. Solve as many number of questions as you can in income tax. Because income tax is a subject where we tend to forget the provision very easily. At least GST there is a logic, but income tax there is no logic. This is what you need to do, means this is what you need to do. Logic and all, if you start learning now, it will take hours and hours of your time. Not possible. If you have already attended some classes where you understand every provisional with a rationale behind that provision, superb. But otherwise, my advice is to solve as many questions as you can, because at this juncture, at this given point of time, that's the only thing that you can do, so that you won't believe the same or similar type of questions may come in exam also. Okay, done. And amendments, again amendments. So whatever amendments that are for May. Coming back to this, why I told you subsection. Subsections is not important. Section 31 is what you need to write. But what you need to remember is the situations. When there is a due date of invoice, what is the situation and what is the due date? That's it. So there are three situations for goods. What are the three situations for goods? Normal cases, continuous supply of goods, sale on approval or return basis. What is continuous supply of goods? I will be giving successive supply of goods for which the payments are settled on a periodical basis. Then we have something called as sale on approval or return basis. What is sale on approval or return basis? I deliver the goods to you. You like it, you buy, otherwise you return. Recently I heard one mattress company, Wakefit, I think. Wakefit mattress. If you order, they will come and deliver at your place. You don't have to pay. You sleep for 30 days. And thereafter you like it, you need to buy, otherwise you return it. Super idea, no? You understood? So sale on approval or return basis, that is this. Sale on approval or return basis. Okay. And next one, continuous supply of goods. Example, milk person who put a milk on a daily basis, or a water can person who put at your home water can on a daily basis. He will make note of this. Monthly he will come and collect. Correct. That is also an example of continuous supply of goods. Successive supply of goods for which payments are settled on a periodical basis. Remaining is normal cases. Okay, va? Now first we will see sale on approval or return basis. Today I am delivering the product to you. Is it sale? No. Wakefit mattress you take pa. Mattress is given to you today. Now is it sale? No. When is it sale? When you accept it. What if the time limit is 6 months, till you did not accept it? On expiry of 6 months, it is deemed to have been sold. Is it clear? So therefore, what is the due date of invoice? Come on. Date of acceptance. Date of acceptance, or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier, see there, 6 months from the date of removal, or date of supply. What is date of supply? Date of acceptance by buyer, whichever is earlier will be taken. Then next, 31 subsection 4, this continuous supply of goods. For continuous supply of goods, what will be taken? First situation, we remember sale on approval or return basis pa. Second situation, continuous supply of goods. When the due date of invoice is, already I told you what is the meaning of continuous supply of goods. There will be successive supply of goods for which the payments are settled on a periodical basis. For continuous supply of goods, as and when I raise an account statement to you to collect the money, that account statement date. Suppose if I collect the money irrespective of account statement, then some ad hoc some amounts I am collecting and finally I will settle, then as and when the payments are received. You remember, if the payment is based on account statement, the account statement date. Got it? If the payment is based on account statement, the account statement date. If the payment is irrespective of account statement, means some ad hoc amount you need to give, then the payment received date. Is it clear? So see there, date on which account statement is issued or the payment received, as the case may be. Again I am explaining monthly, you have to give me 2 lakh, 2 lakh, 2 lakhs. And quarterly I will give you an account statement and we will settle. Say account statement I gave you for 56,000. What does it mean? 6,56,000 is the total supply I have made to you. So first month 2 lakhs, second month 2 lakhs, third month 2 lakhs, already you have given it to me. Now in this case there are 4 payments, 2 lakhs of first month, 2 lakhs of second month, 2 lakhs of third month, and account statement 56,000. For the first 3 2 lakhs, we need to see whenever the 2 lakhs is actually received. For that 56,000 we need to see whenever the account statement is issued. Is it clear? That is his account statement date or payment received date, as the case may be. Then normal cases, balancing figure. In case of balancing figure, that is others, other than continuous supply of goods or sale on approval, we need to check whether supply involves movement of goods or supply does not involve movement of goods. What is supply involves movement of goods? Under the contract of supply, I take the goods from one location to another location. I will be transporting the goods. For example, Amazon, Flipkart, you place an order. When you place an order, they will be transporting from one location to your location. That is a case of supply involving movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods means you go to the supplier place, purchase the product and you bring it to your place. Example, you go to supermarket, purchase a product, you carry the goods along with you. But the supply is already over at the seller's place. Is it clear? So 2 points. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. If supply involves movement of goods, what will be the due date of invoice? At the time of removal. Means whenever they are removing, not whenever they are delivering, whenever they are removing. Suppose if supply does not involve movement of goods, at the time of delivery, whenever they actually gave the product to you, that will be taken. Is it clear? Mostly in question you can easily identify whether it is supply involving movement or does not involve movement. If they uses the word seller dispatches, seller sends, like that word and all is there, means definitely it is supply involving movement of goods. Then in case of services, 3 points are there. Normal cases and continuous supply of service, cessation of service. What is continuous supply of service means? Below you can see a service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligations. Example, construction is a continuous supply of service. Renting of immobile property is a continuous supply of service. 12 months. Monthly rent is collected. Postpaid bill is also continuous supply of service. Internet bill is continuous supply of service. Correct? Whether your CA intermediate coaching is continuous supply of service. Yes or no? No, even though it takes more than 3 months, but do not involve periodic payment obligations. Which institute is asking for installment? Tell me, no? Which institute is telling you join now, you pay an EMI like that? Any institute is there in Chennai? I don't think so, I don't think so, because everyone is having fear. What if you come, thereafter after 1 month you leave? Okay, first 1 month classes and all will be nice only. But thereafter only the reality we will know. Full class cancellation, or faculty will not come, or those faculty whom we promote will not come and take. Some other Tom, Dick and Harry will come and take. You understood? No, this not specific any one institute I am telling. Regularly the entire CA coaching is like that. Correct? And those who are genuine, people will not trust them. There are many coaching centers, people will not trust them. Why people will not trust them? Because they are genuine, they put hard work and they take class properly. No, we will not trust them. But whom we will trust? Whom we need to really trust, them only we are trusting. Okay. and therefore what happens? Every coaching center knows what are their limitations. Do you think that they don't know? Everyone knows. But everyone will think, why should we bother? Because you will come, this batch donkeys will come, this batch donkeys will go, next batch some new set of donkeys will come. You understood? So therefore, why should we bother? Why should we rectify? Like that they are. And the fear is there. What is that fear? What if these people are not paying fees? That's why cash and carry. First pay fees, then only join in the class. Correct or not? Therefore, installment is not there. If installment is there, then it will be coming under continuous supply of service. So very, very important point from this example, what we learnt. For GST, you tell me. Reality, I am not asking. GST. What is the important point? A service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligations, then it is a continuous supply of service. Then cessation of service means what? Abruptly stopping the service is known as cessation of service. Mostly in movie industry we will say this. An actor will sign a movie and thereafter he will say, no, I did not like the movie, I will not continue acting. Or a director may sign out of the movie. Got it? Now, in case of cessation of service, when the invoice to be given immediately upon cessation. Okay. For example, one actor signed a contract with the producer to act in the movie for 50 days. Each day the remuneration will be like somewhere 10 lakhs. So 50 days into 10 lakhs, 5 crore rupees is the remuneration for that actor. Now what happened? So that actor acted only for 5 days. Thereafter he thought this movie will not work out. Let's drop this like that. So therefore 5 days he acted na. For that 5 days he need to get the remuneration. So immediately upon cessation he need to raise invoice for that 5 days remuneration. Is it clear? Then next one, continuous supply of service. A service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligations. We need to check whether due date of installment is ascertainable from the contract. Due date of installment means what? Example, I am entering into construction contract with you and I am telling, sir, on 25th March you have to pay this much, on 5th of June you have to pay this much, on 10th of October you have to pay this much. Like that I am giving you the progressive payments, and each and every date for that respective amount we need to raise the invoice. If due date is ascertainable from the contract, such due date of installment is the due date of invoice. Is it clear? Then sometimes they will not be giving the date in the contract, but they will connect it to completion of an event. So sometimes they will tell, upon completion of flooring you have to pay this much, upon completion of tiling work you have to pay this much, upon completion of painting and handover of the house you have to pay this much. Like that they will mention. Means they did not mention the dates. What they mention? Events. Means whenever that event is completed, that date will be taken as the due date of invoice. Due date of installment not ascertainable from the contract, but the payment is linked to completion of event as and when the event is completed. Suppose event also not there, date also not there in the contract. Simple, whenever the installment is received, as and when the payment is received. Is that clear, pa? Then next, other cases. First we saw cessation. Cessation, what is the due date of invoice? Immediately upon cessation. Continuous supply of service, 3 points. Due date ascertainable, that due date. Not ascertainable but linked to event, that event date. Otherwise the payment date. Finally, normal cases. Banking services within 30 days or 45 days. 45 days. Banking services and insurance services within 45 days from the date of completion. All other services 30 days from the date of completion. Is it clear? So this is the due date of invoice, and the time of supply will be dependent upon this due date of invoice. Total 6 situations you need to remember. 3 for goods, 3 for services. Okay? Fine. We'll take a break for 15 minutes and then we will continue with time of supply. Okay, we'll start. Now we are going to discuss time of supply. So far we completed due date of invoice and the time of supply. We have two separate sections, 12 and 13. 12 deals with time of supply in case of goods, 13 deals with time of supply in case of services. In this 12 and 13, between this 12 and 13, you have to remember total 7 situations. And for goods FCM, goods RCM, service FCM, service RCM, we have separate provisions. So therefore, first you need to remember what is the time of supply in case of goods FCM. Second, you need to remember what is the time of supply in case of goods RCM. Third, services FCM, services RCM. Next, vouchers, and then residual cases, then interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. These are common. Vouchers, residual cases, interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration is common between goods and services. So total these 7 provisions, if you remember, the time of supply chapter is over. Okay, so see there. So time of supply in case of goods is given in section 12, service is given in section 13. Now what we need to know is total 7 situations. What are those 7 situations? First we need to know what is the time of supply in case of goods under FCM, then goods under RCM, service under FCM, service under RCM. Those are the first 4 situations. You can see goods FCM, service FCM, then goods RCM, service RCM, and next vouchers. This vouchers, residual cases, and interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration is common between goods and services. Those are 3 situations. That is number 5 vouchers, number 6 residual cases, number 7 time of supply in case of interest, late fee or penalty. These 7 situations we need to know now pa. Clear pa? Again, subsection don't give importance. Give importance to section. Section 12 deals with time of supply in case of goods. Section 13 deals with time of supply in case of services. Now the first one. What is the first situation? Time of supply in case of goods under FCM. What should be taken? We need to see whether it is a person opting for composition scheme or specified actionable claims. Then we need to take 3 dates, whichever is earlier, as the time of supply. What are the 3 dates? Due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, or date of payment, whichever is earlier will be taken. So for whom pa? Person opting for composition scheme. And specified actionable claims. What are specified actionable claims? H for housekeeping. Okay. Horse racing. C for casinos. B for betting. L for lottery. O for online money gaming. G for gambling. So what should be taken? Due date of invoice. What is due date of invoice? Just now we discussed due date of invoice. That or actual date of invoice, that will be given in the question itself. Then date of payment, that will also be given in the question itself, whichever is earlier. See, this time of supply chapter is like mathematics. Remember the formula. Take the variable from the question, put it into the formula, you will get the answer. Is it clear or not? So 3 things you need. What are those 3 things? Due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, date of payment, whichever is earlier. This is for whom pa? Person opting for composition scheme and specified actionable claim. For others, only two. What are they? Due date of invoice, actual date of invoice. What is due date of invoice? Just now we discussed that. Actual date of invoice will be given in the question itself. Got it? This is when in case of goods covered under FCM. In case of services under FCM. We need to first see whether the invoice is given within the due date or not given within the due date. If the invoice is given within the due date, means the actual date of invoice is within the due date, then we will take actual date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. What if invoice is not given within the due date? Completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. What is the due date of service? We saw na, banking or insurance 45 days, others 30 days, continuous supply of service, cessation of service, like that. That is the due date of invoice. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. You can see in the next page. Date of completion of a particular service is 13th March. 13th March means if it is other than banking or insurance, what is the time limit within which invoice should be given? Within 30 days. So what is 30 days from 13th March? 13th March, 30 days, 12th April, exactly on 12th April, they gave the invoice. Is the invoice within 30 days? Yes, yes. Now, date of payment is also given as 30th April. Now tell me, is the invoice given within the time? Yes. So what should be taken? Invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. What is invoice date? 12/4. 12/4. What is payment date? 30/4. Whichever is earlier is 12/4. If time of supply is 12/4, by when I should pay the GST to government? Next month 20th. That is 20th of May. Is that clear? Now, suppose if there is a 1 day delay in giving invoice. For example, 13th March is the date of completion. 13th April I gave the invoice. Whether the invoice is given within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Beyond 30 days. As the invoice is given beyond 30 days, what will be considered as the date or the time of supply? Date of completion or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? Date of completion is earlier. Correct? Same pa. Invoice is not given within 30 days. If invoice is not given within 30 days, then completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. What is the completion date? 13th March. Payment date 30th April. Whichever is earlier will be 13th March. If 13th March is the time of supply, what will be the due date of GST? Next month 20th. What is next month 20th? That is 20th of April. Okay. So, if I give the invoice delay by 1 day, correct? If the invoice is delayed by 1 day, what happened to the due date of payment of GST? Preponed by 1 month. That is like a penalty. If you have given the invoice on time, the due date is 20th May. The due date of payment of GST. Had you not given invoice on time, we are pushing the time of supply to a previous date, because of which the due date of payment of GST gets preponed by 1 month. Is it clear or not? So, what is the provision? You need to remember 2 provisions we learned now. Goods FCM. Respond. You went for a break and came now. Come on. What will be the due date? Due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, or date of payment, whichever is for whom? Composition scheme or specified actionable claim. Others, due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Then, suppose if it is services covered under FCM, we need to check whether the invoice is given within due date or not. Invoice is given within due date or not, means actual date of invoice is within due date or not. If it is yes, then or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Otherwise, date of completion or date of payment, whichever is. Is it clear? Next, look into third one. Time of supply in case of goods under RCM. In case of goods under RCM, what we need to see? The date of receipt of goods, the date on which recipient has received the goods, the date on which payment is made to supplier, or 31st day from the date of invoice by supplier, whichever is earlier. Again I am repeating, whenever the recipient has received the goods, whenever the recipient has made payment to supplier, because in case of RCM we need to see from recipient point of view, the date on which recipient has received the goods, the date on which recipient has made payment to supplier, or 31st day from the date of invoice by supplier, whichever is earlier. Okay. Then what will be taken as time of supply in case of services under RCM? Carefully listen. This is the updated provision for September 25 exam. Okay, September 25 exam, this is the updated provision. And remember, this May provision is not for your exam. So this you can strike off. So for September 25, whatever is there that you need to remember, definitely this will be tested in exam, trust me this time, okay. If invoice is given by supplier to recipient, why like that? Because in case of RCM, there is a concept of self-invoice. So either supplier may give invoice to recipient if the supplier is registered. If the supplier is unregistered, the recipient will give invoice to the supplier within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. Again, I am repeating, in case of RCM, services under RCM, if the supplier is registered, supplier will give the invoice to the recipient. If the supplier is unregistered, the recipient has to give invoice to the supplier within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. So due to that reason, we have two different time of supplies. One, if invoice is given by supplier. Two, if invoice is given by recipient. If invoice is given by supplier, what is that we need to see? Date on which payment is made by recipient, or 61st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. This is when invoice is given by supplier. If the invoice is not given by supplier, but the recipient is only giving invoice to the supplier, then in that case what we need to do? Date on which payment is made to supplier, common. Date on which payment is made to supplier, common. But extra what we have, that 61st day we don't have. We have date on which invoice is given by recipient to supplier should be taken. Date of invoice by recipient to supplier should be taken, whichever is earlier. Clear appa? First two you understood, goods FCM, services FCM. Respond here, please here, last class here, okay. Respond. You understood now first two cases, goods FCM, service FCM. Then goods RCM also you understood, no confusion. 3 dates. What are the 3 dates? Date of receipt, date on which payment is made, or 31st day from the date of invoice, whichever is super. Now, in case of services under RCM, we have two provisions. Okay, this is amended. Two provisions. First provision, if invoice is given by supplier. Second provision, if invoice is given by recipient. When invoice is given by recipient, if the supplier is unregistered, invoice is given by recipient. If supplier gives invoice to recipient, then date on which payment is made to supplier, or 61st day from the date of invoice of supplier, whichever is earlier. Suppose if invoice is not given by supplier, recipient is only giving invoice to supplier, date on which payment is made to supplier, no doubt same, or date on which invoice is issued by recipient to supplier, whichever is earlier, will be taken as the time of supply. Understood pa? Now, this is about time of supply in case of services under RCM. So, 4 situations we saw. Invoice to be issued by recipient to supplier in case the supplier is unregistered and the supply is covered under RCM. And what is the time limit for this? Time limit is within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. Okay. Now, related to this, I gave one question. Have a look into my T50. Second. Think it is question number question number 12. Question number 12. Question number 12. Infosys Limited, a registered company in India, is engaged in IT consulting and software services. Infosys Consulting Incorporation, its related foreign entity based in USA, provides software development support and consulting services to Infosys Limited in India. Both entities are related persons under GST provisions. In October 2024, Infosys Consulting Incorporation provides software consulting services worth 20 lakhs to Infosys Limited. Since this transaction is an import of services, Infosys Limited is required to pay GST under RCM. Additionally, Infosys Limited is eligible for full input tax credit on this transaction. Basically, it's an import of service which is covered under RCM. And moreover, Infosys Consulting Incorporation also provides strategic advisory services to Infosys Limited without issuing an invoice. The domestic entity Infosys Limited estimates the market value of these services to be 5 lakhs, but no official invoice is generated for these services. Answer the following based on the above mentioned facts. Number 1, whether Infosys Limited is required to issue any invoice to Infosys Consulting Incorporation. Pa, who is supplier pa? Infosys Consulting Incorporation. Where are they located? Outside India, US. And where is the recipient located? Infosys Limited in India. So it's an import of service. Definitely it will be taxable under RCM. Can supplier issue invoice? No, because where supplier is located? Outside India. How he can issue invoice? He cannot issue invoice. Therefore, who should issue invoice in this case? Recipient should give invoice to the supplier. The first question, whether Infosys Limited is required to issue any invoices to Infosys Consulting? Yes. Yes. What is the time limit within which that invoice should be given? Self-invoice, pass self-invoice. Recipient giving invoice to supplier. What is the time limit? Within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. Here it is services. So within 30 days from the date of receipt of services. Understood? So that is the answer for the first part. So Infosys Limited shall issue invoices to Infosys Consulting within 30 days from the date of receipt of services. Next. Second, who is required to pay GST in the present case, and what is the value on which GST is payable? Who is required to pay GST in this case? Infosys Limited. Correct? And what is the value on which they need to pay GST? Whatever is the import value on which they have imported. And as per 9.3 read with notification 13, GST payable by Infosys under RCM as the same is import of services. But it is for consideration or without consideration? See there, for consideration or without consideration. They did not say for consideration. They said consulting services worth 20 lakhs and estimates. So strategic advisory services without issuing invoices, the estimated value is 5 lakhs, which means there is no consideration. Even though there is no consideration, it will become supply under 7.1c. Correct? Why pa? Import of service from a related person. Company located outside India. Head office outside India. Definitely, it's a holding company or head office located outside India. It will be coming under related. And in the question itself, they have given that it is a related. So, import of service from a related person, even though without consideration, constitute supply. But we don't have consideration. So, therefore, we need to take the open market value. Is it clear? What is the open market value given in the question? 20 lakhs. Because they are telling consulting services worth rupees 20 lakhs. So, that will be taken. Then, if Infosys declares 20 lakhs as the value of software consulting service from Infosys Consulting, why 20 lakhs they declare? I told you now, market value they will take. Declare in the self invoice, compute the GST payable by Infosys Limited on both the services. What will be the GST payable? Respond. 3,60,000. So 20 lakhs into 18%, that is 3,60,000 will be taken as the GST payable under RCM. Understood, Appa? Next, we have one more question. 1 second. I think I gave in amendments. This question, which I gave in amendments, XYZ Private Limited, a registered company under GST. Check whether it is there. XYZ Private Limited. No, it's not there. Okay. I did not give all questions, but I am discussing that. I am discussing in the class, don't worry, okay. So look into this question, it's a good question. Say this, visible appa? And this PDF also you can download and keep. This contains all the amendments for September 25. So you download and keep so that quickly you can go through. And the video related to that already it is there in my YouTube channel. Amendments related to September 25 exam. XYZ Private Limited. And also one more thing I wanted to ask. I am uploading lot of content in YouTube, pa, but please subscribe, pa, okay. Please subscribe and share to your friends, etc. and all. Ask them also to subscribe, okay. So we are putting efforts, but no one is subscribing. If you subscribe only, others will know, okay, this person is having lot of students. Otherwise, people are asking, what happened, sir? Nowadays, you are all not having sales or what? Any help needed like that? My junior faculties are asking me, pa. Some people to whom I gave platform, you know, they went out from me and they started something on their own. Of course, many people, nothing wrong in that, everything. And they are calling me and asking, sir, what, sir, any issue, you need any financial help, etc. and all. Hurting, pa. So, therefore, if you do this, no, they will know, okay, fine, sir is, okay, having some students like that, okay. Then, say this, question number 1. XYZ Private Limited, a registered company under GST, whose aggregate turnover during the previous year exceed threshold limit, procures legal consultancy services from Mr. Santanam, an advocate who is not registered under GST. The legal consultancy services are provided on June 15 and Mr. Santanam charges a fee of rupees 1 lakh which is paid by XYZ Private Limited on June 16. However, the company's accountant, here who is the supplier? Mr. Santanam is the supplier, he is not registered. Why? Advocate is not required to get registered because their outward supplies will be either RCM or will be exempted. So naturally they will not be registered. Are you understanding this? Charges a fee of rupees 1 lakh which is paid by XYZ Private Limited on June 16. However, the company's accountant issues the invoice for legal consultancy service only on August 20 and pays applicable GST in GSTR 3B of August 2024 filed on September 18, 2024 and wanted to avail ITs in August 2024. Answer the following questions. Question number 1. Who is liable to pay GST in this case? Mr. Santanam or XYZ Private Limited? XYZ Private Limited, because services provided by advocate to a business entity whose turnover during the previous year exceed threshold limit is covered under RCM. So XYZ Private Limited is required to pay GST under RCM. Number 2, what is the due date of invoice and who is required to give invoice in this case? Is supplier registered? Is supplier registered? No. So who is required to give invoice? Recipient, that is XYZ Limited. What is the time limit within which the invoice should be given? 30 days from the date of receipt of services. Go through the question carefully and tell me when the services are received. When the services are provided, 15th June, means when the services are received, 15th June, correct? So 15th June, 30 days, 15th July, am I right? So the answer, first case, XYZ Limited, and the invoice will be 15th July 2023. Okay, up to this? Clear? Next important question. What is the time of supply of service and due date of payment of GST? Assuming that the due date of 3B is 20th of next month. First time of supply, you tell me. This is services under RCM. Invoice given by supplier, invoice given by recipient. Invoice given by, when invoice is given by recipient, what should be taken? Date on which payment is made to supplier. What is the date on which he makes the payment to supplier? August 20, 16, June 16th, correct. Mr. Santanam charges a fee of 1 lakh which is paid by XYZ on June 16. So keep June 16 in mind. Second. Date of invoice given by recipient. What is the date on which invoice is given? The company's accountant issues invoice for legal consultancy service only on August 20, 2024. For which payment, when they are giving invoice? 2023 the payment has been made, but they gave invoice in 2024. Whichever is Earlier. What is earlier? So the time of supply is June 16, 2023. June 16, 2023 will be taken as the time of supply. Is it clear, pa? Then next, if June 16 is the time of supply, what is the due date of payment of GST? 20th July 2023. What is the time of supply we discussed? By when XYZ Private Limited can avail ITC and whether they can avail ITC in June 2023. What is your answer? I discussed this. Don't tell I did not discuss. I discussed this. Ayya, Amma, I discussed. When they can take ITC in case of RCM? As and when invoice is given by recipient to supplier. I discussed, pa, close to 20 minutes I spent on that, pa. I told in case of RCM, whenever the recipient is giving invoice to the supplier, at the time only recipient can take ITC. There I discussed with you the concept of self-invoice, etc. and all. Turn the pages. Input tax credit below 16 subsection 4. One circular is there. There I have given. Okay. Could you see that? This motta phase also will be there over there. And I have given there clearly. When the recipient is giving invoice, when the invoice ITC can be availed, time limit for availment of ITC, can you see that or you need any help? Page number 101, page number 101. Can you read it aloud for me? In case of RCM, where registered recipient issues invoice to unregistered supplier, date on which recipient issues invoice is relevant for the purpose of availment of ITC. Now come back. When this recipient is giving invoice, August 2000 means when they can avail ITC? August month. August month when they file 3B. August month when they file 3B, they can take ITC. Correct? Can they avail in 2023? No. This point they will twist. Okay. In exam they will give GST paid under RCM. However, the invoice is given for this at a later month. What we will think? Sir said GST paid under RCM, ITC available. So same month we will take ITC. Wait. When you can take same month, if no information is there like this, but there is some information. What is that information? The invoice is given at a later point of time. So whenever they are actually giving invoice, at the time only ITC can be taken. Is it clear? All these are amendments, pa. September 25 amendments. May 25 we did not learn all these things. Got it? So by when XYZ Private Limited can avail ITC, whether they can avail ITC in 2023? No. They cannot avail ITC in 2023. They can avail ITC only in 2024 or later months. 2024 or later months before the time limit for availment of ITC. Is it clear? Now, is there any interest payable in this case? Now, come on. Actually, when are they discharging the liability for this RCM? Read that second paragraph. However, the company's accountant issues the invoice for legal consultancy services only on August 20 and pay applicable GST in the GSTR 3B of August 24 filed on September 18. Got it? Which means, what is the time of supply? Just now we discussed. 16th June 2023. Due date? Keep that in mind. 20th July 2023. 20th July 2023 is the due date. But when they are actual paying, 20th August 2024. Correct? 20th August or 18th September? 18th September. So you count 20th July 2023. So in July 31 days. 31 minus 20? 11. Or you can count like this. 20th July 2023 to 20th July 2024, 366 days, correct? Plus in July 2024, 11 days and August 31 days, September 18 days. How many days delay? For that 426 days, interest will be payable. On what? On GST under RCM. What is the GST under RCM? Sir, 1 lakh is value, sir. 18% is the GST, sir. Means 18,000. On that 18,000, what is the rate of interest? 18%. So 18,000 into 18% into 426 by 366. Denominator should be 366 because in numerator while counting you have taken 29 days in February. Got it? So 3,771.14 rounded off to 3,771 will be payable as interest. Like this they can coin a question. Connecting what and all? Time of supply chapter, ITC chapter and payment process interest chapter. Got it? So connecting this they can make a question. It's a very good question. This I gave in amendments, and one more question is there in Mighty 50. Question is there, where is it? Mutswami, like that one question. It's an RTP question. It's not there. Okay. Think it's not there here. But in amendments I have given. On questions on amendment, more questions I gave. Okay. So don't think Mighty 50 alone is sufficient. Mighty 50 is for overall coverage. But on amendments, extra questions I gave. This question we discussed just now. This is an amendments PDF. One more question. This is your RTP question. Same story. Same as above. Mr. Mutswami, an electronic dealer registered in Bengaluru, Karnataka, hired Messrs. Parivahan Logistics, an unregistered GTA. Unregistered GTA means RCM. Unregistered GTA to deliver his goods at a place of business of the customer in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Messrs. Parivahan Logistics charged 60,000 for the transportation of goods, which was paid by Mutswami on 4th January through account pay check. The delivery was also made on the same day. Messrs. Parivahan Logistics did not raise tax invoice for these services since it was unregistered. In this case, you are required to determine person liable to issue tax invoice. Who is the supplier? GTA, that is unregistered, but the recipient is registered. So in that case, when the transaction is covered under RCM, who should give invoice to whom? A recipient should give self-invoice to the supplier within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. What is the date of receipt of goods or services? They have not given here. They gave they have not given They have not given the date. But you need to write 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services, because that is the second part of the question. Time limit for issuance of invoice. So first you need to write who is the person liable to issue invoice, that provision. Second, you need to write what is the time limit for issuance of invoice, that is 30 days from the date of receipt of goods. There is a date What is the date on which they received the goods? When the goods are delivered, 4th January, correct? Delivery was goods at the place of business of customer. Parivahan Logistics charged 60,000 for the transportation of goods, which was paid by Mutswami on 4th January, and delivery was also made on the same day. So 4th January is the date of receipt of goods. So count 30 days from 4th January. 3rd February. So 3rd February will be taken as the time limit for issuance of invoice. Understood? Next, third question. What is the time of supply of transportation services provided by GTA, assuming the tax invoice is issued on the last day on which it should have been issued? Okay. So whenever that invoice to be issued is the 3rd February, on that date itself they issued invoice. Now determine the time of supply. Here, time of supply in case of service under RCM, what should be taken? Invoice given by supplier or invoice given by recipient? Invoice given by recipient. What should be taken? A. Date on which payment is made to supplier. What is the date on which payment is made to supplier? 4th January. And what is the date on which invoice is given to supplier? 3rd February. Whichever is earlier, that is 4th January, will be taken as the time of supply. Clear? They gave in RTP one simple question only. I complicated it further by introducing ITC and interest computation and all, like that only. Because in RTP, they will give how to make biryani. Okay, but in exam, they will be asking how to make mutton biryani, like that. You understood? Difference will definitely be there. And that extra part is what you need to put effort for. Okay. Who knows, maybe the same question also they can copy paste for 5 marks. Next, this is based on this amendment part. You understood this amendment? Now we are moving on to the next area, that is vouchers. We completed now 4 provisions. What are the 4 provisions? Goods FCM, service FCM, goods RCM, service RCM. Now look into vouchers. In case of vouchers, we have 2 things. Identifiable voucher, non-identifiable voucher. What is identifiable voucher? That voucher can be redeemed against purchase of a particular product or particular service. That is called as a identifiable voucher. Example, you get a Domino's voucher. If you redeem the Domino's voucher, you will get one regular pizza free. Then this voucher is identifiable or non-identifiable? Identifiable. Whereas if you get a Zudio voucher worth rupees 500, means you can go to Zudio and purchase anything. You can buy dress, you can buy perfume, you can buy footwear, anything of that choice. That will be non-identifiable voucher, means it can be redeemed against purchase of any product or service. So identifiable voucher means can be redeemed against a particular product or service. Non-identifiable voucher means can be redeemed against any product or service of supplier. Okay. Now, in case of identifiable voucher, what will be taken as the time of supply, the date on which voucher is issued. Here, you need to remember one important point. Voucher is neither goods nor services, and issuance of voucher is not a supply. Why voucher is neither goods nor services? Carefully listen. Vouchers are divided into 2. Recognized by RBI, not recognized by RBI. What are recognized by RBI? Your Flipkart gift card, Amazon gift card, etc. and all. Means you spend money to buy the voucher. That is called as recognized by RBI. Lot of people, what they do, they need to give some gift, means they will not know what to give as a gift. So they will buy a voucher, and that voucher they will be giving it to the friend or to the relative, so that they can buy anything of their choice. So now we buy the voucher, that is covered under recognized by RBI. Sometimes we get the voucher freely to promote these sales as a customer loyalty. Example, Reliance Trends. If you go to Reliance Trends and buy any dress, definitely they will give one voucher, 500 rupee voucher. Next time you are coming, if you buy for more than 1500, you will get 500 rupee discount, like that. Okay. So that is what type of voucher? Recognized by RBI, non-recognized by RBI? Not recognized by RBI. If the voucher is recognized by RBI, then it is money. Any instrument recognized by RBI is money. Money is neither goods nor services. Okay, sir. Voucher not recognized by RBI. What is this voucher not recognized by RBI? Then it will not be coming under money, because only any instrument which is recognized by RBI will be covered under money. So not recognized by RBI means not money, but where it will come? It will come under actionable claim. But actionable claim, which actionable claim is chargeable to GST? Only HC block. But this is other than HC block, that's why there is no GST. Is it clear? So you please write down this. Is there any space here? Okay, it's not there. You can write separately, or if you have a sticky note, you paste it there. GST implications on voucher. GST implications on voucher. GST implications on voucher. So basically, what is a voucher, sir? Voucher is an instrument. An instrument. What you can do with that instrument? what you can do with the instrument? You can use it as a consideration. You can use it as a consideration against supply of goods or services. An instrument, comma, accepted as a consideration. An instrument accepted as a consideration against what? Against supply of goods or services. Voucher, an instrument accepted as a consideration against supply of goods or services. This voucher is divided into two. Recognized by RBI, not recognized by RBI. Recognized by RBI, not recognized by RBI. Example for recognized by RBI is Amazon gift voucher. And example for not recognized by RBI is Reliance Trends voucher, because you are not paying money for it, for the voucher. If it is recognized by RBI, what it is? Money. If it is not recognized by RBI, what it is? Actionable claims. But both will come under not a supply. Agreed, appa? Why both will come under not a supply? Because money is neither goods nor services. Actionable claim other than HC block. So voucher is an instrument accepted as a consideration against supply of goods or services. If it is recognized by RBI, it will come under money. Money is neither goods. Money is neither goods nor services. And whereas not recognized by RBI, it will come under actionable claims other than HC block. HC block, therefore, it is not a supply. So then on issuance of voucher, is there any liability on voucher? No. But what is the liability? That voucher will be considered as consideration for supply of goods or services. That supply of goods or services is the supply. You understood? I give you voucher. I give you voucher. That is not supply. But you redeem the voucher. When you redeem the voucher against some product or service, that product or service I am giving to you now, that is supply. Is it clear? Okay. Now, coming back to this. So, today I am giving you voucher. Carefully listen. Today I am giving you voucher. What type of voucher? Identifiable voucher. Means today itself I know against which product you will redeem. Correct? So, I will consider that product is sold and I will raise invoice to you. Got it? Date of issuance of voucher is the time of supply. Again I am repeating, carefully listen. In case of identifiable voucher means I know against which product or service you are going to redeem. So today itself I will be knowing as to which product you will redeem. So today itself I will pay the GST. So the time of supply is today. Got it? That is the date of issuance of voucher. But non-identifiable voucher, I don't know against which product you will be redeeming. So when the time of supply arises, whenever you actually redeem the voucher, at that time only time of supply will arise. What if voucher is not redeemed? Supply is not taken place. Correct? Suppose identifiable voucher voucher not redeemed, then no supply. Am I right? When there is no supply, but already GST would have been paid, can we claim refund? Yes. Here, what if the voucher is not redeemed? The supply itself did not happen. So therefore, no GST liability. Is it clear? So here you write down one point. If voucher not redeemed, if voucher not redeemed, comma, no GST liability, full stop. If already paid, comma, can be claimed as refund. Can be claimed as refund. Which case, pa? Identifiable voucher. If voucher not redeemed, no GST liability. If already paid, what will happen? Can be claimed as refund. Got it? Here, pa? Here, if voucher not redeemed, this voucher. Then also no GST liability. Simple. If voucher not redeemed, if voucher not redeemed, comma, no GST liability. Because the time of supply, there is no question of refund. Why there is no question of refund? The time of supply itself is at the time of redemption. Clear? Why voucher is not redeemed? Maybe that person forgot to redeem, or it would have expired. He will be forgetting, he will not at all come, or he want to come and redeem, but by the time the voucher will expire, because every voucher will have a date. So after that date it cannot be redeemed. Clear here? Whatever we discussed in relation to vouchers, all these are amendments here. I am just giving you along with this provision. Clear? Now we are moving on to residual cases. Time of supply in residual cases, we need to see when residual cases is applicable. When you are unable to determine the time of supply as per above provisions, then residual cases will come. Simple, just theory only, you remember. In residual cases, if the due date of filing return is ascertainable, the due date of filing return itself is the time of supply. If due date of filing return is not ascertainable, then the date on which they pay tax itself is the time of supply. Is it clear, pa? Just to 2 points, pa. If they are filing returns, whenever they need to file the return, due date of return. If they are not required to file return, then whenever they are going to pay the tax, that date will be the time of supply. So periodical return, who is required to file periodical return? Registered person. So due date of such return. Periodical return not required to be filed. Who is that person? Unregistered person, whenever he pays the tax. Purely theory only, that is. Then time of supply in case of interest, late fee or penalty for delay in receipt of consideration. What will be the time of supply for this? Generally in GST, everything is on accrual basis. Accrual means what? Received or receivable, whichever is earlier. Correct? But in case of interest alone, it is on receipt basis. Means whenever you are actually receiving it. Got it? As and when such amount is actually received. Actually received means what basis? Receipt basis. For example, you have to give me interest. You have not yet given. You will be giving it in future. Whenever you are going to give it in future, at the time only I should recognize it as income and I need to pay GST. Understood? Next, additional points. What is considered as the date of payment? From supplier point of view, tell me what is considered as date of payment? Date of entry in their books or date of credit in their bank account, whichever is earlier. From recipient point of view, date of entry in their books or date of debit in their bank account, whichever is earlier. Now, whether GST payable on advances in case of goods, where we have date of payment as one of the dates. Go back, see the previous pages. Where we have date of payment as one of the dates. Goods FCM, where we have date of payment as one of the date. In case of composition scheme and specified actionable claim. But for others, date of payment is not one of the date. Correct? Now carefully listen. I am not under composition scheme. I am not making specified actionable claim. Now this month I received money, but next month I raise invoice. Should I pay GST on advance or no need to pay GST on advance? No need to pay GST on advance because date of payment is not at all a date to determine the time of supply. Are you with me? Suppose if it is person opting for composition scheme or specified actionable claim, this month we are receiving money, next month we raise invoice, whether we need to pay GST this month itself? Yes, because date of payment is one of the date. That's why remember, always GST payable on advances. Always GST payable on advances. I don't think so this point will again be tested because last attempt only they tested. May 25 exam only they tested. First question, first point, advance. Okay. So, advance always will be taxable. Only in one place, GST not payable on advance. Which place? Goods, FCM, carefully listen, goods, FCM, other than composition scheme and specified actionable claims. Is it clear, pa? Because in exam, May exam, what has happened? They have given just show you the suggested answers. Oh, this is previous year, old. Where is suggested answers? Here. So first point is that only advance received from Mr. Gokul for business support services to be supplied in the month of April. Should pay GST or no need to pay GST? Pay GST. Why we should pay GST? Because it is what? Advance for what? Services. What I told you, when there is no GST on advance, advance for goods. This is what? So services. So advance for services, GST payable. You got it? But I have seen at least 10-20 answer sheets where they have written advance not payable, GST not payable, like that. Pa payable, pa, goods only not payable, pa, services we need to pay GST on advance. Is it clear? So this point, even it was there in May book also, not that I am writing now only. It was there at that time also. I don't know why people will make mistake. GST is always payable on advances in case of services. But problem is you are not reading it properly. Don't blame me. Don't tell I attended THARUN'S class, that's why I failed. Pa, definitely not. Then those who attended my class will clear. Clearing or failing is not because of me. Idiots, it is because of you. Just because of me, if you can clear, then all 6 subjects I only will take. No. You got it. It's not because of a faculty you clear. It's because of you only you will clear. So failing or clearing, everything is in your hands. Because the same class only I am taking to everyone. So how much you are reading, how much you are concentrating. While reading this, if Sunny Leon comes in your mind, no one can do anything. You understood? Or if Johnny Sins come in your mind, no one can do anything here. Are you understanding the fact? Therefore, whenever we are reading, we focus and read, we concentrate and read, no problem will happen. If you have lot of things in your head, then how will you remember all these things? Got it? Reduce your screen time. Seriously, I am telling. Reduce your screen time. Better to throw your smartphone somewhere if you are serious about your exam. Got it? So shift to some basic mobile or use only system, that too for watching the YouTube videos and come out. Because bed, when you are sleeping and when you are sitting and when you watch the mobile, that is killing your time. So use the desktop or use the laptop, etc. and all. What to watch lecture? Watch. Thereafter you turn it off. That's it. Don't please reduce your screen time. Instagram you remove. No sir, I need to get updated. What Podalanga updated you need to require here? What about DPT, Divakar you wanted to watch? So that watermelon star, about watermelon star you wanted to watch. What's there in Instagram here, you tell me? Everything is nonsense, shit only. one productive thing is there? No. So that's why we are promoting in Instagram. At least because we know lot of people will be there in Instagram wasting time. That's where we can put. You know what? About GST batch, I did not announce anywhere. I just put it in Instagram. The moment I put it in Instagram, 300 people registered, okay, for this batch, which means I understood, idiots, you are all living in Instagram. No, remove it. It's okay. 1 month you remove. Starting from today you remove. Delete it. No use. YouTube shorts don't watch. Only lecture you want, you watch. Other things you don't watch. And lectures also, whichever lecture you wanted to watch, do the offline download in YouTube. Do the offline download. Internet you turn off, so that other nonsense which faculties will be telling, you will not be seeing. Whatever lecture you need, that alone you do the offline download, that alone you watch. Because everyone wanted views, etc. and all, so they will create some sensation. Nothing will be there. Out of that they will create some sensation and they will put, so that you will click on this. Because nowadays every teacher, CA teacher is following Madan Gauri, okay. So Madan Gauri will put one thumbnail. It will be so tempting to see what he is telling like that. And because what to do? People at home don't have any work, so they will be doing. And we have lot of work, pa. We cannot watch everything. You need to filter. Reality is that filters are required. Lot of people will ask me, sir, why are you not putting all these things, sir? What is the use of it? What is the use of it? If really something is there, I will put, pa. If something is not there, I will not put. For that reason only, I have one person to put the content in YouTube, okay. So Sudarshan, like that, I have taken one faculty, so he puts, he is very good. He will put all these kind of sensational things. I don't like all those things. I will not do. I will not do, because I feel like students should not read all these things or should not watch all those things. Whatever is really required, that only let them. So therefore, download only whatever is really required. You download that, offline download, and you watch that. Internet you turn off. Got it? Control is in your place only. And here what happens? This one question mistake, this one part mistake, 2 lakhs mistake. Second mistake. Because of this, what will happen? Here the total GST payable will be gone. Correct? Gross GST payable gone. Then net GST payable gone. You understood? So in 10 marks question, they will remove 2 marks or 3 marks for that. One simple mistake. Gone. 2 marks, 3 marks unnecessarily gone. A person who gets 39 will know the worth of this 1 mark. A person who gets 49 will know the worth of this 1 mark. A person who gets 59 will know the worth of 1 mark. You understood? So every mark is important, pa. And people are losing the attempts because of the aggregate problem. Okay. Exemption, at least exemption we should be getting. That also we are not able to get. Fine. So tell me, whether GST payable on advances in case of goods and services? Yes. Only in one place? No. Where is that? Goods, FCM, other than composition scheme or specified actionable claims. Then third point you see, up to 1000 rupees received in excess beyond invoice price, supplier has option to pay GST based on invoice issued for such excess amount. What is this? First, I will be raising you invoice for 10,200 rupees. I will raise you invoice for 10,200. You hate paying fractions and all, so you pay 11,000. You got it? You are rich kids. You pay 11,000. 10,200, 11,000. Because you know that extra 800 will get adjusted in the next bill. So that's what many times postpaid bill, credit card bill, etc. and all, we will round off and we will pay. Because we know that that extra money will get adjusted in the next month. So now as a supplier, I raised invoice for how much? 10,200. How much I received? 11,000. What is the extra money that I received? 800 rupees. For these 800 rupees, when should I pay GST? Either I will pay GST this month, option 1, in the month in which it is received, advance pa, in the month in which it is received, or option 2. When for this 800 I will give invoice? Next month, na? At that time I can pay. I have an option. But this facility is only for excess amount up to 1000. Beyond invoice value. Excess amount up to 1000 beyond invoice value. Invoice value 1000, no. Invoice value beyond invoice value, what is the excess? 1000. What if the excess is beyond 1000? This facility is not there, I need to pay GST on advance. Is it clear? Read it. Up to 1000 rupees received in excess beyond invoice price, 1000 in excess beyond invoice price. Supplier has option to pay GST based on invoice issued for such excess amount. That is, as and when invoice is issued for such excess amount, GST payable by supplier to government, applicable to composition scheme dealer, supplier of HC block and supplier of services. For all these people, this 1000 rupees point is applicable because they are only required to pay GST on advances. Then goods under RCM, service under FCM or service under RCM. What is the provision for goods under RCM? Repeat. Respond here. Goods under RCM. Date on which goods are received. Date on which payment is made, or 31st day from the date of invoice. Services under FCM. Invoice issued within due date. Invoice date, payment date, whichever is earlier. Correct? Invoice not issued within due date. Completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. Services under RCM. Services under RCM. If invoice is issued by supplier, date on which payment is made to supplier, or 61st day from the date of invoice. If invoice is given by recipient, date on which payment is made to supplier, or date of invoice issued by recipient, whichever is earlier. Out of these dates, if any one date you don't know, then time of supply cannot be determined. Correct? So time of supply cannot be determined as per the provisions. Then what should be taken as the time of supply? Date of entry in the books of recipient. In which case, goods RCM, service FCM, service RCM. If you don't know any one date, then time of supply cannot be determined. So we need to take date of entry in the books of recipient. If that is also not available, then we need to determine as per residual provisions. Is it clear? We discussed now residual provisions. If they are filing return, due date of filing return. If they are not filing return, the date on which payment of tax. Then next. So there is an associated enterprises. There is a supplier located outside India and recipient located in India, and they both are associated enterprises as per Income Tax Act 1961. Sir, who are associated enterprises? That will be given in CA final. You don't have to learn now. Question itself they will tell. Associated enterprise. Okay. Supplier is located. Recipient is located in India. Means it's an import of service. Correct. Generally for import of service, service RCM. What is the provision? Service RCM. What is the provision? If supplier issues invoice, date on which payment is made to supplier, or 61st day from the date of invoice. Between associated enterprises, there won't be invoice concept. That's why date of entry in the books of recipient. Is it clear? Date on which payment is made to supplier, no change Date on which payment is made to supplier, no change. But invoice will not be there between them. That's why date of entry in the books of recipient, whichever is earlier. So with this we completed time of supply. We have two circulars. One is related to hybrid annuity model project, I think, which is already tested in Jan exam. I think Jan exam already they tested this as a theory question. So literally you need to write these points. For I think 5 marks they have asked this question. So what is it about? Let me give you the background. I am a builder, like say L&T. I enter into contract with government, like National Highway Authority of India, to lay down the road, highways. And in this contract, what happens? I will lay down the road and I will receive the money in installments called as annuities. I will receive the money in installments. Already I told you in construction services. Generally, government will not have money to lay down roads, so they approach the builders and they will be paying instead of toll charges collected from the people who are using the road. So government itself will make the payment in installments. Okay. So I laid down the road. I am receiving my consideration in the form of installments from government. Is it taxable or not? Taxable. Will it come under continuous supply of service? Very much yes. Why it will come under continuous supply of service? a service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligations, definitely it will be coming under continuous supply of service. And HAM contract is a single contract where the supplier is responsible for both construction of highway and its operation and maintenance over a period of time. Got it? Now, it is a continuous supply of service, and usually for continuous supply of service, what will be taken as the due date? Due date of invoice, due date of invoice. If date of installment is ascertainable from the contract, that date of installment. If date of installment not ascertainable from the contract, but the payment is linked to completion of event, the date of completion of event. In the absence of that, the date on which payment is received. And time of supply will be determined as per section 13.2. What is the time of supply? If invoice is issued within due date, invoice date, payment date, whichever is earlier. If invoice not issued within due date, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. Just now we discussed about all those things. Now, installments payable by NHAI include interest component, which is part of value of supply. Generally, every installment there will be some interest component. That interest component will be taken as the part of value. Means in every installment, principal also will be there, interest also will be there. Should we treat it as a single value and pay GST? Yes, that's what they are telling. Installments payable by NHAI include interest component, which is part of value of supply. Just now we studied, in case of interest, we need to pay on receipt basis. But this case, the interest is already part and parcel of installment. So for installment, you determine time of supply. That is only applicable for interest also. Okay. Now, what should be taken as the time of supply? If invoice given within due date, invoice date, payment date, whichever is earlier. If invoice not given within due date, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. What is the date of completion? Carefully listen. What is the date of completion? Is it the actual date of completion of the project? No. The date of completion is nothing but the due date of installment. That is the date on which installment has to be paid. You write down here. What will be considered as the date of completion? Date of completion is date by which installment has to be paid, or due date of installment. Due date of installment. Date of completion will be taken as the due date of installment. That will be taken as the date of completion. Understood, pa? Now, related to this, I gave one question. Have a look into this. As already they gave a theory question, there is a possibility of a practical question related to this. So look into that. I think it is question number 6 or 7. Question number 7. Question number 7. L&T has entered into a hybrid annuity model contract with the National Highway Authority of India for the construction, operation and maintenance of highway. The contract specifies that L&T will receive payment in 20 equal installments over 10 years. Each installment is 10 lakhs, which includes 1 lakh as an interest component. The deemed date of completion of milestone event is on 30th June 2024. The due date of first installment is 1st July. However, L&T issued the invoice for the first installment on 5th July. Pa, is it a continuous supply of service? Yes, because how many installments? 20 installments over, means it takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligation. So is it a continuous supply of service? Yes, it's a continuous supply of service. For continuous supply of service, what will be the due date of invoice? Is date of installment ascertainable from contract? Check. Yes, each installment is linked to completion of event. Correct? Ennappa? Each installment is linked to completion of event. As and when the event is completed, that is the due date of invoice. Will you agree with me? Where is it given? the deemed date of completion of milestone event is 30th June, which means installment is linked to completion of event, and the date of completion of that event will be taken. So in this case, what is the due date of first installment? 1st July. Both are there. In this question, both are there. Due date of installment is also there and payment is linked to completion of event also there. But which will be taken as the due date of invoice? Date of installment. First point. Say this. First point. If the date of installment is ascertainable from the contract, such date of installment is the due date of invoice. Correct? If that is not ascertainable from the contract and payment is linked to completion of event, then only and whenever event is completed. Okay. So it's a trap. Given in the question, they gave both the dates. So what should be taken as the due date of invoice? The due date of installment ascertainable na? Ennapa? Due date of installment is ascertainable. So that 1st July itself will be taken as the due date of invoice. Understood? That is the answer for the first question. Therefore, in the present case, due date of invoice for first installment is 1st July. Why are we not taking 30th June? As the due date of installment is ascertainable. If the due date of installment is not ascertainable, then we would have taken 30th June. Okay. Continue further. Second question. What is the time of supply as per 13.2 and what is the due date of payment of GST? Whether they gave invoice on time or beyond time. Read. However, L&T issued invoice for the first installment on, by when they need to give invoice? By when they need to give invoice. But when are they giving invoice? Is invoice given within time or beyond time? What should be the time of supply? Completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. If the invoice is not issued within the time limit, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. So what is the completion date? No, 1st July. Ayyo, that's what we discussed in the circular. It is not the actual date of completion. It is the due date of installment taken as the date of completion. Again 30th June. Kunnudangappa, I'll date today itself. Okay. Just now I wrote date of completion is the due date of installment. It is not 30th June. What will be taken as the date of completion? 1st July. Sir, one day only na sir. 1 month difference in due date will come. 30th June means 20th July. 1st July means 20th August. There is a huge difference. You understood? So what should be taken as the date of completion? 1st July. Date on which payment is made. The payment was received on 15 July. So completion date is 1st July as per circular and payment date 15 July, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 1st July. And therefore the due date will be 20th August. Got it? So this 30th June everyone will take. That's how the question they will put a trap. They wanted everyone to take 30th June. Only those who learn the circular will write it correctly. Others and all just like that write 30th June only. Okay. You don't be into that category. Okay. Next. Calculate the GST liability for the first installment. Sir, every installment includes interest also. So together with interest, are we required to pay GST? Yes. So 10 lakhs into, what is the rate of GST? 18%. So 10 lakhs into 18%, 1,80,000. Next. What will be the time of supply if the invoice is issued on 1st July and what is the due date of payment of GST? Listen. Invoice also issued on 1st July. Due date also 1st July. Again the answer will remain the same. Correct? Invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. So 1st July only will be taken and 20th August will be the due date of payment of GST. Understood? Next circular. Next circular is related to spectrum allocation. What is the time of supply? This is not TDS, sorry, TOS. Time of supply. What is the time of supply? in case of spectrum allocation services by government to telecom operators. Usually spectrum like 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, etc. are owned by government. I told you in government services, if it is allotted before 1/4/2016, it is exempted. Now what is allotted now recently? 4G, VoLTE and 5G. 5G is allotted now. Is it taxable? Yes, because it is allotted after 1/4/2016. There will be two types of payments that will be involved. One-time charges and annual royalty. One-time charges is to get the allocation. Annual royalty is to use it. As I am using it, I need to pay it. I am not talking about annual royalty. I am talking about one-time charges. This one-time charges may be payable upfront or payable in installments. Clear pa? That on-time charges may be payable upfront or may be payable in installments. If it is Reliance and all, they will pay upfront because they have lot of money. But if it is like Vodafone India or if it is like Airtel, etc. and all, they will think, why should we pay initially itself? Let's take the benefit of installments like that. So two different points are there. If it is upfront payment means full payment paid at a time. Is it a continuous supply of service or not a continuous supply of service? Not a continuous supply of service. Am I right? So option exercised by the telecom operator, upfront payment or deferred payment. If it is upfront payment, it is not a continuous supply of service. Correct? You just put a strike off there. Not a continuous supply of service. Not a continuous supply of service. What if it is installments? Will it be continuous supply of service? Yes. Service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligation is a continuous supply of service. So when it is upfront payment, it is not a continuous supply of service. Otherwise it will be, whenever installment is there, it is a continuous supply of service. Then what should be taken as the time of supply? Don't follow the regular provision. They have given a different provision. They are telling due date by which we need to pay the upfront amount or the actual date by which we are paying the upfront amount, whichever is earlier. Is it clear pa? So usually government will tell na by this date, they will release the tender and they will tell by this date you need to pay that date, or whenever you are actually paying that date, whichever is. So in CBSE circular they gave clearly you follow this only in case of spectrum allocation. Okay. Suppose if it is installment model pa, same logic. Installment model, same logic. What is the same logic? Whenever each and every installment you are required to pay, or whenever you are actually paying, whichever is earlier. Sir, how do I know when I need to pay the installment? They will give one frequency allotment letter. In that frequency allotment letter, they will be mentioning when you need to pay each and every installment. So the frequency allotment letter or assignment letter you will get from Department of Telecommunication. So that frequency assignment letter or allotment letter contains the information. Is it clear? So tell me what should be taken as time of supply in case of spectrum allocation. Come on. Upfront means payment is made or due, whichever is. For installment also same. Installments are due or paid, whichever is. Frequency allotment letter issued by Department of Telecommunication to telecom operator, that cannot be considered as the tax invoice. Okay. But just it will contain the information of installments. Now, related to this, I gave one question, question number 8. This area also not tested in exam. It was a May 25 amendment, but not tested in exam. Either they can ask a theory question or they can make one practical question like this. Reliance Jio has successfully bid for the allocation of spectrum by the Department of Telecommunication under the Government of India spectrum allocation model. The total bid amount for the spectrum allocation is 1000 crores. Reliance Jio is given two payment options. Option 1, make a full upfront payment of 1000 crores on or before 30th June 2024, or pay 10 equal annual installments. The first installment is due on 1st July 2024, with each installment comprising both principal and interest. The installment amounts considering an annual interest rate of 10% are as follows. So they gave the frequency allotment letter. Which date, how much installment has to be paid, like that they have given. The frequency assignment letter from Department of Telecommunications specifies these payment options and also states the GST rate as 18% is applicable on spectrum allocation. Assume that the invoice is issued by DOT on 5th June 2024. You are required to determine the following. Determine when GST liability arises, if Reliance Jio opt for full upfront payment, and calculate GST amount payable. Assume that the payment is made on 28th June. Which option pa? Full upfront option. Correct? In case of full upfront option, what is the date by which they should have made the payment? That is what? When the payment is due, 30th June. When the payment is actually made, 28th June. Whichever is earlier, that is 28th June will be taken as the time of supply. Easy. Second question. What will be your answer in 1 above if the payment is made on 5th July? Come on. 30th June. Why? Due is 30th June. When it is actually paid is 5th July. Whichever is earlier will be 30th June. So 30th June will be taken. Then third part of the question. Determine the GST liability, timing and amount if Reliance Jio chooses to pay in installments, and specifically calculate the GST payable for the second installment if the payment is made on 30th June. For second installment, as per the frequency assignment letter, by when it should have been paid, 1st July. But when is it actually paid? 30th June. Whichever is earlier. Understood pa? And GST liability. For this, how much installment amount? 144. On 144 crore, 18%, 25.92 crores has to be paid by 20th July, because 30th June is the time of supply. Next. What would be your answer in 3 above if the payment is made on 4th July and such delay is condoned by DOT? So by when we should have paid? 1st July, but we are paying on 4th July. Whichever is earlier will be 1st July. So next month 20th. So 20th August will be taken as the due date of payment of GST. Understood? So with this we completed time of supply, and the next area that we are moving on to is place of supply. Listen. Place of supply, as I told you, we may either get a standalone question, or in the first question that involves computation of net GST payable. The transactions need to be segregated between CGST, SGST and IGST liability. For that also it will be helpful. First, we need to understand CGST Act is applicable, or GST law is applicable to entire country. And what is the meaning of India for the purpose of GST law? Up to 200 nautical miles from the baseline. Means India is not only the land. India is not only the land, but India extends up to 200 nautical miles from the baseline. This is called as the territory, taxable territory. Beyond 200 nautical miles in the water, but within 200 nautical miles, if there is any island, if it is occupied by India, then it is India. If it is occupied by some other country, then it is some other country. Because Sri Lanka is also within 200 nautical miles. Don't tell Sri Lanka is India, because Sri Lanka, it is different country. I am talking about the water. So up to 200 nautical miles from baseline. Usually the distance in sea is measured by nautical miles. Okay, 1 nautical mile will be approximately 2 kilometers. That's how it will be. Okay. Now, so up to 200 nautical miles is taxable territory. Beyond 200 nautical miles is non-taxable territory. But India, for the purpose of levy of GST, extends up to 200 nautical miles. Then we will come back to the other information later. So go to Section 8 of IGST Act. Section 8 of IGST Act deals with intrastate supply. What is intrastate supply? What is intrastate supply? If location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, then it is intrastate supply. Correct, Appa? Then, what is interstate supply? That is defined in section 7. Section 8 is intra, section 7 is inter. Of which act? IGST Act. IGST Act. Section 7 of IGST Act says, if location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states or two different union territories, a state and a union territory, then it is interstate supply. There are some transactions which are deemed to be interstate, and always IGST will be applicable in that case. Is it clear? There are some transactions which are deemed to be interstate. So don't check location of supplier, place of supply. Come on, always it will be what? Deemed interstate, which means which tax will be applicable? IGST. What are they? Remember easily. Import of goods and import of services. Number 1, import of goods, import of services. Next, export of goods, export of services. So total 4 easily you can remember. Import of goods, import of services. Export of goods, export of services. Then next point, supplier in India, place of supply outside India. Where the supplier is? In India. What is the place of supply? Outside India. Then also it will be deemed interstate. Then supply to SEZ or supply by SEZ. Okay. Supply to SEZ or supply by SEZ. And next, supply beyond territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles. That is, what is territorial waters? Up to 12 nautical miles. Up to 12 nautical miles is territorial waters. What they are telling? Beyond 12 nautical miles and up to 200 nautical miles, at this place, if the supply is made, then it will be deemed interstate. Is it clear? So, supply beyond territorial and up to 200 nautical miles, and once the place of supply is determined under section 13. So, when place of supply is determined under section 13, carefully listen, if both supplier of service and recipient of service are located in India, then we will determine the place of supply as per section 12. If one in India and the other outside India, then we will not determine as per 12, we will determine the place of supply as per 13. Once we determine the place of supply as per 13, then definitely it will be deemed interstate. I gave one example below, you can see. There is an architect in Tamil Nadu who is providing construction services to Elon Musk of US with relation to property in Tamil Nadu. Okay, now section 12 is applicable or section 13 of IGST Act is applicable, not CGST Act, IGST Act. When part 12 of IGST Act, if both are in India, who both? Supplier and recipient. But here whether both supplier and recipient are in India? No. One in India, other outside India. So therefore section 13. As per section 13 of IGST Act, the place of supply will be Tamil Nadu, property in Tamil Nadu. If you observe, supplier also Tamil Nadu, correct? Place of supply also Tamil Nadu, but it will not be intrastate. It will be deemed interstate. Got it? Now, tell me what and all you learnt as deemed interstate supplies. Number 1, import of goods, import of services, export of goods, export of services, supplier in India, place of supply outside India, supply to SEZ, supply by SEZ, supply after territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles. Then place of supply under section 13. Okay, these 9 cases. One more point also you remember, you see the previous page. Supply of goods to a tourist will not become intrastate. This will become deemed interstate. Supply to SEZ by SEZ already we covered. Import of goods already we covered. Supply of goods to a tourist is also deemed interstate supply. Understood, pa? Who is a tourist? A person who is coming from outside India to India. If you make sale to him, that is called a supply to a tourist. That is also deemed interstate. This list of deemed interstate supplies I gave in the next page, page number 73. The following supplies are deemed to be interstate supplies. irrespective of location of supplier and place of supply. Supplied to SEZ or by SEZ, import of goods or services, export of goods or services, supplier in India, place of supply outside India, supply of goods to a tourist, supply of goods or service beyond territorial waters and up to exclusive economic zone, supplier in India, place of supply India but determined under section 13. Apart from that, two more points, that is security lending scheme we discussed now, that is also deemed interstate supply, and even trading in priority sector lending certificate, one circular which is there in supply chapter, one bank will be giving priority sector lending certificates to another bank, that is also treated as deemed interstate supply. These are the transactions which are regarded as deemed interstate supply. Last point, you received some advance, but you don't know whether it is intrastate supply or interstate supply, then also it will be deemed interstate supply. If at all, mostly you will not get, if at all you get a theory question on to what are deemed interstate supplies, you need to write this. Okay, clear pa? Also in the first question, if they give any of these transactions, put it under IGST column. Don't put it under CGST, SGST column, put it under IGST column, deemed interstate. Okay, so that is about the meaning of intrastate, meaning of interstate. Then go to section 9. Section 9, supplies in territorial waters. What is supply in territorial waters? Up to 12 nautical miles. That is, after the land within 12 nautical miles, if the supply has taken place. How to determine the place of supply in this case? They are asking us to take the nearest coastal state. For example, I am a marine engineer and there is one ship in the territorial waters, Bay of Bengal, and that ship requires some repair service. So I traveled to the ship, I provided the repair services. What will be taken as the place of supply? Territorial waters. But I need to see what is the nearest coastal state. If Tamil Nadu is the nearest coastal state, I am also from Tamil Nadu, then it will be intrastate. If Andhra Pradesh is the nearest coastal state and I am from Tamil Nadu, then it will be interstate. Okay. If location of supplier or place of supply is in territorial waters, then the nearest coastal state or union territory shall be taken as the location of supplier or place of supply. Please go through this example. If a marine engineer registered in Tamil Nadu provides repair services to Mr. Musk located outside India for his ship, not for business purpose, then located in territorial waters of India, means where is the ship located? Territorial waters. And the place of supply is the location where service is actually performed, that is the location of the ship. But as the ship is in territorial waters, what will be taken as the place of supply? Nearest coastal state will be taken. If the nearest coastal state is Andhra Pradesh, then the nature of supply is interstate, because where the marine engineer is from? Tamil Nadu. Suppose if the nearest coastal state is Tamil Nadu, then the nature of supply will be intrastate supply. Is it clear? Now sir, where is the supplier located? Tamil Nadu, and recipient is located outside India, then the place of supply will be determined under section 13. Then how are you telling that it is intra or inter? Because section 9 starts with notwithstanding anything contrary, which means even if place of supply is determined under section 13, if the supply is in territorial waters, it may be either intra or inter, because section 9 overrides any other provisions of IGST Act. Is it clear? So territorial waters means you determine like this only, intra or inter. Now carefully listen, come back to this chart. That first chart we discussed now, that India. Now supplier in India, land. Place of supply also India, land. What is it? Either intra or inter. We need to determine as per section 7 or 8. Then supplier in land. Place of supply is in territorial waters. Then again either intra or inter, determined as per section 9. 7 is inter, 8 is intra, 9 is territorial waters. Okay, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. These 5 sections only we have in IGST Act in syllabus. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 7 is inter, 8 intra, 9 territorial waters, and 10 is place of supply in case of goods, 12 is place of supply in case of services when both supplier and recipient are located in India. Okay. Now, so it is either intra or inter determined under 9. Suppose supplier in land, place of supply is outside territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles. What is it? Deemed inter. Suppose supplier in land and the place of supply is beyond 200 nautical miles, means outside India. I told you, supplier in India, place of supply outside India, that will also be deemed interstate. Clear pa? Next, what is the meaning of export of goods and export of services? You tell me logically what is export of goods? What you are doing in export of goods, what you are doing? You are taking goods from India to a place, that is called as export of goods. Okay. Then export of services means what? Logically, where the supplier will be? Export of service, where the supplier will be? In India. Where the recipient will be? Where the place of supply should be? Outside India. First condition, supplier in India, recipient outside India, place of supply outside India. Consideration should be in convertible foreign exchange. Means what? Foreign currency. But wherever permitted by RBI, it can be in Indian rupees. Okay. Then next, supplier and recipient are not two establishments of the same person. Not important for exam. Okay. It is not at all important for exam, but we need to understand this meaning because we are learning export of goods and export of services are deemed interstate. So for that we need to know this. Okay. Export of goods means taking goods from India to outside India. Is consideration relevant? Not relevant. But what is export of service? Supplier in India, recipient outside India, place of supply outside India, and consideration should be in convertible foreign exchange. Wherever permitted by RBI, it can be in Indian rupees. Supplier and recipient are not two establishments of the same person. Okay, pa. Holding company in India, subsidiary company outside India, will they be treated as same person or different persons? Different person. Then it is export of service only. Then, where is it permitted by RBI? In case of services to Nepal and Bhutan and payment credited in one Vostro account which is maintained in a bank outside India. Again, this is not important for exam. Okay, this area, this export of goods, export of services, etc. is there na? Not for exam, but you should be knowing it. That's why I discussed this with you. Deemed interstate supplies, very, very important. Supply in territorial waters also important. Then, zero rated supplies. What are considered as zero rated supplies? See, this zero rated supplies, I told you again, the zero rated supplies just they have given in the study material, but not important for exam. So you just listen to it once. If at all you are getting a question, you write that, otherwise not required. But they gave a small paragraph they gave in study material related to zero rated supplies, and they also mentioned that you will be learning in detail at CA final level like that they have given. Okay. So what is zero rated supplies? I'll tell you what and all you need to remember in this. What is zero rated supplies? Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. Is it clear, Appa? That is called as what? Zero rated supplies. Why is it zero rated? Is the rate zero? No. You export, you pay tax, and you will get the refund. As you get the refund, the burden will become zero. That's why it is zero rated. Can you remember this much, Pa? See, this is not for exam because in study material, they just gave a small paragraph about zero rated supplies. Clearly, they mentioned the students will be learning in detail at CA final level. That's why this is not for exam. For your information, I just gave you this information here. What is the meaning of zero rated supply? Export of goods or services or supply of goods or services to SEZ. That is called as zero rated supplies. Why is it zero rated? Because either we will pay tax and we will get the refund of that, or we will not pay tax and we will get the refund of ITC. but in any way our burden will become 0. Then other things you don't have to bother. But this chart again, it is just for our understanding purposes, I have given this to you. Not for exam. Not for exam. Say this. What are the 5 conditions I told you for export of services? 5 conditions. Supplier in India, place of supply outside India, recipient should be outside India, consideration in foreign exchange, supplier and recipient are not two establishments of the same person. Now carefully listen. If supplier in India and place of supply outside India, no doubt it is deemed interstate, correct? If other conditions also satisfied, then it will become export of service and 0 rated. If any one condition not satisfied, then still it is deemed interstate and we need to pay IGST. So what you need to see, in exam, if they give export of services, carefully listen pa, this is not for exam, but the treatment they may be asking. They will give an exam, export of services, and they will mention that it qualifies as 0 rated supply. Now what you should do? Should you take in the liability or no need to take in the liability? No need to take in the liability. If they say export of service, but they did not mention that it qualifies as 0 rated, like that it is not given, means what you should do? You should take the liability and put it in which column? IGST column. Ayya Purida. See, this will not be asked in exam, but the treatment you should know. In a question they will give export of services this much and it constitutes 0 rated supply, like that they give. Don't count it in the tax liability, just mention as it is 0 rated supply, GST not payable, or if payable also it will be available as a refund, just like that, leave it. Don't take in the liability column. Is it clear? If they mention only export of services but they did not give anything else, then in that case what you should do? Compute the liability and put it under IGST column, because export of service is deemed interstate. Okay. Same way, supply to SEZ, like that they have given, and they are telling that it will become 0 rated. Supply to SEZ constitutes 0 rated. What you will do? No liability. Suppose if they tell supply to SEZ, full stop, that's it. Deemed interstate, IGST will be applicable. Understood or not? So supply of goods or services, supply to SEZ, supply to SEZ. If it is for authorized operations, it is interstate and it will become 0 rated. But what if it is for others? It is interstate and we need to pay IGST. Suppose if they give supply by SEZ, no doubt supply by SEZ is always deemed interstate and IGST will be applicable. No confusion there. Got it? So 2 points you need to remember. If they give export of services, if they give supply to SEZ. In question if they mention 0 rated, in the question if they mention 0 rated, then what you should do? Don't take in the liability, just write a note, it is 0 rated supply, consequently GST not applicable. Suppose if they give export supply to SEZ, but they did not mention anything related to 0 rated, then what you should do? Compute the liability and put it in the IGST column. Okay pa? Then the next area what we have is place of supply. I told you 2 more sections. We have 7, we have 8, we have 9, then 10 and 12. What is 10? Place of supply in case of goods other than import or export is section 10. Place of supply in case of services, if both supplier and recipient are in India, is 12. These 2 sections are only applicable for exam, but this import or export or section 13 is not applicable. But you should know when 13 is coming, that is either one in India, other outside India. If both are in India, only section 12. And goods also, domestic transactions will be 10. They gave purely domestic transactions at intermediate level. The international transactions you will learn at final level. So domestic goods 10, domestic services 12. Okay va? Now what if both are outside India? Supplier also outside India, recipient also outside India. Both are outside, one in India, other outside India, 13. What if both are outside India? No GST. We learned exemptions under IGST Act. The first point is that only. Turn the pages. Go to exemptions chapter. Exemptions under IGST, like that one heading is there. In that the first point is that only. If supplier of service is outside India, recipient of service also outside India, then there is no GST. It is exempted. Can you see that? Page number 161. Only 61. Okay, 61. Page 61 you see. First point, exemptions under IGST Act. Can you find that? So if both supplier and recipient are located outside India, there is no GST. That's what I have given here. If both location of supplier and location of recipient are outside India, POS cannot be determined for such services and they are exempted. Understood? Now, we are going to determine this place of supply in case of goods and place of supply in case of services and some IGST rules we have. So this we will see afternoon after lunch break, and place of supply mostly goods and service only. Rules and all they are not asking in exam, but we will learn once. How to simply remember that we will remember. So we are left with place of supply, composition scheme, supply and registration, tax invoice. Okay. So therefore to the extent possible we will try to complete it in the afternoon session. Okay. Thank you. We'll meet at 2 o'clock. Yes. And today be prepared. If it is taking some time also, maybe 6:30 like that also I may extend. Okay. Eat less and come please. So we'll start. In the last session, we were discussing up to 7, 8 and 9, and I told you that zero rated supply concept is not there. Someone asked me in the break, it's not there. I said that it's not there. Okay, I did not discuss or I did not tell that it is there in syllabus. I said it is not for exam. I wrote clearly because they removed it from your updated study material. That's not my mistake, na. When it is not there, it is not there only. Okay. Then why you have given in book means, so at the time it was there, I gave, they removed it. Be happy, no, that you are not learning for it. Don't complain and all for this. Say this, we are moving on to place of supply in case of goods. That is given in section 10. Section 10 has total 5 provisions. First situation is supply involves movement of goods. Second, supply does not involve movement of goods. That is 10.1c, 10.1a. But rather than remembering the subsections, try to remember, or clauses, try to remember the situation. First, supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Bill to ship to transaction. Goods assembled or installed at site. And supply on board a conveyance. These are the 5 situations. First, we will focus on supply involves movement of goods. What is the meaning of supply involves movement of goods? Under the contract of supply, goods will originate from one place and goes to the other place. That is, supply involves movement of goods. Means only when the goods are delivered to the customer at the other place, the supply is terminated. Now, what should be taken as a place of supply? Simple. Ending point should be taken as place of supply. But if it is supplied to a registered person, if the supply is to an unregistered person, what should be taken? Location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. Again, I am repeating, carefully listen. If supply involves movement of goods, B to B, that is registered person, we need to take ending point of the goods. If supply involves movement of goods to B to C, that is sale to unregistered person, location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. If I have the recipient detail in my books, I will take that. If I don't have, location of supplier will be taken. That is this 10.1a. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. What should be taken? If supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods at the time of delivery. Wherever the goods are at the time of delivery, if it is to a registered person, if it is to an unregistered person, location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. Let's try to understand these two with the help of an example. Say, I am in Tamil Nadu. I placed an order with a seller in Kerala to deliver the goods to my location in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Is it supply involving movement of goods or does not involve movement of goods? Involves. I am asking him to deliver in Chennai. Means supply involves movement of goods. If I am a registered person, what will be taken as the place of supply? Ending point. What is the ending point? Chennai, Tamil Nadu will be taken as the place of supply. What if I am unregistered? Even then Chennai only will be taken as place of supply because location of recipient is Tamil Nadu, Chennai. You got it? What if my location is not available in his records? I just said to deliver it to this place, but I am an unregistered person, my details are not there. Then his location of supplier only will be taken as the place of supply. Is that clear, pa? Then suppose if I go to, say I am from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, I go to Bengaluru for doing shopping. I went there to a shop, I purchased some goods there. If I disclose my GSTIN, what will be the place of supply? Means I am registered person. What will be the place of supply? Location of goods at the time of delivery. Where the location of goods at the time of delivery? Bengaluru. Suppose if I am unregistered person, my location of recipient in the records of supplier, what is that? If it is there, then Chennai, Tamil Nadu. What if that is not available? Then location of supplier only will be taken. Is it clear? If you observe here, the B to C provision is same, whether supply involves movement of goods or supply does not involve movement of goods. Only sale to registered person it differs. Involves movement of goods, ending point. Does not involve movement of goods, location of goods. One more example I will give you. Say, I am in Tamil Nadu, you are in Kerala, I am planning to sell my ship which is in Mumbai, Maharashtra to you. Where is the ship? Maharashtra. Where am I located? Tamil Nadu. Where are you located? Kerala. Now I transfer the documents to you. You go and take over the possession of the ship. Supply involves movement or does not involve movement of goods? Does not involve movement of goods. Why it does not involve movement of goods? Because the ship is in the same location. Now what will be taken as the place of supply? Location of goods. Where is the location of goods? The ship in Maharashtra. That will only be taken. Is it clear here? Next. Bill to ship to transaction 10(1)(b). In case of bill to ship to transactions, what will be taken as the place of supply? Simple, billing address. What is bill to ship to transaction? I am delivering the goods to some other person but raising invoice to you. For me, you are only the recipient. That some other person to whom I am delivering the goods is not my recipient. For me, you are the recipient. So I will raise invoice to you only, and your address will be taken as my place of supply. Is it clear? So remember, bill to ship to B, billing address B. In case of bill to ship to transaction, what will be taken as a place of supply? Billing address will be taken as place of supply. Now, when I deliver the goods to your customer on your behalf, I raised invoice to you, but you will in turn raise invoice to him or not? Yes. What about that? That is supply involving movement of goods for you. So accordingly you determine registered, unregistered. Registered means location of ending point. If it is unregistered, location of recipient in records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. These are the three provisions you need to remember. What are the three provisions? Supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods, bill to ship to transactions. Supply involves movement of goods and supply does not involve. B to C, common provision, location of recipient in records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. Whereas in case of B to B, supply involves movement of goods, ending point. Supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods at the time of delivery, location of goods. Bill to ship to transaction, let it be B to B or B to C. Sale to registered person or sale to unregistered person, always it will be billing address. Next. Easily try to remember, in case of assembly or installation at site. Assembly or installation at site means I need to deliver you one machinery and I should also install that machinery at your place. Then what will be taken as the place of supply? Location where it is assembled or installed. Okay, easy na? Assembly or installation. Sale of goods that requires installation, location where it is installed. Simple. Then next, suppose supply of goods on board a conveyance. On board a conveyance means what? During the journey I am selling goods to you. Example, say when you are traveling in train, so I am selling you food and beverages, correct? Lot of products you will be buying during the journey, na? Water bottles, beverages, etc. What will be the place of supply in that case? It is not the starting point of the passenger. It is the starting point of the goods. Maybe you started from Chennai and you are going to Hyderabad and I loaded the goods. You are starting from Chennai and you are going to Hyderabad. I loaded the goods somewhere in Andhra Pradesh, because through Andhra Pradesh only it will be going, and somewhere in Andhra Pradesh I loaded the goods. Then what will be the place of supply for these goods? Andhra Pradesh. The location where the goods are loaded. Remember, for the first case it is ending point. For the last case it is starting point. You understood, pa? So total 5 provisions. Supply involves movement of goods, ending point. Bill to ship to transaction, billing address. Supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods. Assembly or installation at site, location of assembly or installation. Supply on board a conveyance, starting point of conveyance. Only for involves movement, does not involve, we have a difference B to B, B to C, and the B to C provisions are same. Now, one special point. Suppose if I need to install goods at a different location. For example, I am raising invoice to you. You are asking me to install generator in your customer place. I raise invoice to you, but install the generator in your customer place. It's a bill to ship to. Napa, bill to ship to. As per bill to ship to, for example, you are in Karnataka, your customer is somewhere in Maharashtra. I am installing in Maharashtra, but I am raising invoice to my customer, my recipient in Karnataka. If it is bill to ship to, what will be the place of supply? Billing address. What is billing address? Karnataka. Suppose if I take installation or assembly at site, where is it installed? Maharashtra. That will be taken as the place of supply. But which will prevail? Which will prevail? 10(1)(d), that is assembly or installation at site will prevail. Why? Because the last two provisions are specific provisions. Whenever it is installation, always location of installation. Whenever supply of goods on board a conveyance, always starting point of the goods. These two are specific provisions. First three, concentrate, idiot, concentrate. So first three cases, it will be general provisions. Okay. So first three will be general provisions, last two will be specific provisions. So whenever there is a conflict between general provisions and specific provisions, which will prevail? The specific provisions will prevail over general provisions. That's what I have given, because definitely in exam you will come across this confusion. Be careful. Whenever the last two, what are last two? Installation or assembly, supply of goods on board a conveyance, that is during the journey. That will always prevail over the first 3 points. Is it clear? In case of conflict between 10(1)(a), B, C, what is A, B, C? Supply involves movement, bill to ship to, supply does not involve movement of goods. Over the last two, then this last two shall prevail, because specific provision prevails over general provisions. Then the next issue we will see. The next issue is related to sale of goods through e-commerce platform. For example, you are from Karnataka and you came to Chennai, Tamil Nadu for a marriage function. And what happened? You placed an order, like you forgot to bring the dress. You brought, but there are multiple functions and already you had one pair extra. You finished wearing it and there is another function for which you need to wear another dress. For that purpose, you went into Myntra and you placed the order. Where are you from? Karnataka. Where are you now? Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Now when you order, you give the delivery address as Chennai, Tamil Nadu. And you place the order and they will deliver. Clear? Now, is it supply involves movement of goods or supply does not involve movement of goods? Involves movement of goods. Very good. B to B or B to C or you. B to C. What should be taken? Location of recipient in the records of. Now in the records of supplier there are two addresses. One is your regular address in Karnataka. Another is the delivery address now. Can we bring in bill to ship to in this case? No. Bill to ship to will be applicable if there is a different person. Same person, different address means it's not bill to ship to. Is it clear here? So therefore, here supply involves movement of goods only, but there are two addresses. One is Karnataka address, another is Chennai address, Tamil Nadu address. Which should be taken as the place of supply? You tell me logically. Tamil Nadu, delivery address should be taken. That is what they are telling. If the billing address and delivery address match, no problem. Only one address is there. So address record in the invoice. Adha break liye poirukkalame pa. You would have left in the break itself, na. Just now I started. And when during the class you are getting up and going, what kind of manners it is here? You want to go, you have to go in the break itself. I will not know. And sitting in the class, when this class got started, you are leaving, what kind of manners it is pa? When will you learn this? You should not do that. Tomorrow you are attending some kind of seminar or some kind of session, workshop, anywhere. If you want to leave, what you should do? Nothing wrong in leaving. Breaks will be there, na? In the break you should go. You should not just like that get up and go. And that too, I started 15 minutes. 15 minutes itself they are leaving means, what kind of morons they are there? Usually place of supply, that's what many times my team told me. Don't do it for free, sir. They will not know the value of it like that. Charge some money, because only when you charge money they will know the value of it. But I didn't listen. It's my mistake only. Thank you for that. Usually, place of supply is the location of recipient in the records of supplier. In the absence of such details, place of supply will be location of supplier. Correct? But here there are two addresses. In my example, there are two addresses. What are the two addresses? Billing address and delivery address. Like the two addresses there. Both are same. No confusion. Because address is there with the supplier. That address will be taken. What if the address differs? Now I told you an example. Chennai address, the goods are delivered. But in the records, the Karnataka address is also there. What should be taken? Delivery address recorded on the invoice. So, name of the state on the invoice is sufficient to be considered as recording the address of the recipient. Is it clear? So, not necessary that full address we need to enter. Just the state, if we know, that is sufficient to be called as address on record. Understood, pa? Now, this is about goods related provisions, and related to this circular, they can make a question like this. Please look into Mighty 50 question number 9. Reliance Digital Limited, an e-commerce company registered in Mumbai, Maharashtra, sells electronic goods across India through its online platform. On 10th October 2024, a customer, Mr. Ravi, unregistered individual, placed an order for a television priced at 1,20,000. Mr. Ravi's billing address is in Pune, Maharashtra, but he requests delivery of the television to his vacation home located in Goa. Additional information: the GST rate applicable on television is 18. Reliance Digital has received several similar orders where the billing and delivery address are different. For the order placed by Mr. Ravi, the company issued an invoice on 12th October and the television was dispatched on 13th October. You are required to determine the place of supply for television in this scenario. Again, here it is sale to registered or unregistered person. Unregistered person. Supply involves movement of goods, that does not involve movement of goods. Involves movement of goods because see here, he requests delivery of the television. Means the goods are going from one location to another location. Supply involves movement of goods. B to C. Location of recipient in the records of supplier. There are two addresses. One is Mr. Ravi in Pune and then vacation home in Goa. So two addresses are there, Maharashtra and Goa. Which should be taken? Goa. As per CBSE circular, place of supply is delivery address, that is Goa, as billing address and delivery address does not match. Second, compute the GST payable on this transaction and specify whether CGST or SGST or IGST will be applicable. IGST will be applicable. Why? Where is the supplier located? Supplier. Reliance Digital, Maharashtra. What is the place of supply? Goa. It's a different state. Therefore, interstate supply chargeable to IGST, 1,20,000 into 18%. Explain the impact on GST liability of Reliance Digital Limited if billing address and delivery address were in the same, both in Maharashtra. Then if delivery address, billing address both are same, then that place only will be taken as the place of supply. Seller also Maharashtra, place of supply also Maharashtra, therefore it will be intra-state supply. If billing address and delivery address match, place of supply as per CBSE circular is Pune, Maharashtra, and nature of supply is intrastate, chargeable to CGST, SGST. Calculate the total invoice value including GST that Ravi would be required to pay if the place of supply is Goa. Simple. What is the value of the TV? 1,20,000. And what is the GST? 18%, 21,600. So therefore 1,41,600. Suppose if they ask what is the time of supply in this case, they can connect. What is the time of supply in this case? Supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods. Supply involves movement of goods. Just now we learned what should be taken as the time of supply. Due date of invoice or actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Are they opting for composition scheme? Reliance Digital? No. and are they making specified actionable claims? No. So therefore we need to take actual date of invoice. What is the actual date of invoice? 12th October. And what is the due date of invoice? At the time of removal. Correct? If supply involves movement of goods at the time of removal. What is the time of removal? 13th October. Delivery is made on 13th October. From seller's place when it is removed? 10th October. Okay. Order placed on 10th October. Sorry. Invoice is 12th October and the television was dispatched on. Okay. What is the date of removal? 13th October. So 13th October is the due date of invoice and 12th October is the actual date of invoice. We need to take whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? So 12th October will be taken as the time of supply, being the actual date of invoice or due date of invoice is 13th October. Got it? Next, come back. We are now moving on to place of supply in case of services. We have only section 12. Now to the extent possible, try to remember it as easy as we can. Okay. Depending on the situation itself, you should be able to remember. Then we will see special points. Okay. First and foremost thing that you need to remember is that there are 3 services where you need to check B2B, B2C. This classification of service to registered person or service to unregistered person, you need to check in 3 places. What are they? TOT. T for training and performance appraisal. Training and performance appraisal, there we have B2B, B2C. Clear pa? Then O, organizing an event. There also we have B2B, B2C. Then T, transportation of goods or passengers. That's what I have given. This is the first and foremost thing that you need to remember. In 3 places, we need to check B2B, B2C. That is training and performance appraisal. What is training and performance appraisal means? Training the, not coaching. Coaching is different. In training, there will be a kind of certification involved. But in coaching, certification is not involved. Workshops and employee training or some skill training, that will come under training. Performance appraisal means evaluating the performance of the participants, like acting as a judge in the reality show or evaluating the performance of employees for doing the review about them and giving increment. All these are coming under performance appraisal. Okay. Then training and performance appraisal. Number 2, organizing an event. Organizing an event means event management services. Then T, transportation of goods or passengers. In these 3 places, we need to check B2B versus B2C. If it is B2B, we need to take always location of recipient as the place of supply. See this. B2B versus B2C. Training and performance appraisal, organizing an event, transportation of goods or passengers. Always we need to take what as the place of supply pa? Location of recipient. Okay. If you observe B2B location of recipient, B2B location of recipient, B2B location of recipient, here also B2B location of recipient. Easier. So the moment you see the question, check whether it is training and performance appraisal, organizing an event, transportation of goods or passengers. Yes. Check is it B2B? Yes. Always location of recipient. So what you need to remember now? B2C provision. Okay, va? Now, come from the beginning. First, immobile property related services. What will be the place of supply? Location of property. But depending on situation, you remember. Immobile property services, what will be taken as a place of supply? Location of property. Okay. Then, next, food and beverages. Food and beverages including beauty treatment. Food and beauty treatment. Location where it is performed. Same way, training and performance appraisal. Location where it is performed. Is it clear? These are performance based services. What are performance based services we have here? Food, beauty treatment, training and performance appraisal. What should be taken? Location where it is performed. But sir, we have B2B, B2C. That's already we remember in the first point itself. Correct? Next. Third. Suppose if it is event related. Organizing an event or admission to event. location of event. Are you understanding? Depending upon the situation, try to remember, because situation will be given in the question. You need to just remember the answer. Okay. Then property related, location of property. Performance related, location of performance. What is it? Performance related? Food, beauty treatment, training and performance appraisal. Event related, admission to event or organizing an event. Location where the event is held. Location of event. Okay. Next, transportation of goods, transportation of passengers or services on board a conveyance. Easily remember, transportation of goods, starting point of goods. Transportation of passenger, starting point of passenger. Service on board a conveyance, starting point of conveyance. Clear pa? What is service on board a conveyance means? During the journey, you may be receiving some services. Example, seat upgradation. You will be traveling in a flight and the seat may not be comfortable for you. So therefore, if you pay extra some 2000 rupees or 1000 rupees, they will upgrade your seat. That is known as, seat upgradation, and that is during the journey, na, service on board a conveyance, correct? Even beauty treatment also provided during the journey. The celebrities and all who are making the journey, so as soon as they get down, lot of people will take photographs. For that reason, they need to look good. So that's why during the journey, air hostess will be providing makeup, etc. services to them. So that is also services on board a conveyance. Sometimes during the journey, there will be video on demand. One screen will be there, you can watch the movie and you can make payment for watching that movie. That is also service on board a conveyance. Is it clear, pa? Again, I am repeating. Property related services, performance related services, event related services, location of event, transportation of goods, then transportation of passengers and service on board a conveyance. Then next, telecommunication. Remember, if it is fixed line means what? Landline. For landline, what will be taken as the place of supply? Location of installation, wherever it is installed. Suppose if it is mobile, postpaid, logically you tell me, billing address, postpaid, wherever the billing address is given. Next, prepaid, how will you do recharge? Online. So location of recipient in the records of supplier, general provisions. And suppose if you go to a shop and do the recharge, that shop location. Okay, see this. Mobile postpaid billing address, mobile prepaid dealer address, online recharge general provisions. Then advertisement service to government, each state where the advertisement is provided. Sir, what is the general provision, sir? General provision is always B2B location of recipient, B2C location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. There we discuss na, same logic. B2B location of recipient, B2C location of recipient records, otherwise location of supplier. And when we will apply general provisions, in the absence of specific provisions, we will apply general provisions. So you read the question. Whatever we discuss now comes, then specific provision. Otherwise, general provisions. Last one more pa. Advertisement services to government. Each state where the advertisement is provided. So advertisement services to government means what? Say we are doing some branding for government. Government also requires some promotion na. So in newspaper you will be seeing today is the GST last date. You have to file the return, or today is the income tax return filing date, or suppose they come out with some new scheme like to educate the girl child, they might be coming out with scheme Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, like that. So all these, okay, then Swachh Bharat mission, these are all government ads that will come in newspaper, news channels, etc. and all. That will be called as advertisement services to government. Now they will give money, but the advertisement where we have broadcasted, if the advertisement is in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, then Tamil Nadu and Karnataka is the place of supply. So each state where the advertisement is provided. Clear pa? Again I am repeating. First point you need to remember 3. TOT. B2B, B2C classification will come. What is a TOT? Training and performance appraisal, organizing an event, transportation of goods or passengers. If it is B2B, always location of recipient. Then next, property related services, location of property. performance based service, that is food, beauty treatment, training, performance appraisal, location of performance, event related, admission to event or organizing an event, location of event, transportation of goods, starting point of goods, transportation of passenger, starting point of passenger, service on board a conveyance, starting point of conveyance, telecommunication, fixed line, location of installation, postpaid, billing address, prepaid through dealer, location of dealer, otherwise general provisions. Then advertisement services to government, each state where advertisement is provided. Apart from this, all other cases it will be general provisions. Now, one special point we will remember. In case of immobile property services and organizing an event, if the property is outside India or event is outside India, then location of recipient is the place of supply. Special point pa. Okay, which case pa? Which case? Which case? Property case. That alone you highlight. Property outside India, location of recipient. And event is held outside India, location of recipient for organizing an event. What is the special point? If the property is outside India, location of recipient. If the organizing an event is outside India, then also location of recipient. Easier. This much is what you need to remember for place of supply in case of services. Goods, that 5 points. Services, these points. Majority of the cases based on situation itself we remember this. Done? Now, we will see one question to understand its application. (25, 26). 31. Question number 31. Briefly examine the place of supply in the following independent cases. Miss Shanti, unregistered resident of Gujarat, went to meet her parents at the native place Patna, Bihar, and buys a medical insurance policy for her parents from an insurance company M&T Insurers of Patna, registered in Bihar. The location of recipient of service in the records of M&T Insurers is Patna. What service? Insurance service. For insurance service, did we learn any specific provision? So, general provision. As per general provision, B2B or B2C? B2C. In case of B2C, what should be taken? Location of recipient in the records of supplier. What is the location of recipient in the records of supplier? Patna. Therefore, Patna will be taken as the place of supply. Easy apa? Second one. Lakhan Singh Transports Private Limited, a goods transport agency registered in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, is hired by Ram Trade Links, registered supplier in New Delhi, to transport its consignment of goods from its warehouse in Delhi to the house of a buyer located in Roorkee, Uttar Pradesh. What will be the place of supply in this case? What service? What service? Sale of goods or transportation service? Transportation service. That too, transportation of goods. For transportation of goods, should we check B2B, B2C or not? Yes. Is it B2B or B2C? B2B. B2B, what should be taken as the place of supply? Location of recipient. What is the location of recipient? New Delhi. New Delhi will be taken as the place of supply. Is it clear? But they will give lot of unnecessary information. You be clear. Okay, they will give a number of information. But they will be giving you information to confuse you. You be clear on your approach. Transportation of goods. For service, you need to identify from the question. Transportation of goods. For TOT, we have B2B, B2C. B2B, location of recipient. That's it. Okay. Next. Mr. Karan, Mumbai, takes a post-paid mobile connection in Mumbai from the service provider Freesia Limited and gives his residence address at Mumbai as the address for billing with the said company. Now, what is the service? Telecommunication. Fixed line, postpaid, prepaid. Postpaid. What should be taken? What is the billing address? That's it. Mumbai will be the place of supply. Clear? That explanation if you give and if you write that, enough. Okay. That is about this. Then you look into one question. Page number 18, question number 27 on vouchers. On vouchers we discuss some point now. Recognized by RBI, not recognized by RBI. See this. Question number 27. Gift Card India Private Limited is an Indian startup that issues prepaid gift cards and vouchers redeemable at multiple retail outlets and e-commerce platforms. These vouchers are issued both as RBI recognized PPIs, prepaid instruments, reloadable digital wallets, and closed loop gift cards not recognized by RBI. Gift card enters into two types of arrangements for distribution. With Happy Distributors Private Limited on a principal to principal basis, where HDPL purchases 10 lakh worth of vouchers at a 10% discount and sells them to corporates at face value. What is the treatment of this? You are Gift Card India Private Limited. You are selling the vouchers to HDPL, correct? Huh? At a discount. But is it, first of all, covered under supply? You are selling vouchers, is it covered under supply or not covered under supply? Not covered under supply. Let it be recognized by RBI or not recognized by RBI. When you are selling the vouchers to that HDPL, it is not a supply. In turn, HDPL sell the vouchers to corporates. Is that supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Because what we have learnt, vouchers is an instrument accepted as consideration against supply of goods or services. If it is recognized by RBI, it is neither goods nor services because it is money. Not recognized by RBI, it will be actionable claims other than so specified actionable claims. Therefore, it is not a supply. Correct? Then, that is the answer you need to write. Sale of vouchers to HDPL on principal to principal basis. No GST applicable. Why no GST applicable? Since the arrangement is on principal to principal basis and HDPL takes ownership of vouchers and sells them at its own discretion, the transaction is considered as a trading of vouchers which are treated as either money or actionable claim. In either case, it is not supply of goods or services. Got it, pa? Whatever I discussed, that you need to write as a paragraph. Then next. They enter into another arrangement with ClickPay Solutions LLP as an agent where ClickPay distributes vouchers via online platforms and earns a commission of 1.5 lakhs. ClickPay also charges 50,000 per month for tech support and marketing services related to voucher issuance. Is it sale of voucher? Ayya, read the question and tell me, is it sale of voucher? No, we are not selling the vouchers to them. We are selling the vouchers in the first case. In this case, we are issuing the vouchers and these people are working as a agent. Means they are providing these services for issuance of voucher. What I told you, not a supply. Only sale of voucher, not a supply. But services related to issuance of voucher or commission agent service, marketing agent service, did I tell not a supply? No, that is supply and chargeable to GST. Is it clear? Read that below. Commission and additional service charges by ClickPay. ClickPay acts as agent, earning commission 1.5 lakhs and service fee for tech support or marketing 50,000. As per clarification, commission is consideration, that is taxable. Even marketing and tech support also taxable. And total 2 lakhs into 18%, 36,000 rupees will be the GST. Got it? But only sale of vouchers I said, not a supply. I did not tell services in relation to voucher also not a supply. Then next, third. During the financial year, gift card reports 3 lakh worth of vouchers that expired and unredeemed. What is your answer? 3 lakhs worth of vouchers that expired and unredeemed. Whether any GST liability will arise or will not arise? Will not arise. So unredeemed vouchers, the 3 lakh worth of expired vouchers is not liable to GST because there is no underlying supply of goods or services against this voucher. Got it? But they already collected some money, sir. If they already collected that money, they can forfeit that money. No need to pay GST on that. No need to return that also. Got it? So there is no express or implied agreement to forfeit or charge for non-redemption. This is about 27. Then look into 30. Question number 30. This is on time of supply. Royal Sweet Company, Delhi, a registered supplier, has furnished the details of the following few transactions which took place in November 11/11/2000. Payment made to an advocate in Delhi, date of invoice 77, amount 1,25,000. Basically here, payment made to an advocate in Delhi means it's an inward supply under RCM, Advocate Services. For RCM, what should be taken as the time of supply? Here in this case, whether the invoice is given by supplier? Yes. So tell me, what should be taken? Date on which payment is made to supplier. What is the date on which payment is made to supplier? 11/11, or 61st day from the date of invoice. Again I am repeating, it is not invoice given by recipient to supplier, it is invoice given by supplier to recipient. So date on which payment is made to supplier, that is 11/11 or 61st day. What is 61st day? What is 61st day from 7/7? Respond. 7/7, 61st day. 61st day. In July, 31 minus 7. Okay. Plus August 31. Okay. So therefore remaining number of days in September. What is that September remaining days? Minus 61 if you do. How much? 6th September. 6th September is 61st day. So date on which payment is made 11/11 or 6th September, whichever is earlier. What will be the time of supply in this case? 6th September. See the answer. 6th September is the time of supply. Got it, pa? And where the supplier is located? Delhi. Advocate is in Delhi. Where the recipient Royal Sweet is located? Delhi. Therefore it is intrastate, chargeable to CGST and SGST. Understood? Then next, second, 2011-2000 paid sitting fees to director from Haryana for a meeting held in Delhi on 15/10 and date of invoice 15/10. Again, director service is covered under RCM, correct? So, invoice given by director or not given by director? Given by director, given by director. So, we need to take date on which payment is made to supplier or 61st day from date of invoice. Count. In 15, October means in October 16 days and November 30 days, balance days in December. What is that? 15th December, 15th December or 20th November, whichever is earlier, time of supply will be 20th November will be taken as the time of supply in this case. And moreover, where the director is located, Haryana, and where Royal Sweet is located, Delhi, therefore it will be IGST. Clear, apa? Now carefully listen. Assume the tax rates are as under. You are required to compute GST payable for the month of November along with time of supply for the aforementioned activities. Actually, the answer is over. But they may ask even interest computation also. Why? Because carefully listen. Time of supply is 6/9, but you are making payment of GST on 11/11. Okay. For which they may ask a interest computation. At the time, what you need to do, if time of supply is 6/9, due date will be 20th October, correct? And if you are making payment on 11/11, definitely interest will arise in this case. Is it clear? So, the due date of payment of tax is 20th October, but the payment of tax is made on 11th November. How many days delay? 22 days. For the 22 days on this GST, 11,250 plus 11,250, 22,500 into 18% into 22, 244 rupees will be the interest. Possible. If they ask interest, you need to do this computation. Otherwise, just do the time of supply computation alone. Because interest, they may not give a standalone question. Like this, they will connect it with other questions and they will be asking. Understood? Next. We are moving on to IGST rules for determination of place of supply. What is the purpose of these IGST rules? Sometimes the place of supply may be in more than one state. Now we need to apportion the contract value between the states. Do you remember costing overheads chapter? What we will do, we will take the overheads and on some basis we will apportion between the production departments and service departments. Now, same logic, some basis of apportionment we need. That's what we are learning. Carefully listen. Advertisement services to government, what will be the place of supply? Advertisement services to government, what is the place of supply? Each state where advertisement is provided. Suppose we have provided the advertisement in more than one state, then on what basis we need to divide? If the advertisement is on train, we need to see length of track in each state. Is it clear? For example, a train starts from Chennai and goes to Mysuru. 3 states we will be covering: Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Karnataka. So what is the length of track we need to see and apportion it? That is the logic now. If the advertisement is on train, suppose if the advertisement is on backside of the train ticket, okay, where those train tickets are distributed in how many states, and see the number of stations in each state. For example, the tickets are distributed in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, then see number of stations in each state and divide based on that. So if the advertisement is on train, come on, length of track. If the advertisement is on train ticket, number of stations in each state. If the advertisement is on television, television, viewership data, number of viewers. And who will give the viewers data? BRC, Broadcast Audience Research Council, like that one is there. They will be giving, that's what these TV channels and all will be fighting now, TRP like that, that only. Viewership data they will give. So that data you take and do the apportionment. What if it is more than one state? Viewership data, because a channel may be telecasted in more than one state, na? Possible. Then what we need to do? Apportion between the states based on population census. First viewership, but one channel may be coming in Tamil Nadu and Andhra also. Then what we will do? First viewership we will take for channel. Thereafter secondary apportionment. What is it? Secondary apportionment between the states based on population. Understood? First one is viewership. Second is population census. Okay, this is in case of TV channels. So on train, length of track in each state. Train ticket, number of stations in each state. On TV channel, number of viewers published by BRC of such channel. Suppose if it is in more than one state, what we should do? If the data pertains to more than one state, ratio of population shall be used. Suppose if it is on internet, it is very difficult to determine. So they are telling deemed to be across the country, because the moment it touches internet, it will go like viral. Now we don't know, we cannot restrict it. So that's why if it is internet, deemed to be across the country and apportioned between all states in what ratio? Internet subscribers ratio. Deemed to be provided all over India, number of internet subscribers in all states. Suppose if the advertisement is through SMS, what data? Telecom subscriber data. From where we will get that? Try. Got it? Apart from this, any other case, it is the expenditure ratio. That is my revenue I will recognize based on my expenditure. Matching concept, I am a person who is receiving some money from government for doing the advertisement to government. I get a revenue. How I will recognize that revenue? Based on my expenditure. Got it? So total 6 points you need to remember. On the train, length of track. Suppose on train ticket, number of railway stations in each state. TV channels, number of viewers. Okay, thereafter population. Internet all over India, number of internet subscribers in each state. The SMS, number of telecom subscribers in each state as per TROI. Any other case, expenditure ratio. That's it. This is what you need to remember. Then, computation of value of service where immobile property is located in more than one state. For property related services, what is the place of supply? Location of property. What if the property is in more than one state? Why a single contract? Possible? Example, you are doing a package tour booking. As a part of the package tour, they are providing accommodation in more than one state. You are doing a South Indian tour. In that South Indian tour, they are providing the accommodation in more than one state. Then you tell me what is the basis of apportionment between the states? Number of days. Instead of days, they are telling number of nights. Number of nights. Day only. But day, we may be vacating because usually hotels and all, 12 to 12 is the check-in, check-out. Today 12 o'clock to tomorrow 12 o'clock. Then what is the base for counting? Night is the base for counting. Is it clear? So number of nights stayed in such property. Okay, pa? If it is accommodation and it is ancillary services. Suppose if it is accommodation in a houseboat, the boat will start at one place and it will go to the other place. So therefore, number of hours it spent in each state. Time spent by the boat or vessel in each state. Any other immobile property services. You remember now in overheads, what is the area? Carpet area. Based on carpet area, you divide. For overheads, we do that only, Napa. Rent, rates and taxes based on floor area, we will divide like that. All other service in relation to immobile property, area of immobile property. Easy? Just 3 points. Accommodation services, number of nights stayed in each property. Accommodation in houseboat, time spent by the boat or vessel in each state. All other service in relation to immobile property, area of immobile property lying in each state. Then next, suppose if it is organizing an event. Generally for organizing an event, what will be taken as a place of supply? Location of event. What if via a single contract, the event is in more than one location? Because nowadays, movies if you see, they will be targeting, pan-India release. Because they themselves know the movie will stand only for 10 days. Max to max 15 days. That is the life of a movie. Seriously. Once a movie is released, the life of a movie is 15 days. Thereafter, pirated content will come and it will be released in OTT, etc. So whatever collections they make in these 15 days is their revenue. For that reason, they need to attract more people into the theaters. So they will be conducting lot of pre-release events, correct? And one event in Chennai, one event in Kochi, one event in Bengaluru, one event in Hyderabad, one event in Mumbai, like that we are releasing. One organizer conducting the event in more than one location. Each location will be the place of supply, correct? Then how to apportion the consideration? Again, matching concept. What is that matching concept? You recognize your revenue. I am the event manager. I recognize my revenue based on my expenditure. But that's what AS9 says now, revenue recognition. You recognize your revenue in proportion to your expenditure. Got it? Then that is what? GAAP, expenditure ratio. Suppose if it is telecommunication service fixed line. That is, you have taken one lease line to connect 4 or 5 branches of your office. One single line, one single internet line or one single lease line to connect 4 or 5 branches. Now, what is the base of apportionment? Because 4 or 5 places it is installed. Location where the fixed line is installed. 4 or 5 places it is installed. Then what you need to do? See the number of installations in each state. So the supply of service shall be treated as made in each state in respect of the states or union territories in proportion to the number of points lying in each state. Okay? Just this basis of apportionment you remember. Rarely they may ask question. So far not asked. So far after introducing place of supply in your syllabus, 3 attempts happened. But in these 3 attempts they did not touch. So therefore mostly it will not come. But if it comes also we know what it is. So we can use that and we can do the answer. Then look into this illustration 1. Part of Pune, we completed place of supply, we completed, but we have some illustrations and some clarifications on this. Look into this. Illustration 1. Part of Pune, Maharashtra enters into an agreement to sell goods to Bakul of Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. And while the goods were being packed in the Pune godown of Parth, Bakul got an order from Shreyas of Shimogga, Karnataka for the said goods. Bakul agreed to supply the said goods to Shreyas and asked Parth to deliver the goods to Shreyas at Shimogga. You are required to determine the place of supply in the above situation. Can you tell me who are all the parties involved in this? Parth of which state? Maharashtra. Then Bakul of Uttar Pradesh and Shreyas of Karnataka. Actually, Parth is raising invoice to whom? And delivering the goods to? So it is like a bill to ship to? Yes or no? So Parth will be taking place of supply as what? Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka. In case of bill to ship to transaction, what should be taken as a place of supply? Billing address, that is Uttar Pradesh. Is it clear? Now Bakul will raise another invoice to Shreyas. Am I right? Because actually goods are delivered to Shreyas, but Bakul will make payment to Parth, and in turn Bakul should recover money na. So he will raise invoice. For this invoice, what will be the place of supply? This is supply involves movement of goods. The movement may be caused by him or movement may be caused by any person. Okay. So what will be taken? Ending point. What is the ending point? Got it? For the first transaction between Parth and Bakul, it is Uttar Pradesh. For the second transaction between Bakul and Shreyas, it is Karnataka. That is the answer. For the first transaction between Parth and Bakul, it is Uttar Pradesh. For the second transaction between Bakul and Shreyas, it will be Karnataka. Understood, Appa? Just go through that answer once, read it once for yourself. Clear? Next one, second illustration. So there is a person who is boarding a flight in Mumbai and Delhi, and the flight starts from Chennai. See this, Chennai is the starting point of aircraft, Mumbai is the starting point of goods, Delhi is the starting point of passenger, Dubai is the ending point of aircraft. For passenger ticket, what will be taken as a place of supply? Starting point of passenger, that is Delhi. Correct? Huh? B2B always location of recipient. B2C, Delhi. Services on board a conveyance. Starting point of conveyance, that is Chennai. Transportation of goods on board a conveyance, that is sale of goods on board a conveyance. Starting point of goods, that is Mumbai. Then this is the illustration I was referring to, length of track. So advertising agency providing services to central government, they received 20 lakhs for advertisement in Shatabdi Express. Then the train goes from Chennai to Mysuru. See the length of track in each state and we need to apportion. For every rule, I have given some examples below to understand. That is for your reference. But if you are understanding from that rule itself, this you don't have to read. If you are not able to understand, then only you need to read this. Okay? You understood those rules now? This is just for, case where if you want to know how it will be applied. That's why I have given. Next, suppose if it is on train ticket, what is it we need to see? say 80 lakh tickets, 8 lakhs. See the number of stations in each state and we need to apportion. Suppose if it is TV, what we should do? Say 40 crores consideration, total 5 channels are there. Each channel we should get the viewership data and divide. Thereafter channel 2 is telecast in AP and Tamil Nadu, channel 5 in Maharashtra and Karnataka. So again you divide between AP and Tamil Nadu 6 crore and then this 7.27, channel number 5 you divide between Maharashtra and Karnataka in what ratio? Population census. Internet deemed to be across the country, and through SMS we need to take telecom subscriber data, and based on that we need to apportion. Any other mode of advertisement expenditure ratio. Illustration 8. Mr. Vamsi is providing repair and renovation service to Breeze Hotels, for which Breeze Hotels paid a contract price 2 crores and the hotels are located in AP, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. It is not accommodation. It is not accommodation houseboat. Other services in relation to immovable property. What should be the base of apportionment? Carpet area. Based on carpet area, we need to apportion. Then next, accommodation. Club Mahindra provides tour operator service to Praveen and for which 80,000 rupees is paid. Now, they are arranging accommodation for 6 nights in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. What we need to do? See the number of nights stayed in each state and you divide based on that. Then next, ABC, houseboat operator in Kerala, provides accommodation in houseboat to Mr. Ramesh. Starting point is Kerala, ending point is Tamil Nadu. Now number of hours stayed in each state should be taken as the basis of apportionment. Then telecommunication, that is landline services, say the internet lease line is installed in 3 states for a bank, Karnataka, AP, Tamil Nadu. See the number of circuit points in each state and you need to apportion it. Got it? All these are based on rules only, but I gave you the illustrations for you to understand this. Then clarifications through CBSE circular. This is not for exam, this is omitted. Not for exam. Actually this time they have reduced a greater portion for your study in your study material. They have revised it. So these export related things and all they have removed. What is the place of supply in case of cargo handling services? Cargo handling means what? Cargo handling means basically they will be taking the goods from the customs and they will be delivering the goods to the importer. Okay, but basically here what happens is that till the time they deliver to the importer, the goods will be kept in the warehouse, where in customs. So therefore, can we bring it under warehouse? No, we cannot bring it under warehouse concept because they are not just storing the goods. And can we bring it under transportation? No, because they are not doing transportation. Then where? We don't have any provision. So general provision. Place of supply should be determined as per general provisions. Then, where is the place of supply in case of advertisement on hoardings? Carefully listen. In Chennai, lot of hoardings you will see now. There are 2 transactions involved. One, between the property owner and the advertising agency. Between advertising agency and the client. Between property owner and advertising agency, what is the supply? I am allowing them to install the hoarding in my property. Correct? Means purely it is like a renting of immovable property. What should be taken as a place of supply? Location of property. Is it clear? Between advertising agency and the client, it is advertisement services. For advertisement services, do we have any specific provision? No, that is advertisement service to government we have. But normal advertisement service, do we have any special provision? So, that's it, that's it. So, place of supply of service with respect to advertising sector between the property owner and the advertising company, it is the location of immovable property, place of supply. Between the advertising company and the client who want to display the ad, it will be general provisions. And this co-working spaces also they have removed. So, not for exam. But my worry is, Even though they cut down all this portion, but they may go deep into the questions. See, every time when the portion is cut down, the worry is like, in existing portion, what if they go deep and they start asking? You got it? They're reducing the portion. It is a warning actually. Don't take it as a positive sign. It is not a positive sign, because now in the existing portion, they are telling, we are reducing a portion for you, but at least in the existing portion, prepare properly, is what they are telling. Okay. Next, we completed place of supply, and now we are moving on to the next area, that is tax invoice, debit note and credit note you take. Where is it? Page number? Say this. This chapter is purely for MCQ purpose, nothing else. If at all you may get a question, that question you will get on E-invoice and dynamic QR code invoice. Otherwise, this chapter is purely for MCQ. Say this. First, what are the various documents involved in GST? Tax invoice. Is it mandatory to give tax invoice or optional? Mandatory. Wherever you use the word shall, which means that it is mandatory that they need to give. Wherever I use the word may, means it is optional. Okay. So shall means compulsory. Who is required to give tax invoice? Every person who is making taxable goods or every person who is making taxable services. By when the tax invoice to be issued, already we learnt the due date of invoice. But when recipient is giving the tax invoice, what is the time limit? Within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. Now there is one very important amendment here, that is, if the supplier is registered only for deducting TDS and making supply to you, you only should raise invoice to the supplier, treating them as unregistered person. Got it, pa? Means I am government department, I am registered only for deducting TDS. Now I am making sales to you. Now, as if I am unregistered, you need to raise invoice to me within 30 days from the date of receipt of goods or services. See that. If the supplier is registered only for deducting TDS, then they are treated as unregistered, and the registered recipient shall issue self-invoice as if the supplier is unregistered. Then, bill of supply. Who will give bill of supply? Again, it's mandatory. Who will give bill of supply? Registered person who is making exempted supplies or registered person who is opting for composition scheme. And supplier only will give. What is the time limit? Same time limit of tax invoice. Then invoice cum bill of supply. So name itself says both taxable supplies as well as exempted supplies to an unregistered person. That is important part. They are making taxable supplies also, exempted supplies also to an unregistered person. Then the name of the document is invoice cum bill of supply. But is it mandatory to give invoice cum bill of supply? No. Means what they can do? Separately they can give tax invoice for taxable supply and bill of supply they can give for exempted supplies. Okay. And same as due date of invoice. In case of low value supplies, what is low value supplies? Less than 200. Value of supply less than 200 is known as low value supply. In case of low value supply, that is value of supply less than 200, tax invoice as well as bill of supply not required. Neither tax invoice nor bill of supply, provided three conditions are satisfied. Condition number 1, recipient is an unregistered person. Condition number 2, recipient does not require invoice. Condition number 3, a consolidated invoice should be prepared at the end of the day. If these three conditions are satisfied, no need to give tax invoice for low value supplies. What is low value supply? Less than 200. Again I am repeating, what are the three conditions? Recipient is unregistered, recipient do not require invoice, and a consolidated invoice to be prepared at the end of the day. We don't have to give, we have to just prepare for accounting purposes. In case of multiplex theatres, an invoice that is E-ticket is deemed as invoice to be issued even if the value less than 200. Cinema theatres, multiplex theatres, even though the value is less than 200, but they have to mandatorily give invoice. But what will be considered as invoice? The E-ticket will be considered as invoice. Then debit note, credit note, section 34 already we discussed. Debit note shall, may, shall, mandatory. When debit note? Increase in invoice value, correct? Or increase in tax. Increase in invoice value or increase in tax. Who will be giving debit note to whom? Supplier to recipient. Any time limit? No. No time limit for debit note. Credit note. Credit note when? May or shall? May. You know why? Decrease in liability, na? Whenever credit note is given, decrease in liability. So they are telling if you want, you give, otherwise not required like that. Okay? May. And when there will be credit note, decrease in invoice value or decrease in tax or sales returns, I am selling and they are returning, or deficiency in quality. Is it clear? So decrease in invoice value or decrease in tax or sales returns, or when goods or services both supplied or deficient. And who will be giving it to whom? Supplier to recipient. And is there any time limit for credit note? Yes. 30 days from, that is 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing and return, whichever is earlier. But remember one important point, credit note cannot be issued in case of bad debts. That is, I sold on credit, they have not paid, it's a bad debt, so I am writing off. Then in that case, can I give credit note? No. Because of credit note, what will happen to the recipient? He should reverse the ITC. Can I give for 4 invoices, one debit note, one credit note? Yes. One or more credit note, debit notes can be issued for multiple invoices. Then look into the next concept, that is revised tax invoice. For this revised tax invoice, you need to first understand what is the effective date of registration. Listen, if you are liable to get registered and you made application for registration within 30 days, the date on which you are liable to get registered is the effective date of registration. If you are liable to get registered but you did not make application for registration within 30 days, the date on which you get the certificate of registration is the effective date of registration. So we will make note of this just to understand. So please write down in your notebook, revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice. A person commenced business on 25/5/2024, commenced business. Commenced business. A person commenced business on 25/5/2024 and on 1/10/2024 he is liable to register. 25/5/2024 he commenced business, 1/10/2024 he is liable to register. He made application for registration on 25/10/2024, application for registration. Application for registration. Thereafter, registration granted on 1/11/2024. Registration certificate granted. Okay. A person commenced business on 25/5, on 1/10 liable to register, 25/10 application for registration, 1/11 registration certificate has been granted. Now tell me, this person has made application for registration within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Within 30 days. So what will be taken as the effective date of registration? 1/10 or 1/11? 1/10, that is the date on which he is liable to register, is effective date of registration. effective date of registration is 110. Now carefully listen. Between 110 to 111, between 110 to 111, okay, between 110 to 111, whatever supplies he made between 110 to 111, this period, whatever supplies he made, is he required to pay GST or not required to pay GST? Required to pay GST. GST payable, no doubt. GST payable. But how that can be recovered from recipient? By giving a revised tax invoice. How it can be recovered from recipient? By giving revised tax invoice. What is the period within which that revised tax invoice to be issued? Within 1 month, not 30 days, not 30 days, 1 month. 1 month. What is that 1 month? 1/12/2024. But don't write 30 days, write 1 month. Okay. Within 1 month. So GST payable can be recovered by issuing revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice. Again I am repeating, a person commences business on 25/5, he is liable to get registered from 110, he made application for registration on 25/10, that is within 30 days, so effective date of registration will be 110, and thereafter registration certificate granted on 111, and within 1 month from 111, that is 112, he need to give revised tax invoice to recover the GST from their recipients, but he has to pay GST from the effective date of registration till the certificate of registration, that is 110 to 111. Understood? Suppose, let's take another scenario, that is same chart, but you have to draw. Here what happened? He made registration, application for registration, so he commenced business on 25/5/2024 and 110/2024 he is liable to get registered. 5/11/2024 he made application for registration, and the registration certificate was granted to him on 15/11/2024. Is the application for registration within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Beyond 30 days. So what will be considered as the effective date of registration? The date on which they get the certificate of registration, 15/11 itself is the effective date of registration. 15/11 itself is the effective date of registration. So from 110 to 15/11, is he required to pay GST? Yes. But can it be recovered from recipient by giving revised tax invoice? No. Cannot be recovered. Cannot be recovered by issuing revised tax invoice. Why? Because the application is not made within 30 days. As the application is not made within 30 days, they cannot give revised tax invoice, and the effective date of registration as well as the certificate of registration is same date. Okay. Clear here? So read this. Every registered person who has granted registration with effect from a date earlier than the date of issuance of certificate of registration to him may issue revised tax invoice in respect of taxable supplies effected during the period starting from the effective date of registration till the date of issuance of certificate of registration. Is it clear? And what is the time limit within which the revised tax invoice to be given? Within 1 month from the date of certificate of registration. But revised tax invoice cannot be issued if the application for registration is not made within 30 days. Then receipt voucher. Who will get this receipt voucher? Supplier. From whom? Recipient. When? As and when advance is collected. I am your supplier, you are my recipient, I am collecting some advance. Then I have to give you one document. What is the name of the document? Receipt voucher. So is it mandatory or optional? Mandatory. Whenever advance is received by the supplier from the recipient. What if invoice is already prepared? Thereafter money collected, receipt voucher is not applicable. It is required only when the payment is received before issuance of invoice. Then payment voucher. Payment voucher, who will be giving it to whom? Who is making payment to whom? Recipient is making payment to supplier. Correct? So therefore in case of RCM, a registered person who is liable to pay tax under RCM is required to give this payment voucher to the supplier. Then refund voucher. It is not shall, may. Carefully listen. First I collected advance from you. Now the supply is cancelled. When the supply is cancelled, I need to return the money to you. Correct? Then what is the proof that I have returned money to you? So I need to give you a refund voucher. So when refund voucher will come? Refund of advance received and invoice is not yet generated. But sir, already on advance I paid tax. Then I will get the refund. But refund voucher is optional. They did not say. Why? Refund voucher leads to reduction in liability. Just like credit note, refund voucher leads to reduction in liability. That's why they are telling like this. But what is the difference between refund voucher and credit note? Before invoice, if the supply is cancelled, refund voucher. After invoice, if the supply is cancelled, credit note. Okay, wah. Before invoice itself, the supply is cancelled. What is the name of the document? Refund voucher. After the invoice, if the supply is cancelled, what is the name of the document? Credit note. So refund of advance received and invoice is not yet generated. If the amount is refunded after issuance of invoice, then a credit note may be issued by supplier to recipient. Then delivery challan. When per delivery challan? When delivery challan? When the goods are transported but not covered under supply. Supply of liquid gas where the quantity is not known at the time of removal. Transportation of goods for job work or transportation of goods for reasons other than supply. Who will be giving delivery challan to whom? Supplier to recipient. Then see this next. Whether details of recipient to be mentioned in invoice. Carefully listen. If the value of invoice, sorry, if it is B2B invoice, definitely recipient name we need to enter. Correct? If it is B2B, definitely we need to enter the name of the recipient, address of the recipient, GSTN of the recipient. If it is B2C, B2C means what? Sale to unregistered person. If the value of invoice is greater than or equals to 50,000, then also we need to enter the recipient details. Clear apa? Point number 1. If it is a B2B, recipient details we need to enter. B2C, where the value of invoice is greater than or equals to 50,000, then also we need to enter recipient details. Okay? But B2C, if the value less than 50,000, services through e-commerce operator, OIDR supplier or online money gaming, then only we need to enter the name of recipient in the records of the supplier. So just the name of recipient is enough. That is state of the recipient. Other cases, only if recipient is asking, we need to enter. This services through e-commerce operator is now changed to any online service or any digital service. Any digital service. And this is a September 25 amendment. So possibility of asking this in MCQ. Again I am repeating, carefully listen. If it is B2B, always we need to mention the recipient details. If it is B2C, value greater than or equals to 50,000, we need to mention recipient details. If it is B2C, value less than 50,000, we don't have to mention recipient details unless they are asking. However, in 3 places. What are the 3 places? Any digital service, OIDR service, or online money gaming. In that case, we need to enter just the name of state of the recipient. Then next, invoice in special cases. Generally, what is the time limit within which invoice to be given? Already we learnt. Banking, insurance, 45 days. Others, suppose if it is transaction between distinct persons, this point alone you need to remember here. Transaction between distinct persons, banking or insurance or telecom, by end of the quarter they need to give invoice. There is no due date of 30 days, 45 days, 3 sectors. What are the 3 sectors? Banking, insurance, telecom. By end of the quarter they need to give tax invoice. Then, this already we discussed, GST implications on debit note and credit note. What will happen when the debit note is issued? Liability of the supplier will increase. What will happen to the recipient? ITC will increase. And whenever credit note is issued, what will happen to the liability of the supplier? Decrease. What recipient should do? He should reverse the ITC. If he don't have the ITC, his liability will increase. And time limit, etc. already we discussed. Look into this, receipt voucher versus refund voucher. Carefully listen. Whenever we receive money before invoice, what is the name of the document? Receipt voucher. May shall I receive money before invoice. Whether I need to give you the receipt voucher mandatory or not? Yes, see there. Before the date of invoice, if the payment is received, what is the payment name? Advance. Supplier shall issue receipt voucher to recipient. And whether they need to pay GST on this advance, if it is goods, not required. If it is services, they need to pay GST on advance. Correct? Time of supply we learned, GST payable on advance. Suppose after invoice, if the payment is received, balance, is receipt voucher required or optional? Optional. Supplier may issue receipt voucher to recipient. But if the advance is received before invoice, then only supplier shall issue receipt voucher. Is that clear? Then next part. Carefully listen. Before invoice, if the amount is refunded, supplier may issue refund voucher. Correct? Shall issue refund voucher or may issue refund voucher? May issue refund voucher. And if it is goods, whether they paid any GST on advance? If it is goods, whether they paid any GST on advance? No. So they will not get any refund also. Suppose if they have paid GST on services advance, then they will get the refund of GST paid. Agreed appa? Based on refund voucher. Now carefully listen. The application of refund voucher. Say you are booking a marriage hall. When you book a marriage hall, you need to pay advance or not? Yes, you need to pay advance for the marriage hall. 1 lakh plus 18,000 rupees you paid as advance for the marriage hall. 1 lakh plus GST 18%, 18,000. Now you cancel the booking because you have identified another marriage hall which is better than this, or the other person's parents are not okay with this marriage hall, or relatives are not okay with this marriage hall, some reason. So you are thinking of cancelling the booking and you cancel the booking. Now the marriage hall owner, say I am the marriage hall owner, I have 2 options. Option number 1, I will give you entire 1,18,000. Correct? I will refund you entire 1,18,000. Now I will give you one refund voucher. Is it clear? I will give you refund voucher. But on this 1 lakh already I paid GST 18,000 na. From government I will get refund. Okay Vapa. This is option 1, refund voucher. Option 2. As a marriage hall owner, what I will do? I will tell, see boss, already I paid GST to government. Please concentrate. Very, very important point. Already I paid GST to government. So I will refund you only 1 lakh. I will not refund you 1,18,000. I will refund you only 1 lakh. Now in this case, who borne the burden of tax? You, recipient. You can get the refund from government. Is it clear? Either supplier can claim the refund from government or recipient can claim refund from the government. Can you remember this marriage hall example? Just keep this in mind and read it. Supplier may issue refund voucher to recipient, and if it is services, already they paid GST, so they will get the refund. If the supplier has not issued refund voucher, then burden of GST on advance is on recipient, and such recipient, even though unregistered, can claim refund. Understood? Then suppose I already prepared the invoice. Carefully listen. Same marriage hall example. I already prepared the invoice, and now you are coming and telling, sir, cancel the booking. Then what should I do? I will give a credit note. But you told me this. Last year you made the payment for booking. This year you are coming and telling, cancel, sir. 30th November over. You understood? Last year December you paid the advance, because usually marriage halls and all we need to book very much in advance, and suddenly not possible. Suddenly registrar office only possible. Okay, so marriage hall and all will not be available, so very much in advance needs to be booked. So you booked last year December. This year December you are coming and telling to cancel, but already I prepared the invoice. Credit note also I cannot issue, because the credit note time limit is what? 30th November over. Then what should I do in this case? I have again two options. Credit note option gone. Total I have three options. I can give credit note, but credit note option gone. Why credit note option gone? Because the time limit for issuance of credit note is over. Now I have two options. What is the two options? Number one, I'll tell, okay boss, take full amount, 1,80,000. Got it? And under excess payment of tax concept, I will get the refund. Is it clear? I refunded you fully, but I have not at all made supply. So therefore, under the grounds of excess payment of tax, I will claim the refund. Or I will tell, I cannot give credit note, I will refund only 1 lakh to you. Then what you will do? You will apply for refund. You are recipient, you will apply for refund. Understood? Copy paste, same copy paste. Only difference is what? Credit note extra. Okay, say this. Amount refunded or supply cancelled. Option 1, supplier may issue credit note to recipient, so the liability of supplier gets reduced. Or option 2, refund can be claimed under excess payment of tax by supplier, or alternatively, recipient also can claim refund even though unregistered. Then section 32 talks about being an unregistered person, you are not supposed to collect GST from recipient. If you collect GST from recipient, that is an offence. As an unregistered person, can you collect GST? No. So an unregistered person is not supposed to collect GST from recipient. If collected, that is an offence. Also, this GST component should be shown separately in invoice. So as per section 33, that's why if you take any supermarket, any shop, etc., they will mention value 9% CGST, 9% SGST, or 6% CGST, 6% SGST, like that they will show the breakup and give. Because of section 33, the GST component should always be shown separately in invoice. Then look into the next area, HSN code in invoice. What is HSN? Already I told you that harmonized system of nomenclature we need to enter in invoice. How many digits will be there in HSN? Total 8 digits. But in that 8 digits, how many digits needs to be entered? If the aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores, 4 digits, that too for B2B supplies. If the aggregate turnover during the previous year exceeds 5 crores, for B2B as well as B2C, we need to enter 6 digits. Mainly for MCQ it will be tested. Then, in case of service accounting code for services, always it is 6 digits and all 6 digits we need to enter. Clear pa? HSN how many digits? Aggregate total 8 digits. If aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores, 4. That too for B2B. And if aggregate turnover during the previous year exceeds 5 crores, 6 digits for both B2B and B2C. SCSC will always be 6 digits. And all 6 digits we need to enter. Now look into the next area, that is E-invoice. What is e-invoice? Simple. For a normal invoice, if you upload it in the invoice registration portal and obtain 3 things, then it is called as a e-invoice. What are those 3 things? Invoice reference number, QR code and digital signature. Then it will be called as a e-invoice. I have given the e-invoice process below. You can see what happens in e-invoice process is that this is not for exam, just for you to understand. First, the taxpayer will prepare the invoice in their billing system. He will convert it into .json file, that is a machine readable language, and then it will be uploaded into the portal, and the portal will be fixing invoice reference number, digital signature and QR code, and from there it will go to GST system and e-way bill system. So GSTR 1 of the seller gets updated, GSTR 2B of the buyer gets updated, and the buyer can view the details of these invoices in his login. This is what e-invoice process is. So literally in this, what is the heart and soul of it? Any invoice for which we obtain 3 things is e-invoice. What are they? Invoice reference number, digital signature and QR code. That is what I have given here. So what is e-invoice? Obtaining the following from IRP. What is the portal name? Invoice registration portal with respect to a normal tax invoice. By uploading the JSON in such IRP is known as e-invoice. What are the 3 things pa? Invoice reference number, quick reference code, digital signature. And next, to whom e-invoice will be applicable? If my aggregate turnover in any previous year, it's not previous year, any previous year, from when to when? 17, 18 to now. If it exceeds 5 crores, for B2B supplies, e-invoice is required. Is it clear pa? When e-invoice is applicable? If aggregate turnover during any previous year. From when to when? 17, 18 to recent. Okay, recent previous year, immediately preceding previous year. If it exceeds 5 crores, then for B2B supplies, e-invoice is applicable. Is it clear? B2B means sale to registered person. Okay, sir. When e-invoice is not applicable, sir, not applicable, if it does not exceed 5 crores, even if it exceeds 5 crores also, to some people e-invoice is not applicable. Who are they? Remember biggest. Remember the mnemonic biggest. B for banking company, I for insurance company, G for GTA, another G for government department or local authority, E for exhibition of film in a multiplex theatre, S for SEZ unit, and then T for transportation of passengers in any mode. These people, even if aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores, they are not required to give e-invoice. Is it clear pa? Sir, these people are, these services are, these people, not these services. Example, I am a banking company. I may provide renting of immobile property services. For that, whether e-invoice is applicable? No. Banking company, e-invoice not applicable. Insurance company, e-invoice not applicable. Means to that person, e-invoice not applicable. If they do any other business also, e-invoice is not applicable. Is it clear? Read that below. Whether the exemption for mandatory generation of e-invoice is available for entity as a whole or only in respect of certain supplies made by the entity, it is clarified that this exemption is available for entity as a whole. Now see this illustration, whether e-invoice is applicable or not in the following cases. Supply of goods and or services to a registered person by notified person. Yes, correct. Exports, always in case of export, e-invoice is applicable. Exports by notified persons. B2C, whether e-invoice applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Invoice issued by input service distributor, not applicable, because why? Sir, that is not first of all tax invoice, sir. That is a head office which will distribute the credit, which is outward supplier, inward supplier, inward supply. For the division it is an inward supply, that's why not applicable. Supply made by notified person, tax on which is payable under RCM. I am making outward supply on which recipient will pay tax, but my aggregate turnover exceed 5 crores. E-invoice applicable or not applicable? applicable. See, whether it is taxable under FCM or RCM, if it is a B2B supply and if aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 5 crores, E-invoice is applicable. Then, where specified category of supplies are received by notified person from unregistered person. For inward supply attracting RCM, whether E-invoice is applicable, should I give the E-invoice? No. Remember carefully, only for outward supplies only E-invoice, not for inward supplies. For inward supplies, E-invoice not applicable. For import of goods, whether E-invoice is applicable? No. Again it is inward supply. Import is purchase na pa. On inward supply, on sales only E-invoice, on purchases E-invoice will not come, only on sales. Is it clear? Then, there is another point, how the invoice should be prepared. Invoice should be in prescribed form. Come back to page 132. Invoice should be in prescribed form. What is that prescribed form? INV 1. It is optional for a taxpayer whose aggregate turnover during any previous year does not exceed 5 crores. Whenever we mention the E-invoice or whenever we generate E-invoice, it will be auto-populated in 2 places. What are the 2 places? GSTR1 and e-way bill. From GSTR1 automatically it will go to GSTR2B. Whenever we carry E-invoice, whether physical copy of the invoice is required or not required, not required. Usually, we need to maintain invoice in triplicate for goods and invoice in duplicate for services. Invoice in duplicate for services, invoice in triplicate for goods. Original, if it is goods, original for recipient, duplicate to transporter, triplicate to supplier. But if it is services, original to recipient and duplicate to supplier. And can E-invoice be amended? No, it cannot be amended. But what is the time within which E-invoice should be cancelled? Within 24 hours of its generation. While discussing e-way bill, I told you this point. Then see the previous page. Physical copy of invoice required or not required when E-invoice is applicable? Not required. And in the E-invoice, one QR code will be there na. That QR code can be made available to the officer for verification purpose. Then, what are the types of transaction for which E-invoice is required? B2B transaction. Remember, only outward supplies, whether covered under FCM or RCM. Then, zero rated supplies. Then, credit notes and debit notes. Then, there is one latest amendment for September 25 exam. Remember, if your aggregate turnover exceeds 10 crores, if your aggregate turnover exceeds 10 crores, within 30 days from the preparation of normal invoice, you need to generate E-invoice. But sir, E-invoice is applicable for more than 5 crores now, sir. Correct, carefully listen. More than 5 crores to 10 crores, E-invoice required. Yearly also you give, no issue. Yearly also you give, no issue. But in case exceeds 10 crores, within 30 days from the date of invoice you need to give. For more than 5 crore also E-invoice applicable. For more than 10 crore also E-invoice applicable. But the time limit is applicable to whom? More than 10 crores. Means more than 5 crores and up to 10 crores, no time limit. You give after 3 months, after 6 months, after 10 months. But E-invoice should be given. Okay. But those people who exceed 10 crores, within 30 days from the date of invoice. Next, the second concept that we are discussing is dynamic QR code in invoice. What is dynamic QR code means? Simple. Whenever we are collecting the money from the recipient, we should collect it by scanning the QR code. That is known as dynamic QR code. Dynamic means it will change with respect to each transaction. Example, when you order something from Amazon and select pay on delivery, the Amazon delivery boy will come and show you the mobile and you can scan. The moment you scan, amount will automatically come. Correct or not? That is a case of dynamic QR code. What are the details that are required to be entered in dynamic QR code? Supplier GSTIN, UPI ID of supplier, bank account and IFSC code of supplier, invoice number and date, and invoice amount with breakup of value and tax. These are the things. What are the things, pa? Supplier GSTIN, next UPI ID, bank account and IFSC. These three are static or dynamic? Static, it will not change. But the last two is dynamic. Invoice number and invoice amount with breakup of value and tax. Got it? Now, there are some exceptions for each point. For UPI ID of supplier, there is an exception. If the payment is not collected by supplier but payment is collected by e-commerce operator. For example, I am the supplier, I am selling goods through Amazon and the payment is not collected by me but collected by Amazon. Then whose UPI ID should be mentioned? Payment collected by e-commerce operator or any other person, UPI ID of that e-commerce operator or other person should be mentioned. Then for bank account and IFSC of the supplier, not required, bank account not required if UPI is connected to bank account. What does it mean? Generally, I told you, if your bank is only giving UPI, then your bank account is connected to UPI. For example, you have bank account HDFC and your UPI also HDFC, okay HDFC, then your bank account is connected to UPI ID. So no need to give bank account separately. But your bank account is IndusInd, but you got the UPI as OK Access, you got it? Then in that case, you have to give UPI ID also, bank account details also. Invoice number and date. In case of retail sales, 10 different counters will be there. So practically they will not be able to enter and generate the invoice number. That's why any unique number can be adopted. Then invoice amount with breakup of tax. Or what if the payment is already collected? The remaining amount only to be collected. Then we need to generate the dynamic QR code only for the remaining amount. Part payment received before invoice and remaining after invoice. Then only balance due should be mentioned in this. Got it? Then, so what is the exception to mentioning dynamic QR code in invoice? Two exceptions are there. Exception number one, carefully listen, carefully listen. Exception number one, if you are collecting the payment before generating invoice, actually dynamic QR code is not applicable in invoice. Is it clear, pa? When, pa? When? If the payment is collected before generating invoice. If the payment is received before at the time of generating invoice and a cross reference of such payment received is mentioned in invoice, then dynamic QR code not required in invoice. Another point, supplier in India, recipient outside India. Whether UPI system will work outside India? No. So therefore, dynamic QR code is not applicable there. Then, what is the limit after crossing of which dynamic QR code is applicable? 5 crores or 500 crores? 500 crores. B2B or B2C? B2C. So carefully see this. If your aggregate turnover in any previous year, see the previous page. If your aggregate turnover in any previous year does not exceed 5 crores, for B2B supplies as well as B2C supplies, nothing is required. E-invoice also not required, dynamic QR code also not required. If your aggregate turnover in any previous year exceed 5 crores but does not exceed 500 crores, for B2B e-invoice, for B2C not required, dynamic QR code, because only 5 crores it exceeds. If the aggregate turnover during previous year exceed 500 crores, for B2B e-invoice, for B2C dynamic QR code in invoice. Got the clarity? Then, who are not required to generate dynamic QR code? Remember, big toe. B for same banking company, I for insurance company, and G for GTA, same. T, same. Transportation of passengers by any mode. O, extra, OIDR supplier. And E, same, exhibition of film in a multiplex theatre. These people are not required to generate dynamic QR code. Understood? Look into this. Objective of dynamic QR code is to collect the payment in digital form and avoid cash transactions. QR code mentioned in the invoice and dynamic QR code is not same, because in e-invoice also there is one QR code, correct? That QR code and dynamic QR code is not same. In e-invoice the QR code is generated by the invoice registration portal. Dynamic QR code will be generated by the supplier. Dynamic QR code is generated by supplier using point of sale device or banking apps. Then see one very important point. last point, if a person is required to generate a e-invoice but instead gave a normal invoice, highly important for this first question, there they will give this point, already they tested. If a person instead of giving e-invoice gives a normal invoice, can you enjoy the ITC or you need to reverse the ITC? You need to reverse the ITC because this invoice is not a valid invoice. That is, my aggregate turnover exceed 5 crores pa, I have to give e-invoice pa. Instead I gave a normal invoice, it came in 2B. It came in 2A, 2B. You have taken the ITC, but I should have given the e-invoice, I have not given the e-invoice. What you should do? Reverse the ITC. Read this. If a supplier is required to issue e-invoice, but not issued e-invoice and issued a normal invoice, then recipient cannot avail ITC even though such invoice is reflected in GSTR 2A or 2B of the recipient. Understood? So these are the key points in this. Mainly two amendments. One is related to this 30 days after crossing 10 crores and another one is related to this case, any digital service, OIDR or online money gaming, then this self-invoice concept. Supplier registered only for deducting TDS, they are treated like unregistered person. Okay, fine. Now we need to discuss, we'll take a break and then see. What, tired? Okay, fine, we'll take a break. So go have some good coffee and come, then we will discuss the other portion. Okay, which you want? Registration or supplier composition schema? Composition scheme? Supplier. Supply is first chapter only, na? You might be knowing that. Okay, fine.
Tax issue, the revised tax invoice may issue, but he has to issue that revised tax invoice for the person.
No,
to,
he can recover and so on.
Okay.
He can recover for issuing tax invoice. Okay, we'll start. Look into registration chapter, page number 137. Page number 137. In this chapter, we are having section 22 to section 30. First three sections, section 22, 23 and 24, talks about when a person is required to get registered. 23, when a person is exempted from registration. 24, compulsory registration in certain cases. And 25, 26, 27 talks about the special procedure, that is procedure for registration. 25 is procedure, 26 is deemed registration, 27 the provisions applicable for CTP and NRTP. And last three sections deals with the special cases, that is whenever you make any change in your registration particulars, like change in address, change in name, etc., amendment in registration. Section 29 deals with cancellation of registration. Section 30 deals with revocation of cancellation of registration. Now, before 22 we completed already, that is 21, 20 we don't have, 21, 20, 19, but 18 we discussed, that is input tax credit. So special case, availment of ITC closing stock, reversal of ITC closing stock, etc. Then 17, apportionment of credit, block credit. 16, input tax credit, condition for availment. 15, value of supply. 14, we don't have. 13, that is time of supply in case of services. 12, time of supply in case of goods. And then 11, exemptions. List of exemptions is given in 11. And then 10, composition scheme we have not yet discussed. And 9, 8, 7. 9 is liability to pay GST. 8 is composite supply, mixed supply. And 7 is supply. Then this side, after 31 also we have discussed. 31, that is due date of tax invoice. 32, being an unregistered person, they should not collect GST. 33, the tax component should be shown separately in invoice. 34, debit notes and credit notes. 35, accounts and records. What are the records to be maintained? And 36, what is the period for which accounts and records to be maintained? That is 36. 37 is GSTR1. 38 is GSTR2B and restrictions. 39 is all other returns. 40 is the first return. Every person who is required to file their first return. And then we have even seen 44, annual return and other aspects in the return. 47, late fee for delay in filing returns, etc. Some sections. 41 we discussed, where 41, availment of ITC. 42, 43 we don't have. 44 is annual return. 45 is final return. 46 is notice to return defaulters. 47, late fee. And then 48, GST practitioner, that we completed. 49, e-ledgers. What are the various e-ledgers? 50, interest computation. 51 and 52, TDS and TCS. These are the sections we have. Okay. Now look into this. 22, when a person is liable to get registered. When a person is liable to get registered, whenever their aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, that person is liable to get registered. What is the threshold limit for registration, sir? Simple. If you are doing business in a single state, and that state is in MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. If you are doing business in single state and that single state is in U-stamp, then the limit will be 20 lakhs. What is U-stamp? Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, ST, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and Puducherry or Pondicherry, then the limit will be 20 lakhs. All other states, the limit will be 40 lakhs if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods. If you are making both goods and services, then it will be 20 lakhs, or if you pure service also 20 lakhs. You can see the 3 points here. If a person is doing business only in one state and that one state is in MMTN, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. Let it be goods or service or both. If that one state is in U-stamp, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and Pondicherry, then it is 20 lakhs, let it be goods or services. If that one state is in any of the other states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, etc., then the limit will be 20 lakh for services and 40 lakh limit is for goods. But exclusively they should be engaged in supply of goods. Suppose if a person is doing business in multiple states, then first point, check whether one of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made from that state. Means I am doing business in 4 states. Out of that 4 states, check one state is in MMTN and in that state are we making taxable supplies? If yes, the limit will be 10 lakhs. One of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made in that state, then 10 lakhs. None of the states is in MMTN use stamp. Out of the given states, not even one state is in MMTN use stamp. And they are engaged exclusively in supply of goods. Then the limit will be 40 lakhs. Means none of the states are in these 10 states, MMTN use stamp. Means I am doing business in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. None of the state is in MMTN use stamp. And I am exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Then the limit will be 40 lakhs. In all other cases, the limit will be 20 lakhs. And how to compute the aggregate turnover? We need to compute it on all India basis and not state wise. Means if that person is having business in 4 states, all 4 states turnover should be taken together while checking this limit. The limit of 40 lakhs is applicable only in case of exclusive supply of goods. Means if you are supplying both goods and services, this limit is not applicable. However, there is an exception. That exception is interest income. That is, mainly my sales is goods, mainly my outward supply is goods, but I have only one service income. What is that one service income? Interest income. Still I will be called as engaged in supply of goods. Instead of interest income, if I have any other service income like delivery charges, etc. and all, then automatically I will not come under 40 lakhs limit. Is it clear, pa? So, however, interest income is allowed. Only one service income is allowed. Still I will be called as exclusively engaged in supply of goods. What is that service income? Interest. Then, if a person is exclusively engaged in supply of services or supply of both goods and services, automatically the limit will not be 40 lakhs. So, either 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs. And also this 40 lakh limit is not applicable in some cases. What is that? Suppose if you voluntarily get registered, you cannot say up to 40 lakhs I will not pay GST. No. If you voluntarily get registered, from the date you got registered, the next date onwards you should start paying the GST. And persons who are compulsorily required to get registered, there are some persons who are compulsorily required to get registered. For them also it is always GST payable and this 40 lakhs limit not applicable. Then third, there are some people who are engaged in supply of goods, notified goods. For them also 40 lakhs limit will not come. What are those notified goods? Ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Only 5. Ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Let they be trader or let they be manufacturer, but they will not get 40 lakhs limit. But remember, they should be doing exclusively this only. Example, there is a supermarket or there is a provision store where there is a fridge and in the fridge they are selling ice cream. Means will they get 40 lakhs limit or 20 lakhs limit? If they are in Tamil Nadu, 40 lakhs limit. But ice cream parlor which is selling only ice cream will not get 40 lakhs limit. That will be only 20 lakhs limit. A supermarket which is selling cigarettes, can it go for 40 lakhs limit? Yes. But a pawn shop which is selling only pan masala and tobacco products, can they go for 40 lakhs? No. So person making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Then as per section 22 subsection 1, as and when aggregate turnover during a financial year exceed threshold limit as discussed above, they are liable to get registered. And we have certain compulsory registration in 22. These 3 places, they are compulsorily required to get registered, but if their turnover falls below threshold limit, they can make application for cancellation of registration. Who are those 3 people? A person who is registered under earlier tax regime, old indirect tax regime, should register under GST also. Transfer of business. Whenever there is a transfer of business, transferee should get compulsorily registered, and any amalgamated company or merged company should also be compulsorily get registered, but it is not under 24, under 22, which means that they have to register, but if their turnover is not more than threshold limit, they can make application for cancellation of registration. They can make application for cancellation if their turnover falls below threshold limit. Then next, another compulsory registration is there, which is in 24. What is the difference between 22 compulsory registration and 24 compulsory registration? In 22 compulsory registration, they have to register, but they can make application for cancellation if their turnover falls threshold limit. But 24 compulsory registration, even if their turnover falls below threshold limit, they have to be compulsorily registered only. They cannot make application for cancellation of registration. Clear up? And who are compulsorily required to get registered under section 24? You remember this mnemonic, I creations. I for interstate supply of goods or services. Read, taxable goods. Interstate supply of taxable goods. But other than handicrafts. If they are making interstate supply of handicrafts, they are not compulsorily required to get registered. Then what? They need to register as and when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. That is I. C for casual taxable person. Who is a casual taxable person? Other state to this state. And they don't have any physical place of business in this state. Okay. And next, other than handicrafts. There also other than handicrafts. Then R. R for recipient who is liable to pay GST under RCM 93. Then ICRE. E for e-commerce operator. Every e-commerce operator who is liable to pay GST under 95 or liable to deduct TCS under 52 is compulsorily required to get registered. A for agent. Agent who is making supply on behalf of principal, either goods or services. Then T. TDS deductor. Not TCS deductor, TDS deductor, because TDS deductor already covered under e-commerce operator. TDS deductor. CREAT. I. Input service distributor. What they will do? Head office, take the credit and distribute the credit. So they are also compulsorily required to get registered. Then TIO, OIDR supplier and OMG supplier. Where are they located? OMG means what? Online money gaming. OIDR supplier or OMG supplier, where are they located? Outside India. Then N for non-resident taxable person, already we discussed, outside India to India. Then S, supplier of goods through e-commerce operator. However, if they are making only intrastate supplies, not compulsorily required to get registered. Is it clear? So this can be tested as a short note question. What are the cases where a person is compulsorily required to get registered? Now, irrespective of the threshold limit, a person is liable to get registered under 24 if they are covered. But remember, we discussed one point, section 23. If some people are exempted from registration, they are really exempted from registration even though they are covered under 24, which means section 23 overrides all sections. Section 23 overrides all sections, section 22 as well as section 24. So section 23 is an independent section. What is it section 23 says? There are some people exempted from registration, mainly 4 people exempted from registration. Who are those 4 people? Number 1, if they are making only exempted supplies. Number 2, if they are making non-taxable supplies. If they are making supplies covered under RCM. If I am making only exempted supplies, or if I am making only non-taxable supplies, or if I am making supplies only covered under RCM, or if I am an agriculturist, whatever may be my turnover, I am exempted from registration. Is it clear, pa? Exclusively exempted including non-taxable, agriculturist, exclusively RCM. But remember, exclusively RCM excludes metal scrap. My outward supply is metal scrap, which is actually covered under RCM, for your information. Sale of metal scrap is covered under RCM. But if the person is selling only metal scrap, even though it is covered under RCM, they have to register when their aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit. That is an amendment. Then if these people, if you observe, they use the word exclusively. Means if they make both exempted and taxable, then whether the exemption is applicable? No. Then this fourth point already we discussed. What is that? Generally, supplier of goods through e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered. However, if they are making only intrastate, if they are not making supplies through more than one e-commerce operator and they have obtained what number? Unique enrollment number, correct? Then they are not required to register and they need to register only when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. That is this point. Next, we completed 22 when a person is liable to get registered, 23 exempted from registration, 24 compulsory registration. This is highly important. This is highly important, these three sections. So that first page and second page in registration chapter, very, very important. Maybe you can tear it and fold it and take to exam also. That much important it is. I mean in mind, okay, in mind, not in paper, okay. Whereas from section 25 onwards, but you are not taking this book inside exam hall and all, na? If you take also, I am not responsible for it, okay. So because even if you take it also, there is no use, because nowhere in CA exam the bit and all we can take, correct, slip, bit, etc. we cannot take, because we don't know which question will come. If we know also, we cannot refer there, sit and interpret and write. You understood? Better to learn and go, okay. Then procedure for registration, section 25. So procedure, again from 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, these 6 sections, mostly for descriptive, that is theory questions, or it will be for MCQ. Now, let's try to understand the procedure. First, we need to make an application for registration, that is REG1. Once we make application, what we will get? Acknowledgement, that is REG2. And suppose if the application is defective, we will get a notice in REG3. If the application is complete in all respects, then we will get a certificate of registration in REG6. Is it clear, pa? Once we make application for registration and after we receive the acknowledgement, either we will get a notice or we will get a certificate of registration within how many days? 7 working days. 7 working days. So REG1 to REG2 immediate. REG1 to REG3 or REG6 will be 7 working days. Okay, we got a notice. After notice, what we need to do? We need to give reply. What is the time limit for reply? Same, 7 working days we need to give reply. After we give reply, within 7 working days, either they will grant the registration or they will reject our application. REG5 is rejection of application, REG6 is grant of registration. Again, how many days they will take to do this? 7 working days. So REG3 to REG4 reply will be 7 working days. Once we give reply, from reply, either rejection or certificate of registration will be 7 working days. Understood, pa? Now, remember there are 2 points in deemed registration here. Once you make application, within 7 working days, neither you got a notice nor you got a certificate of registration, which means that registration is deemed to have been granted. So whenever they ask a question about deemed registration, you need to write this point. What is that first point you need to write? After we make application, within 7 working days, neither notice nor certificate of registration, then the registration is deemed to be granted. Another point. After we give reply to the notice, within 7 working days, neither notice nor, neither rejection nor certificate of registration, then also registration deemed to be granted. Is it clear, pa? Then next, what is the time limit within which we need to make application for registration? Already we know. What is the time limit within which we need to make application for registration? Within 30 days from the date on which the person become liable for registration. At the time of making application for registration, should we furnish the bank details? Yes. But what if we don't have bank account at that time? Then you can make the application, you will get the registration certificate. After you get the registration certificate, within 30 days from registration certificate or date of filing first return, whichever is earlier, we should have furnished the bank details. What will happen if that bank details is not furnished? We learnt one point already. Our GSTR1 will be blocked. Also remember, it leads to cancellation of registration. Okay, our GSTR1 is blocked. Also, this is one of the reason for cancellation of registration. But this bank details to be furnished within 30 days from the date of registration or date of filing GSTR1, whichever is earlier, is not applicable to those who are required to deduct TDS or TCS. This above procedure for registration is not applicable to. So you see this procedure and tell not you. Okay, who is that not you? N for NRTP, O for OIDR supplier or OMG supplier, T, TDS deductor, TCS deductor, U, UIN holder. Got it? You see this procedure and tell not you. Got it? So means for NRTP, OIDR or OMG supplier, TDS or TCS deductor, UIN holder, this procedure is not applicable. Means they need to follow a simplified procedure. Understood pa? Then next one important point. Sometimes when we make application for registration, it will go for physical verification of premises. Then only they will grant registration. What are the cases where they will do physical verification of premises, then only they will grant registration? Carefully listen. If you make application without Aadhaar authentication, if you make application with Aadhaar authentication but not completed within 15 days from the submission of form, selected Aadhaar authentication or not first not selected, then definitely they will do physical verification. Means you made application without selecting Aadhaar authentication. Number 2, you made application by selecting Aadhaar authentication, but what is the time limit within which you should complete it? 15 days from submission of form, but you have not completed. Or you made application with authentication and completed the authentication, but based on risk parameter basis, they wanted to do the physical verification. Is it clear? These are the 3 cases where they will conduct the physical verification. Means what? They will come and verify the premises and then only they will grant registration certificate. Is it clear? Physical verification of place of business may be either before or after registration. However, physical verification for grant of registration is required in the following cases. What are they? Application is without authentication, or application with authentication but not completed within 15 days from the submission of form, or we completed authentication but officer requires physical verification based on risk parameters. These 3 cases, they will do physical verification when? For grant of registration, means before registration. But generally, can they do physical verification after registration also? Yes. Physical verification may be either before or after registration, but in these 3 cases, they will do before registration. Puridappa. Suppose, if they want to do physical verification, who will do physical verification? Any officer will do physical verification, but they may cheat us now by telling we visited, but your office is closed, your office is not there, like that and all. That's why they need to upload the photographs of physical verification within a prescribed time if they have real need and the physical verification. What is the time limit? If they do physical verification after registration, whenever they do physical verification, from there within 15 days, 15 working days, they need to upload the documents. Okay, photograph, documents, report, etc. Is it clear? See the first point. Where the proper officer is satisfied that physical verification of the place of business of a person is required after the grant of registration, he may get such verification of place of business done, and the verification report along with the other documents including photographs will be uploaded within 15 working days from the date of such verification. Suppose if they do verification before grant of registration. But what is the time limit within which they need to complete physical verification and grant registration? In all these three places, they need to do the physical verification within 30 days from the date you submitted application and grant the registration. Means what is the time limit that is available for them after application? 30 days. In the 30 days, at least 5 days before, 5 working days before, they need to complete physical verification and upload the report. Is it clear, pa? Read that point. Where the physical verification of the place of business of a person is required before the grant of registration, the proper officer shall get such verification done, and the verification report along with other documents including photographs shall be uploaded when? At least 5 working days prior to the completion of the time period specified, that is 30 days from the date of application. Clear? Pa, overall time limit to complete physical verification is 30 days. Pa. In that 30 days, at least 5 working days prior. Means what? Before 25, 30 minus 5, 25. By 25 days, they need to complete the verification and upload the report, assuming all days are working days. So this point can be tested as a theory question. Next, there is something called as Aadhaar authentication. What is Aadhaar authentication? That is, once you make application, you have an option either to select Aadhaar authentication or without authentication. If you select Aadhaar authentication, after submission of REG1, that is application form, you will get a Aadhaar link, and in the link if you click, you need to enter the Aadhaar number and you need to enter the mobile OTP, email OTP, so that the Aadhaar verification is complete. But now they have brought in biometric Aadhaar authentication. That biometric Aadhaar authentication is applicable to all states and union territories, which means rather than OTP verification, we need to do thumb verification and the retina verification. Is it clear? That is called as Aadhaar authentication. And once you complete the authentication, which means that application is submitted. Until that point of time, application is not submitted. Application for namesake only you will submit. But the authentication, when you complete, that date only is the date on which really you submitted the application. Is it clear, pa? So from that date, what is the time limit within which registration certificate should be granted? 7 working days. Correct? Yeah, once you make application, what is the time limit within which registration should be granted? Within 7 working days. So once the authentication is completed, from there within 7 working days, we need to get the registration certificate. Registration certificate to be granted within 7 working days of authentication. Suppose not granted, they have not granted registration, then deemed registration, correct? Then sometimes even though you completed the authentication, proper officer may take up for physical verification, or if you fail to complete the authentication within 15 days, on expiry of 15 days, it is deemed that you submitted application without authentication. So 3 places physical verification I told you. First, you selected without authentication, or you selected but not completed within 15 days, or you completed but based on risk parameters, officer taking up for verification. Is it clear? Sir, if not submitted application with authentication, then what details we need to give? We need to go to the nearest facilitation center and give our photograph and other eKYC documents like passport or PAN card or ration card, etc. We need to give those details. Then officer will conduct physical verification of place of business within 30 days of application. Means if you are not completing the authentication, that 30 days will count after 15 days, correct? Means the overall period is 45 days. You submitted form, pa. First 15 days you have not done authentication. Thereafter only the 30 days will count. Understood? And after verification of place of business, what they will do? They will grant the registration certificate, or at least they should give a notice. If they are neither giving registration nor notice, then registration deemed to be granted. Clear? This In this chart, what are the key points I need to remember? Time limits only. So, what are the cases where it will lead to physical verification? This can be asked as a theory question. Or, what is the time limit within which we need to complete authentication? 15 days. What is the time limit within which they will do physical verification? Will be 30 days from application. That much you remember enough. Okay. Suppose if notice is received within the specified period, then applicant need to file clarification, and after filing clarification, officer should grant registration, otherwise deemed registration. Other authentication, if opted, is mandatory and can be completed within 15 days. So whenever you complete authentication or 15 days, whichever is earlier, is the date of submission of application. Physical verification shall be conducted within 30 days of submission of application if authentication is not done. All these points already we discussed. Now see this. This is another important area. To whom other authentication is not applicable. To whom other authentication is not applicable. If you are a individual, if you are citizen of India only, you will get a Aadhaar number. If you are not a citizen of India, you will not get. Which means for a person who is not a citizen of India, Aadhaar authentication not applicable. Correct? Number 2, for HUF, who should undergo authentication? Karta. So remaining members not required to undergo authentication. Then number 3, in case of firm or LLP, authorized partner or managing partner should undergo. So remaining partners not required to undergo authentication. If it is a company, body corporate or other entity, only authorized signatory should undergo, others not required. So tell me 4 points. Not a citizen of India, other than Karta, other than managing or authorized partners, other than authorized signatory. Correct? Then 4, government and its family members. Who are they? Central government, state government, local authority, PSU, statutory body. Okay, 4 plus 4, 8. Last one point to remember, UIN holder. Got it? These people are not required to undergo authentication. When, sir? Both at the time of making application for registration also, and even at a later point of time also. The above persons are not required to undergo authentication even though they have already registered. But other than above, if they have already registered, should undergo authentication. Other than this, okay. Then deemed registration. What are the cases where we come across deemed registration? Carefully listen. Total 5 points. Total 5 points. Already we learned that, but I am just repeating it here. Here I told you 2 deemed registration. What is that? You made application, neither notice nor certificate within 7 working days. Registration deemed to be granted. Correct? Then second, you gave reply within 7 working days, neither rejection nor certificate. Then also registration deemed to be granted. Am I right? Next, 3 places they have to do the physical verification and give registration within 30 days. Otherwise also deemed registration. You got it? Now, all these points you can simply understand through this chart. First point, you made application with authentication. Okay. You made application with authentication or without authentication? Without authentication. And they have to complete registration within 30 days. Otherwise, deemed registration. Okay, pa. Wherever physical verification come, 30 days pa. Other places, 7 working days pa. Okay, va. So, 30 days. You have opted for authentication but not completed within 15 days. Within 30 days, after 15 days, registration not granted, then deemed to be granted. Correct? Then number 3, application made with authentication completed based on risk parameters, officers and consider site verification. Then within 30 days after application, if the registration is not granted, then deemed registration. Then the first 2 points which you remember. Normally you made application, everything is complete, but the certificate is not granted within 7 working days. Or that is neither notice nor certificate. Or they gave a notice, you gave a reply, within 7 working days, you have not got the registration. Purida pa, are you understanding this? Total 5 cases, 3 places physical verification, 30 days limit. 2 places that 7 working days limit. Mark it as important because you may get a theory question. What are the situations where registration deemed to be granted? You need to write this. Okay. Generally, what is the time limit within which we need to make application for registration? General time limit 30 days from the date you are liable to register, correct? But in case of CTP and RTP, that alone you highlight. In case of CTP and RTP, at least 5 days before commencement of business, they should make application for registration. CTP and RTP, at least 5 days before commencement of business, they should make application for registration. Then section 26 talks about deemed registration. So far what we discussed is 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. When the registration is deemed to be granted, not that. This is different. That is deemed to be granted. This is deemed registration. Don't get confused. That is registration deemed to be granted. This is deemed registration. Means if the registration is granted under CGST Act, you are also granted registration under SGST Act, IGST Act. If the application is rejected under CGST Act, the application is rejected under SGST Act, IGST Act also. That is this point. Then special provision for CTP and RTP. This already we know. What is the type of registration that they will get? Permanent or temporary? Temporary. For how many days their registration will be valid? 90 days. Don't remember just 90 days because last attempt they asked this question. 90 days from the date you make application, that is you get registered. 90 days from the date you get registered, or number of days you select for registration, whichever is less or more, less, that is earlier. You understood? So on sufficient cause being shown, it may be extended for a further period of 90 days. Basically 90 days, how it will start? Maximum 90 days, not 90 days. Maximum 90 days means number of days we make application, like number of days we select in the registration, or 90 days from the date we get the registration, whichever is earlier. Got it? Can we extend it for a further period? Yes, further period not exceeding 90 days. This is the first point. Second, for this 90 days, should we deposit any advance tax? Yes. And what is that advance tax we need to deposit? Estimated liability. Means we need to estimate what could be our sales and we need to deposit. Estimated gross liability, estimated net liability. Read there, estimated net liability, not estimated gross liability. At the time of submission of application for registration, they need to make an advance deposit of tax for an amount equal to estimated tax liability. What is that estimated tax liability? Net liability. That is after adjustment of estimated ITC for the period for which registration is sought. Where any extension is sought, so means 90 days over, again they are going for extended 90 days, means again should they deposit advance tax? Yes. Where any extension is sought, an additional amount of tax equals to estimated net tax liability they need to deposit. But all these amounts deposited will be into cash ledger or credit ledger or cash ledger, which will be adjusted against their liability. Still, if there is any balance, can they get refund? Yes. Suppose if there is a shortfall, they need to pay. Advance tax shall be credited to electronic cash ledger, which shall be adjusted against final liability. Excess balance in cash ledger, they can claim refund. Also in case of refund is not subject to unjust enrichment. This point not required, just remember this. Excess balance in cash ledger can be claimed by making application for refund. Then look into the next page, distinguishing points. What is the difference between CTP and NRTP? Maybe they can ask that as a theory question. What is the difference between CTP and NRTP? A person who occasionally undertakes transaction involving supply of goods or service or both in the course or furtherance of business, whether as a principal or agent or in any other capacity where he has No fixed place of business. NRTP means who occasionally undertakes transaction involving both supply of goods or service, but they don't have no fixed place of business in India. Simple pa. A person come from other state to this state, occasionally not having place of business in this state. A person who is coming from outside India to India occasionally, but not having any fixed place of business in India. That's the difference. And CTP undertakes a transaction in the course or furtherance of business, but no such requirement for NRTP. CTP will have a permanent account number because he is from India only, but NRTP is from outside India, so they will not have permanent account number. So how they need to register? Using their passport. And application REG1, regular registration application, but for NRTP, not you, this registration not applicable, so separate registration, that is REG9. What are the returns to be filed by CTP? GSTR1, GSTR3B, but NRTP will file GSTR5. What is the time limit for GSTR5? 13th of the month following every month, or 7 days from expiry of registration, whichever is earlier. We learned that in returns chapter. Okay. So sometimes, because one student asked me, sir, I am not able to connect, sir. I am able to learn everything independently, I am able to learn, but I am not able to connect. What should I do, sir? Simple. When you do the revision, actually this point is connected to returns. You have to write the page number here. Like wherever the connecting points are there, you write the page numbers. So here you write that page number, there you write this page number. So you are establishing the connections. Last day, one day before the exam, when you are doing revision, when you read this, you will go to that page and read. When you read that, you will come back to this page and read. You create that connections. You understood? Then it will become easy for you. Clear pa? That you need to do. While reading, you only need to do. Suppose if it is like, no sir, all those points, can I start writing in one place? Very good. You take a sticky note, write all those points in one place and put it in one place, all connecting points, so that you will never forget. Clear? You have to create the interest in reading. All these are the ways in which you can create interest in reading. Okay? That's why I gave the space here to write the page numbers or to write some extra points, etc. Then we are moving on to amendment in registration. So section 25, 26, 27 we completed. 28, 29 and 30. Carefully listen. 28 talks about amendment in registration. When amendment in registration, initially you got registered. At that time you submitted certain details. Now there is a change in those details initially submitted. Then you need to go for amendment in registration. What if there is a change in permanent account number? Then get a new registration, because registration under GST is connected to your permanent account number. So whenever there is a change in permanent account number, get a new registration and cancel the old registration. Otherwise, any other change, you intimate the department about that particular change. Is it clear? If it is core field or non-core field, it is subject to approval of the officer, then only they will make change if it is a core field. If it is a non-core field, the moment you make the change, automatically the change will be taken place. What are the core fields? Only 3 are core fields. That is change in name, change in address, change in top management. Address can be either principal place of business or additional place of business. Say this. What are the core fields? Name, address, top management. That is partners, karta, managing director, etc. But these core fields, whether approval of the officer is required or not. Yes, approval of proper officer required. As and when the officer approves, then only amendment will take place. But non-core fields, can you give me an example of non-core fields? Change in mobile number, change in email ID, change in bank details, change in goods or services that you deal with. Clear? All those are non-core fields. Upon submission of application for amendment, automatically it will take place. Now, what is the effective date of amendment? Prospective or retrospective? Prospective. Prospective means whenever you make the application, that date onwards only the amendment will take place. But if you want a retrospective date, you should request the commissioner. Retrospective amendment in registration is possible only with the order of commissioner. Then, this is the point I told you. If there is any change in constitution of business that requires change in permanent account number, then amendment in registration is not applicable and they need to obtain a fresh registration. Next page you see procedure for amendment in registration. First we need to submit a form. Form numbers not required. At intermediate level, you don't have to remember the form numbers because mostly you will not get question on form numbers and all, but the time limits are important. Time limits are important. So you need to make a form for amendment in registration. Within what time limit you need to submit that form? Within 15 days, 15 working days, 15 days, underline that, 15 days. Within 15 days, you need to submit the form for amendment in registration. Once you submit form, what they will do? They may give a notice, correct? Suppose if it is non-core field, immediately they will make change. If it is a core field, they need to take approval. We need to take approval. So which means that the officer will give notice seeking documents. What it? And once they give notice, what is the time limit within which they need to give notice? 15 working days. For you, all days are working days. For them, working days is there. You understood? So that's why 15 days. When you submit application, you submit the application for amendment 15 days from the change. When they give notice, 15 working days. Now they gave a notice. What you need to do? Reply, clarify, reply. What is the time limit? Usually what is the time limit within which we need to reply? 7 working days. Once you give reply, what they will do? They will either approve or reject. Time limit 7 working days. Within 7 working days, either they will approve or reject. So basically, once you submit the application within 15 days, you submit. Within 15 working days, either they will give notice or they will approve. Suppose if they give notice, you give reply, within 7 working days, either they will approve or reject. If they have not done, deemed to be approved. You got it, pa? So within 15 working days from the date of application or within 7 working days from the date of reply, they need to pass the amendment order, otherwise deemed amendment. Got it? Mainly for time limits, I gave you this procedure, not for the forms, for the time limits. In case of amendment in non-core field, after submission of application, amendment shall take place in the portal subject to OTP verification. Then, now we are moving on to section 29. Section 29 talks about cancellation of registration. This page you don't have to read. The same page information I simplified in the next page as a mnemonic. But this is the LAPA, but this many points you cannot remember. Why we will get the cancellation of registration? This many points we cannot remember. So I converted into a mnemonic and you try to remember this mnemonic. When registration of a person gets cancelled, remember frantic violation of bailer. Frantic violation of bailer. F for fraudulently obtaining registration. Means what? But this, like this, you should not write. You have to explain and write. What is fraudulently obtaining registration means? Registration obtained by giving false documents or fake documents. That is fraudulently obtaining registration. Number 2, R. Returns not filed within continuous 6 months, or 6 months is 2 quarters only now. So if you are not filing returns for continuous 6 months or 2 quarters. Next, A, annual return. Who? Composition scheme. Not filed within 3 months after due date. Remember, this is the third point, 3 months. Okay, Papa. This is the third point, 3 months. Annual return, composition scheme, not filed within 3 months after due date. Okay, next. N, no longer liable to be registered means your threshold limit would have fallen below, or you are not making interstate supplies, etc. So you are no longer liable to be registered. Next, T. Transfer or discontinuance of business means you are discontinuing your business, or you transferred means you can cancel your registration. Next, FRANT, I. What is that invoice mistake? You gave invoice without supply. Why you will give invoice without supply? So that the other person can take ITC. You will give invoice without supply. You have some ITC, but that ITC will be lying. So what you can do, you can just raise an invoice casually to other person. So you create a liability, means ITC gets adjusted with the liability. Your liability is that person ITC. He will enjoy the ITC, and now from that ITC you collect some money in cash. Because as such, if you have ITC, is of no use. What you can do with that ITC? No use. You can't do anything now with respect to that ITC. Instead, you create a liability. When you create a liability, this ITC gets adjusted for liability, and the other person can take the ITC. From him, you collect in cash. Okay, some amount you collect in cash. Maybe you give 1 lakh and you collect some 60,000, 50,000, etc. and all. Still you are at benefit, because as such, if you have ITC, it is of no use. Clear? Understood? So I think one student asked me, you only know, correct. So his father is having some water supply business. Water is exempted, but they have lot of inward supplies on which ITC is there in the credit ledger. So therefore, what is it we can do? You can ask your father to raise invoice to me. Okay. So I have lot of liability, because monthly I will be paying close to 3 to 4 lakhs as GST liability. Okay. So that much I am paying. So if you give me that credit, I can adjust, and 60% I will give it to you. You understood or not? Anyhow, I have to pay liability, I can adjust. Got it? Now this is an offense. This is an offense that leads to cancellation of registration, not only for her father, for me also. For her father because of invoice without supply, for me because I am availing ITC wrongly. Got it? Understood? Both people's registration is cancelled. Sir, if registration is cancelled, good only na sir. We don't have to pay GST. Not good because our registration cancelled means it's not that they will cancel it and leave us. They will again get us registered immediately. So what is the disadvantage? Lot of ITC that I accumulated, that I have to reverse because of cancellation. Example, you download a mobile game. Start playing the game. For 30 days, 40 days you are playing the game. Lot of effort you are putting, and one level you are not at all crossing. You are sleeping and playing, you are sitting in bathroom and playing, everywhere you are playing. And somehow you cracked that and you crossed, and you earned lot of coins in this process. Suddenly game got deleted. What will happen suddenly when game got deleted? Again you need to play from the beginning. It will hurt or not? Same thing. You have been doing business and suddenly ITC gone. Whatever you accumulated, my money, ITC is also my money only, and suddenly it is gone. So therefore, that is the risk involved here. You understood? Then, invoice without supply or incorrect invoice. See, for change in constitution of business means what? Sole proprietorship to partnership means permanent account number will change. Partnership to company, permanent account number will change. So therefore, anyhow they need to get a new registration. So the old registration will be cancelled. So tell me what is frantic? F for fraudulently obtaining registration. R. Returns not filed for continuous 6 months or 2 quarters. Then A. Annual return composition scheme not filed within 3 months after a due date. Then no longer liable to get registered. T. Transfer or discontinuance of business. I. Invoice default. C. Invoice default means invoice without supply or incorrect invoice. C. Change in constitution. Okay, va? Thereafter, violation of bailer. for this bailer, this violation of is common word. Violation of what? B for bank details to be furnished within the time. So violation of furnishing the bank details within time. This is common, you need to write for everything. Violation of furnishing bank details within time. That is also one of the reasons for cancellation. Then A for anti-profiteering. So if you are not passing on the benefit of tax by reducing the tax and you earn more profit, tax rate reduced, for example, tax rate reduced from 18% to 5%, means what I should do? I should pass on the benefit to you by reducing the sale price, but I am keeping the sale price same, which means I get more profit. So I get an anti-profiteering order. If I violate that, that will also lead to cancellation. Then ITC default, input tax credit availment, violation of ITC, okay. Then L, liability in GSTR1 greater than 3B, that's what, 88C. This ITC availment is 88D, rule 88D, this is rule 88C. Then 1% of liability through cash ledger, I have not paid, violation of 86B. And return not filed within 30 days after revocation order. Okay, what is that? We discussed already. Once our registration is cancelled, we will make application for revocation. Once we make revocation application, they will revoke the cancellation. Thereafter, within 30 days, we need to file the return and avail the ITC, correct? If that return not filed, then again it will lead to cancellation of registration. Return not filed within 30 days after revocation order. So tell me, what is this violation of bailer B for? Bank details not furnished within time. Then A, anti-profiteering. I, ITC default. Then L, liability in 1 greater than liability in 3B. E, electronic cash ledger 1% payment. Then R, return not filed within 30 days after revocation order. Okay, Papa? All these points are only there in the previous page. Okay, but I just converted into a mnemonic for you to easily remember. Say this if you want. Transfer or discontinuance of business, change in constitution, taxable person no longer liable to be registered. They can make an application for cancellation or officer can initiate cancellation. Contravention of provisions, person opting for composition scheme not filed annual return within 3 months, or person not filed consecutive 6 months return or 2 consecutive quarters, registration obtained by fraud, obtain voluntary registration and not commence business within 6 months, okay, and contravention of provisions that leads to cancellation of registration. All these points, that's what you remember this. Whenever you get a question, you write this, okay. Then apart from this, one more point is there. What is that? Voluntary registration not commence business within 6 months. So you write here plus one more extra point, voluntary registration and not commenced business within 6 months. So that is also one of the reason for cancellation of registration. Next, what will happen when they initiate cancellation of registration? First, they will suspend our registration, which means suspension is not cancellation. Suspend means we are like unregistered person, but officially not unregistered person. Got it? Police officer suspended means what? Still police officer. Still police officer. Police officer suspended, not dismissed. Suspended. Still he is a police officer. Can you go and dance before him? He is still police officer. Anytime he will get the power. At that time, vechi seiva. Got it? Ade, suppose, if he is dismissed, like that also you can tell, he can't do anything. Because he is dismissed, he is no longer a police officer. Clear? Understood the difference? So, suspension means what? temporary, means he will behave like an unregistered, but officially he is not unregistered. But cancellation of registration means officially he is an unregistered person. Got it? Say this. Once registered person has applied for cancellation of registration or proper officer seeks to cancel his registration, the proper officer may suspend his registration during the pendency of the proceedings relating to cancellation of registration filed by such registered person. And this suspension of registration can be without affording any reasonable opportunity. Idu may or shall? No, may. May means they may not suspend also. They may or may not suspend. Cancellation, they are doing the process pa. During this process, they may suspend the registration, they may not suspend the registration, but the cancellation proceedings will be continuing. Got it? Now, what is the procedure for cancellation of registration? Simple. You will make application for cancellation of registration. Once you make application for cancellation of registration, within 30 days, they have to decide whether to cancel or not. If they are of the opinion that yes, your registration is to be cancelled, they will cancel. Otherwise, they will reject your application. Is it clear? Then next, see this. You made an application for cancellation. Within 30 days, proper officer satisfied, yes, they will pass order for cancellation, otherwise reject the application. Second, proper officer initiates cancellation, means they will give a notice. Correct? They will give a notice. Once they give notice, we need to give reply to the notice. They will give a notice, we need to give reply to the notice. Always reply to notice, time limit 7 working days. Thereafter, within 30 days, they are satisfied with your reply, then they will drop the notice, otherwise they will pass the cancellation order. So you gave a reply, proper officer satisfied with reply, no, then cancellation order. Satisfied with the reply, they will drop the proceedings. What is the time limit? 30 days. But this 30 days is not given in the law, but it is based on the direction. Okay. So that's why this point may not be there in study material, but it is really there. Okay. I mean, reality it is there. In study material it is not given. Okay. But that is also 30 days. Now, whenever registration is cancelled, what will happen? They need to reverse the ITC of what? Inputs as such held in stock, inputs in WIP held in stock, inputs in FG held in stock, and even on capital goods they need to reverse the ITC. Where we studied this? 18.4. Correct? So when you read this, you have to give that 18.4 page number reference. When the registration of a person is cancelled, they shall reverse ITC on inputs as such held in stock, inputs in WIP held in stock, and inputs in FG held in stock, as well as on capital goods lying in the stock before the date of cancellation of registration. Got it? Next. What is the period for which their registration will be suspended? Simple pa. Till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings, their registration will be suspended. Example, I made the application for registration. From the date I select or application, whichever is later, not whichever is earlier, whichever is later. This is another place where we have whichever is later. I made application, I selected a date. So application date or the date selected by me, whichever is later, till the date of cancellation proceedings, the registration shall be deemed to be suspended from the date of submission of application or the date from which cancellation is sought, whichever is later, pending the completion of cancellation proceedings. Suppose if department initiated cancellation, then they will select one date. From that date till the conclusion of cancellation proceedings, my registration will be suspended with effect from a date to be determined by the officer, pending the completion of the proceedings for cancellation of registration. Any person whose registration has been suspended, sir, during the suspended period, I am like an unregistered person. Agreed? Which means, can I raise tax invoice? No. Means I cannot recover the GST from my recipient because I am unregistered person, like an unregistered person. So can I avail ITC? No. means I cannot recover the GST by issuing tax invoice. I cannot avail ITC by filing any return. And the suspension shall be deemed to be revoked upon completion of cancellation proceedings by the proper officer. Sir, during this suspended period, can I file the returns? Yes, pertaining to the period before suspension. During the suspension period, I cannot file the returns of suspension period. For example, see there below one chart. I have not filed returns for some months. How many months? Continuous 6 months. Then they will initiate cancellation. Now, during this suspension period, can I file those returns? Yes. Yeah, I cannot file the returns of suspension period during the suspension period, but old returns and all I can file. If I file, automatically they will withdraw the suspension and I can continue in the registration. Is that clear? So, automatic revocation of suspension. See this example. Returns not filed from Jan to July 2024, 7 months. Suspension initiated on 5th September after issuing notice for cancellation of registration. If returns from Jan to July filed after 5th September on any date, because 5th September is the date on which suspension is initiated now, any date, suspension is automatically revoked and the notice shall be dropped. Means I can continue with the registration. Got the clarity? Then the last section, section 30, revocation of cancellation of registration. Here, the important is the time limit. What is the time limit that within which you need to make application for revocation? They have cancelled your registration after cancellation order. What is the time limit within which you need to make application for revocation? 90 days, and it can be extended for a further period of 180 days by additional commissioner or joint commissioner or commissioner. Submit application for revocation within 90 days from the order of cancellation. It can be extended for a further period of 180 days by commissioner or officer authorized by him not below rank of additional or joint commissioner. But remember, when you are filing the application for revocation, all pending returns up to the date of cancellation you are submitting. Why your registration is cancelled? Because you are not submitting the returns. What is revocation application? Apology. Sorry, sir. But before telling sorry, rectify the mistake. Are you getting this? You make an application for revocation, means all the pending returns you file before the date of cancellation, and then only you make application for revocation. Return shall be filed before applying if the registration was cancelled due to failure to file the return. Then, proper officer satisfied. Yes, within 30 days, they will revoke the cancellation order. Means you can continue in the registration. Suppose if they are not satisfied, they will give a notice. After notice, you need to give a reply within 7 working days. Everywhere reply 7 working days. After that reply, again within 30 days, if they are not satisfied, they will reject the application. Otherwise, they will revoke the cancellation order. So, what is the time limit that they have? 30 days. First 30 days to either give notice or revoke the cancellation. Suppose if they give notice, again 30 days from reply, either to reject the application or to revoke the cancellation. Here, if they have not done anything, means not given rejection, etc., deemed revocation, sir, like that we don't have. Puridappa. The deemed revocation we don't have here. That is deemed amendment we have. Deemed registration we have. But this deemed revocation and all we don't have. Is it clear? Next. Other authentication is mandatory. So, whenever you make application for cancellation or application for revocation of cancellation, other authentication is mandatory. You know why? For example, you are one article student. You are asking for exam leave from your principal, and your principal is telling no exam leave, sit and do the work like that. Now, because you have to write in your 2 years articleship SPOM A, B, C, D, 4 SPOMs you should complete 2 years, and thereafter 6 months you will have as study leave. Then you need to write your CA final exam. Now, beautifully, you need to plan in that 1 year itself, you need to complete 4 SPOMs. First year of articleship, 4 SPOMs you should complete. Second year of articleship, you should start taking the coaching for FR and AFM. Okay, then DT, IDT. You should complete in the next 1 year coaching. And next 6 months, you should attend the class for auditing and you need to do the revision of these 4 subjects. Automatically, the 5th subject, the 6th subject is a complementary IBS covering everything. You got it? So very carefully you need to plan that time. So first year of articleship, you are asking your principal, sir, SPOM exam, sir, give me 2 days leave, sir, day after tomorrow exam, sir, at least 2 days I will revise and go. How to revise and go? Use Gemini AI, that is Notebook LM. In Notebook LM, you upload all PDFs of SPOMA. Give a prompt. Summarize entire information in the form of charts or tables like that. It will give superly summary. And click on right side, convert into audio file. It will speak, listen. Convert into video file. It will only make video, you listen. You understood? ICI will give some videos that you play left side. That let it be played because that you have to complete. That let it play. This you learn in 2 days, 3 days, go for exam and write. Now this 2 days, 3 days is saying, no, I will not give leave. Now what you will do? You will log in, you know the user ID password of the client, GST username password. You will log in and make application for cancellation just to torture our principal. Possible, na? That's why when you submit that application, immediately the client will get a message. Successful OTP generated for cancellation of registration. He will call our principal and take him on the 5th gear. You understood or not? So Aadhaar authentication is mandatory for registered persons filing application for revocation of cancellation or cancellation. Now, when you make revocation application, carefully listen. When you make revocation application, all pending returns up to the date of cancellation, you have to file. Correct? When you make revocation application, all pending returns up to the date of cancellation, you need to file before revocation application. Now, from the order of cancellation till the revocation order, from the order of cancellation till the revocation order, some pending returns will be there now. Those returns you need to file within 30 days from revocation order. Understood? 2 points you need to remember. First, up to the date of cancellation, all pending returns you need to file before making application for revocation. From the date of cancellation to the date of revocation order means they are withdrawing, means you have to continue, means that returns you have to file within 30 days from the revocation order. Is it clear? So this is about registration we have completed. Last time I did not discuss all this. Okay. Now look into supply chapter. See, composition scheme same, ditto, no change. This composition scheme alone, not even one amendment is there from May to September. That video alone can you watch? No change, no change. Supply also no change except for few amendments. Can I cover those amendments now so that it will be complete? And this supply under GST and this composition scheme alone, rest of the topics and all I have completed. Those 2 topics alone, you please try to watch from the old video YouTube. In the playlist it is there, chapter wise playlist it is there, you please watch that. Okay, or if you want to read on your own also, you can read on your own. But in supply I wanted to cover mainly certain aspects, so please see this page number 7. Supply is given under section 7 of CGST Act. What is supply? Supply is not exactly defined, but there are some inclusions and exclusions from the meaning of supply. 7.1 talks about inclusions, 7.2 talks about exclusions. What are all included in the meaning of supply. And 7.1a, classification of supply into goods or services. 7.3, government on the recommendations of council can reclassify supply of goods into supply of service, vice versa. But we don't have anything of that sort at present. Now, when we see inclusions, supply includes what? 7.1a, any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. First, it can be any activity. Number 2, it should be for a consideration. Number 3, it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Then 7.1aa, 7.1aa is between a person other than individual and its members. For example, company shareholders, firm and partners, or association and its members. Between them, if there is any transaction, that will also become supply. Any activity between a person other than individual. Who is person other than individual? HUF, company, cooperative society, AOP, BOI, and its members. Between them for a consideration, then it is supply. 7.1b, 7.1b talks about import of services. Is it for consideration or without consideration? For consideration, but it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. For example, you are importing Netflix, you are importing services, Netflix subscription, and it is for consideration, but it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Even then it will become supply under 7.1b. It may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. 7.1c, read with schedule 1. There are certain activities, even though without consideration, constitute supply. What are they? D, R, I, P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. R for related party transactions, including transaction between distinct persons. I for import of services by a import of services from whom? From a related person or establishment located outside India. P for principal agent transaction, but that is with respect to goods. Then, suppose if an activity is not covered under 7.1, which means it is not a supply. But when we will refer 7.1, after referring 7.2, first you need to go to 7.2, exclusion. If it is covered under exclusion, it is not a supply. If it is not covered under exclusion, then check is it in inclusion. If it is not even in inclusion, then it is not a supply. Okay, Papa. First check 7 subsection 2, exclusions. If it is in exclusion, it is not a supply. If it is not in exclusion, then check 7.1. And if the activity is in 7.1, then it is supply. Otherwise, it is not a supply. And look into this summary of 7 subsection 1. 7.1a, what is activity? Any activity. Consideration? Yes. Course or furtherance of business? Yes. From whose point of view we need to check? Supplier. What is that activity? Only goods or only services or goods or services? Goods or services. 7.1a. 7.1a is activity between person other than individual and its members. For consideration? Yes. Course or furtherance of business? Yes. From whose point of view? Supplier point of view. Coverage is both goods or services. 7.1b. What is 7.1b? Import of services. Import of services for consideration or without consideration or for consideration, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view we need to see? Recipient point of view. Remember, import of service always we need to see from recipient point of view, and the coverage is only services. Why goods are not covered here? Because import of goods is a subject matter under customs. That's why only services is given here. Are you listening? Next, 7.1c, read with schedule 1, this DRIP. For this disposal of business asset point, no consideration. Again, the disposal of business asset may be or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. For example, I purchase a AC and I donate it to a old age home. The donation is not in the course or furtherance of business. Even then it will become supply. So for this D point, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view, and the coverage is only goods. R for related party, Again, no consideration, but it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Supplier point of view, it can be either goods or services. I for import of services, import of service from a related person, and again no consideration, but it should be in the course or furtherance of business. And from whose point of view? Recipient point of view, and the coverage is only services. What is the difference between import of service in 71B versus import of service in 71C? Import of service in 71B is for consideration. Import of service 71C without consideration. Import of service 71B may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but import of service in 71C should be in the course or furtherance of business. Then P for principal agent transactions, but this principal agent transactions should be only for goods. For services, principal agent transaction will not come under 71C. Clear pa? And when we will refer to 71C? Only when there is no consideration. When there is no C, refer to 71C. Okay. Now, exclusion from supply, you don't have to read this. You don't have to read this. Because now we have two more points added in the exclusion of supply, which I gave in the next page. We will read this. This we need to learn. Supply excludes. What are all the activities which are excluded from the meaning of supply? See there. Post. Post, that is government post. You remember this mnemonic, new mnemonic. Pillar, less, dove. Pillar, less, dove. P for post. What post? Same. Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Government post means what? MLA, MPs, etc. And constitutional post means what? Judge, president, governor. And nominated post means certain boards will be there in which government will appoint nominee director or SEBI chairman, etc. and all. All these people will receive money from government, that is excluded from supply. That is post. Okay. Then I. Insurance services jointly supplied. This concept is known as co-insurance. Let's try to understand what is this co-insurance concept. Carefully listen pa. There are 4 insurance companies together will provide the insurance service to one company. Okay, say this. There are 4 insurance companies. Insurance company A, insurance company A, insurance company B, insurance company C, and insurance company D. All these 4 insurance companies together will provide insurance services to a company, say XYZ Limited, for which, why they provide together? Why can't one insurance company provide? I already told you, risk will be huge. If something happens to XYZ Limited, entire burden will be on one insurance company only now. That's why there will be a co-insurance. Okay, co-insurance means group of insurance companies will provide. Out of this group, one person will become a lead insurer. Who is that lead insurer? Let's take A as the lead insurer. A as lead insurer. A is a lead insurer. Lead insurer means what? All 4 are entering into contract, but someone should receive now. How all 4 at a time will receive? You got it. That's why one person will become lead insurer. So XYZ Limited will make payment to A. XYZ Limited will make payment to A. What is that payment? That is insurance premium. Say the insurance premium is 40 lakhs. The insurance premium is 40 lakhs. What A will do with respect to this 40 lakhs? He will retain fully. No, he has to share with B, C and D. Correct? He need to share with A, B, that is B, C, D. How much he is sharing? Say to B he is sharing 5 lakhs and to C he is sharing 10 lakhs, and D he is sharing 3 lakhs. Remaining amount he retains. Clear appa? Now what is the treatment so far? What is the treatment so far? B will pay GST on 5 lakhs, C will pay GST on 10 lakhs, D will pay GST on 3 lakhs. Got it? And A will pay GST on remaining. What is retained? 22 lakhs retained by A. A will pay GST. Okay, Vapa. This was the provision up to this amendment. Now what they are telling, if A pays GST on, if A pay GST on 40 lakhs, if A pay GST on 40 lakhs gross, if A pay GST on 40 lakhs, B, C, D no need to pay GST, it is excluded from supply. Okay, wow. You understood? If A pay GST on 40 lakhs, B, C, D excluded from supply, means co-insurance premium received is exempted. Got it? Insurance service jointly supplied, insurance service jointly supplied, only the lead insurer will pay GST, all other co-insurers, the share of premium received will be excluded from supply. So it is not a supply, not a supply, and next one also not a supply. Okay, va? Please respond here. Now you read this. In case of co-insurance services, if lead insurer pay GST on the total premium, in case of co-insurance services, if lead insurer pay GST on total premium, such insurance premium shared with co-insurers is not a supply. Okay, va? That is this. Insurance services jointly supplied, co-insurance. Understood the amendment? Then PIL, L for what? Legal fees. Who collected the legal fees? Legal fee collected by court or tribunal. Then L for land sale. So generally court fees or tribunal fees is excluded from supply. Then L for land sale, that is sale of land including sale of building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate, that is excluded from supply. A for actionable claims other than specified actionable claims, that is HC block. Then R for reinsurance commission. P for pillar, P for post, I for insurance services jointly supplied. Okay, the co-insurers receiving premium will be not a supply. Then next L, legal fees. Another L, land sale including sale of building, where entire consideration received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then A, actionable claims other than specified actionable claim, HC block. R, reinsurance commission. Let's try to understand what is this reinsurance commission that is not a supply. Carefully listen. There is insurance company A. There is insurance company A which is providing, insurance company A which is providing insurance services to XYZ Limited. Insurance services to XYZ Limited, for which XYZ Limited paid a premium to insurance company A. Paid a premium to insurance company A, and what is that premium? Let's take 40 lakhs as the premium. Now what happens? Insurance company A wanted to reduce the risk. So what it will do? Reinsurance. So with insurance company B, they are doing a reinsurance. This is reinsurance services. For this, what insurance company A should do? Should transfer some premium, na? Pa. So therefore, they paid a reinsurance premium. How much reinsurance premium? Let's take 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs they paid. You got it? Now carefully listen. You are insurance company B, suddenly you are getting 15 lakhs means definitely you have to pay some commission for earning this 15 lakhs, correct? Normally if you are getting this 15 lakhs, you would have spent commission to the insurance agent. Normally if you are getting this 15 lakhs worth of business, you need to give some commission to the insurance agent. Now who brought in this business to insurance company B? Insurance company A, for which they give to insurance company a commission. A commission. What is that commission? Say 3 lakhs they are giving as commission to insurance company A. Got it, pa? Now literally insurance company is remitting how much? What is the net? Minus commission. Minus commission is how much? 3 lakhs. So what is the balance received? 12 lakhs. So insurance company B used to pay GST on 12 lakhs and insurance company A used to pay GST on this 40 plus this 3 or this 3. About this 3 we will talk. Okay, about this 3 we will talk. GST on rupees 3 lakhs. 40 anyhow they will pay. 40 anyhow they will pay, pa. This 3 lakhs also they used to pay. Now, what is that they are telling? It is before amendment. If, or other words, I'll put it like this, 43 only. Why should you have worry? 43 lakhs. If this insurance company B pays GST on 15 lakhs, got it? If this insurance company B pays GST on 15 lakhs, means what? Gross. Before deducting commission. Before deducting commission, then the GST liability on insurance company is only on 40 lakhs. So this 3 lakhs will become not a supply. Okay, Vapa. So you tell me what is excluded from supply? The commission earned by insurance company A, that is insurance company or insurer, is excluded from supply if the reinsurer pays GST on the gross amount, that is before deducting commission. Say this. Reinsurance commission retained by insurer, whether he retained 3 lakhs he retained So the insurance company A retained 3 lakhs, they did not release 3 lakhs, they are releasing only 12 lakhs. Insurance commission retained by insurer for services provided to reinsurer is not a supply. Got the clarity about this? That is about reinsurance commission. Then L for liquor license granted by state government. So state government will be giving license to sell liquor, for which we need to pay some charges to state government, that is also excluded from supply. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. Suppose, sir, if state government gives me license to sell liquor, if I sells it to some other person, is it supply? That is supply. If I am giving money to state government and purchasing the liquor license, the money received by state government only excluded from supply. Then employee who is earning salary, employee to employer in the course of employment, that is also excluded from supply. Then sovereign functions. What is the meaning of sovereign functions? Municipality or panchayat. I told you already while discussing government services we saw municipality or panchayat services, liquor license is excluded from supply. Okay. Then sale before import, that is high sea sale. The goods are in transit. When the goods are in transit, I transfer the document of title to some other person. Unfortunately, this sale before import high sea sale is not for exam. They omitted. Okay, the sale before import high sea sale is omitted in exam. I mean omitted from the chapter. Study material they removed it. And even this warehoused goods under customs is also there na, that also not for exam, they removed. Okay. Seriously pa, if you want you can refer the study material, trust me, they omitted it. Okay. And these two places we have in detail two charts. This big charts, so not for exam. Even sale of warehouse goods from under GST, not for exam. These two charts are not for exam, so you don't have to read this. Okay, completely you can omit. Completely you can omit sale of goods before import and sale of warehoused goods, not for exam. Next, sir, this death related is there, sir? Ah, that is there, that is there. Death related, funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased, all post-death activities excluded from supply. O, outside the country movement of goods, that is goods originates outside India, terminates outside India, means goods are not at all coming into India, that is also excluded from supply. Is it clear pa? So remember these cases except this high seas and warehouse goods under customs sold, remaining and all are there. 2 minus 2 plus. What is the 2 plus? Insurance services jointly supplied and reinsurance commission. Okay. Then what about gifts given by employer to employee not exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee is excluded from supply. What if the value of gift exceeds 50,000? Entirely it is treated as supply. And what are the specified actionable claims pa? Horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming and gambling. Then there are two circulars related to exclusion from supply. One is related to sale of land after development. Usually what I will do, I am a builder or promoter, I will not be selling the land as it is to you. What I will do, I will buy a land, put it as plots, develop the plots, lay down the road, pipe connection, water connection, electricity, everything I will give, and then this plots I will sell. But even then it is sale of land only na. If I am selling the developed plot also, that is also land only. Therefore, it is excluded from supply. However, some extra money collected for the purpose of development. What is that extra money collected for development means? Say 2000 rupees per square feet and 200 rupees extra money for development of this land, like that if I mention, the 2000 excluded from supply, the 200 rupees will be covered under supply. Is it clear? Read that pa. Sale of land after some development such as leveling, laying down drainage lines, electricity lines, etc. is also sale of land and excluded from supply. However, services provided for development of land is not excluded from supply and shall attract GST. Then next one, perquisites. Generally, employer will be giving perquisites to employee. What if its value exceeds 50,000? Whatever the value may be, it is anyhow added in the salary. Anyhow added in the salary and income tax is applicable. That's why there is no GST. What is the difference between perquisite and gift? What is the difference between perquisite and gift? If it is mentioned in the offer document, it is perquisite. If it is not mentioned in the offer document, then it is gift. So when you see gift, ensure that it is not in the offer document. If it is the salary offer document, it is a perquisite. It will never come under supply. Is that clear pa? Perquisites provided by employer to employee in terms of contractual agreement entered into between them will not be subject to GST when the same are provided in terms of contract. Then these two are not there. GST implications on employer-employee relationship. It is there. First see, services given by employee to employer. Just now we discussed. Services given by employee to employer. If it is in the course of employment, what is your answer? Excluded from supply, which means the entire salary is excluded from supply. What if it is not in the course of employment. Means what? It is not part of my employment contract. Separately, I am providing services to my employer. Means employer and employee relationship exists or does not exist? Does not exist. Now, example, a company asked me, I'm a finance manager of the company, and company asked me to prepare one audit, like one forensic audit or internal audit, which is not my job, for one branch. I did the audit, I submitted the report, for which they gave me 1 lakh. Is this 1 lakh as part of employment contract or not part of employment contract? Not part of employment contract, but that is related to my course or furtherance of business, so it will become supply under 71A. What if it is without consideration, not a supply? What if it is personal activity, then also not a supply? Is it clear, pa? Just 2 points here. If it is employer giving salary to employee, not a supply. Employee getting salary. If employee gets any other consideration beyond the scope of employment, that will become supply under 71A. What if he is not getting consideration, not a supply? What if it is personal activity, then also it is not a supply? Understood? Next, suppose if employer gives any goods or services to employee, we need to check, is it for a consideration or without consideration? If it is for a consideration, no doubt it will become supply under 71A. Example, employer provides a canteen facility to the employee, for which they will collect some nominal amount. Is it supply? Yes. Suppose if it is without consideration, then check, is it a perquisite or a gift? Covered under offer document means perquisite, not covered under offer document means gift. If it is perquisite, it is not a supply because perquisite forms part of salary. If it is a gift, then again check what is the value of the gift. If the value of gift does not exceed 50,000 rupees per annum per employee, not a supply. If the value of gift exceeds 50,000 per annum per employee, then entirely it will become supply. Got it? While determining this 50,000, we need to include GST or exclude GST? Exclude GST. Value excludes GST. Then from this important definitions or points, no change, you watch the video. Up to this, you don't have to. From this part onwards, you watch in the video of previous. But last one area is there, which I wanted to discuss. Pa, all these things, no change, pa. Just quickly watch that once. I asked you to watch only 2 videos in YouTube channel. In my YouTube channel, if you go to playlists, just go to playlist. There you will be finding chapter wise revision like that. Click on the chapter wise revision, go to supply chapter, same book, same page number. You watch from important definitions to end of this part. Liquidated damages. Up to this you watch. Then one more video which you need to watch is composition scheme. Got it? No. Then say this. GST on liquidated damages, compensation and penalty arising out of breach of contract. This part is what I was referring to. First we will enter into contract with a person and the person has breached the contract. When the person has breached the contract, we suffer the breach for which we will be charging from him some amount that is called as liquidated damages or damages. Is it clear? What is the name of that? Damages, liquidated damages. Say this. Agreement to refrain, tolerate or do an act under GST, agreeing to refrain from an act or tolerate an act or situation or to do an act is considered as supply of service. And this point, what does it say? Generally, whenever we are tolerating an act of the other person, we collect some money that will become supply and supply of service. Now there is a confusion here. Liquidated damages is also in the same way. I am tolerating your act of breach for which I am collecting some money. So it will come under consideration for tolerating an act and it will become supply and chargeable to GST. Correct? So to clarify this confusion, they have given first check whatever money that is received as compensation or liquidated damages, is it compensatory in nature? Compensatory in nature means what? Is there a possibility of performance or no possibility of performance? There is no possibility of performance, then it is compensatory in nature. Example, you are stopping the contract, you are cancelling the contract. Is there a possibility of performance? Napa? No. So the money received will be compensatory in nature. You are honoring the contract, but there is a delay. You are honoring the contract, but there is a delay. I agree to that. Then it is not compensatory in nature. Consideration for tolerating an act. Purida. Got it? That is there a possibility of performance or not? We need to check. If there is no possibility of performance, the money received will be compensatory in nature. Yes, there is a possibility of performance, but they will not be able to perform on time, or they will not be able to perform as discussed. There is some change for which you are collecting some money, that is consideration for tolerating an act. Okay, pa. Then, if it is compensatory in nature, means there is no possibility of performance there, so you are receiving some money which is compensatory in nature, that will not be treated as consideration. Okay. Suppose if there is a possibility of performance, but still we are collecting that amount like a penalty. We are collecting like a penalty. That is, you are not wearing helmet, so they are collecting some traffic fine. What is the intention behind it? What is the intention behind it? Compensation. No. Penalizing a person. Why they are penalizing a person? To discourage that person from doing the act. Is it clear? That is also not treated as consideration. Then check dishonor charges. What is the intention behind check dishonor charges? It's okay, you dishonor, you pay. Is that the intention? No. Check dishonor charges is to discourage a person from doing that in future. They are levying a penalty kind of, that is check dishonor charges. Then you hit a person and the person is dead, you have to pay a fine of 50,000. Does it mean I can pay 50,000 and hit the person and kill? No. It is like you have to pay this so that you will get to know that in future you will not do all these things. You got it? So the intention is what? Penalizing a person to discourage him from doing it. Again, it will not be treated as consideration. Remaining cases, it will be treated as consideration. What you need to remember is, when it is not consideration, so balancing figure automatically it will be treated as consideration. But its taxability is based on principal supply. That is, if the main activity is taxable, this is also taxable. Example, ticket cancellation charges, train ticket cancellation charges. Is it compensatory, apa? As you are cancelling the ticket, so you are making payment to the Indian Railways. Is there a possibility of performance? Yes, they can give the ticket to some other person. Napa, you cancel the ticket, it will go to a person who is in waiting list na. So possibility of performance is there or not? Yes. So this is not compensatory in nature. Okay. Is it like penalizing in nature? How dare you will cancel so that you have to suffer? No. It's okay. If you don't want to travel, let other person travel. Again, it is not penalizing in nature. So it will be others. It will be treated as consideration. Consideration. Now carefully listen. If it is a AC ticket chargeable to GST, so cancellation charges for AC ticket also taxable. If it is a sleeper class ticket is exempted, so cancellation charges for sleeper class ticket is also exempted. Puridappa. Now, condition for taxability. To qualify as a taxable supply, certain conditions must be met. There must be an expressed or implied agreement. Consideration must flow in written for this contract. Such agreement can be an independent contract or part of another contract. If payment is merely event in the course of performance of an agreement, and did not represent the object as such of the contract. There is no object here, and that is what? There is no performance possible. That is object. Object is what? Performance. There is no object, then it cannot be treated as consideration and not treated as supply. Say this. Generally, liquidated damages are not taxable as they are not considered as consideration for tolerating a breach. What about check dishonor, fine or penalty? What is it I told you? Penalizing in nature, correct? Again, not taxable. What about penalty for violation of law? Why? Penalties imposed for violation of law, so are not taxable because again it is penalizing in nature. Forfeiture of salary or bond amount. When the employee leaves without giving notice, we will charge a premature. So we will forfeit his salary. He is leaving the employment path. We will not give any benefits to him. We will retain his salary. Then in that case, whether it is to penalize the person, yes, that's why it is not taxable. Late payment surcharge or fee. Late payment surcharge or fee depends upon principal supply. So late payment charges were part of principal supply not taxable, then this is also not taxable. Suppose if the principal supply is taxable, this is also taxable. Okay. Now, what you need to remember is this. Okay. First, liquidated damages. Liquidated damages. Liquidated damages. Divide into two. Divide into actually three. Compensatory. Compensatory nature. Penalizing. Or penalty nature. Others. Compensatory nature means what? There is no possibility of performance. As there is no possibility of performance, this compensatory nature, is it treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration, not treated as consideration, and not taxable. Suppose if it is penalty in nature, penalizing a person, then what is the reason? To discourage such person, to discourage such person from doing an act, from doing such act, to discourage such person from doing such act. Again, treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration and not taxable. Not treated as consideration and not taxable. And not taxable. If it is others, if it is others, what is the purpose of this? Normal, correct? Tolerating an act. Consideration for tolerating performance of an act. Performance of an act. Next, here divide into two. Principal supply is taxable. Principal supply is taxable. Then damages collected are taxable. Principal supply is exempted, then principal supply is exempted, then damages collected are exempted. Principal supply is taxable, damages collected are taxable, principal supply is exempted, damages collected are exempted. Then listen, you understood up to this? Now there is one circular related to penal charges collected by banks or NBFCs for non-payment of EMI. Usually banks or NBFCs, what they will collect? Penal charges or penal interest, both, either penal charges or penal interest. What they are telling, for loans they should not call it as penal interest, they should call it as penal charges. They have given a circular. Who gave a circular? RBI gave a circular. But please listen for last amendment, with this we will complete. That is, RBI gave a circular stating that penal charges are to be levied instead of penal interest on loans. However, on credit cards, they can continue to collect penal interest. Is it clear, pa? This is for whom? This is for whom? Banks and NBFCs. Okay. When in case of default in EMIs. Okay. So just write down this. Maybe here itself you can write some space if you have. Here this space is also sufficient. Here also you can write small chart only, or in the last somewhere you can write. Okay, write down, in case of default in receipt of EMI, in case of default in receipt of EMI, comma, banks or NBFCs shall collect two things, pa. Penal charges, penal interest. Okay. Which case it is penal charges? All loans, comma, advances, etc. But penal interest in which case? Credit cards. If it is penal charges, what is the treatment of that penal charges? Tell me. Taxable or exempted? Not treated as consideration. Just now we discussed. If it is penalty in nature to discourage such person from doing an act, what is your answer? Because it is to penalize a person or to discourage a person from doing it. So, not treated as consideration, as it is levied to discourage a person, from doing such act. Not treated as consideration, as it is levied to discourage a person from doing such acts. What if it is penal interest? Taxable. Why? As credit card interest is taxable, penal interest is also taxable. As credit card interest is taxable, comma, penal interest is also taxable. As credit card interest is taxable, penal interest is also taxable. Okay, pa? Now, related to this, one question is there in Mighty 50. Have a look into that. Go to question number 22. Go to question number 22, page 15. Question number 22, page 15. Mr. Rahul Mehra availed a car loan of 12 lakhs from HDFC Bank Limited on 10th January 2024. The loan agreement clearly specified that timely EMI payment on the 5th of every month was a material term. Rahul defaulted on his EMI for April and May 2024. As per the RBI circular dated 18/8/2023, HDFC Bank levied a penal charge of 1,500 per default instead of penal interest. On 10th June, the bank raised a debit note for 3,000, that is 1,500 into 2 months, and charged 18% GST on penal charges. Simultaneously, Rahul also holds a credit card with Bajaj Finance. He delayed the credit card bill payment due on 15th May, for which Bajaj Finance levied a late payment charge of 750 along with 18% GST, citing it as a standard practice for credit card dues. Now, Rahul has approached you as his GST consultant to understand whether HDFC Bank is correct in charging GST on penal charges levied for loan EMI default. What is your answer? No, not exempted. It is not a consideration. Penal charges levied for non-payment of EMI is not consideration, as the said amount is collected to discourage a person from defaulting the EMI. As per CBIC circular, it is not consideration, consequently not chargeable to GST. Therefore, is HDFC Bank correct? No. Read that. HDFC Bank is an RBI regulated entity and the default loan is a car loan, a standard loan. Under RBI circular, penal charges are levied in the place of penal interest. As clarified by CBIC, these charges are not for tolerating an act, but are deterrent in nature and part of the loan compliance framework. Hence, HDFC Bank is incorrect in charging GST on penal charges. Is it clear? However, why can't we bring in the same concept for the Bajaj Finance? Because it is late payment charge. It's not penal charge. It is late payment charge or penal interest, for both the same treatment. What is that? As the credit card interest is taxable, penal interest also taxable. Here late payment charge is like consideration for tolerating an act. I'm okay, I'm agreeing. Late payment charge is others. It is not penalizing in nature, compensatory in nature. It is others. Others, what I told you. If principal supply is taxable, this is also taxable. Is credit card taxable? Yes, so this is also taxable. Credit card dues are explicitly excluded from the purview of RBI circular. Such charges are typically included in the product specific guidelines under credit card operations. CBIC in earlier clarifications has clarified that late payment charges on credit card dues are consideration for supply of financial service and hence liable to GST. Therefore, GST is applicable on late payment charges related to credit card dues, and Bajaj Finance is correct in charging GST on 750. Got it, pa? With this, all nook and corner amendments of September 25, RTP of September 25 questions and everything we have completed. Okay. What I could not complete, I did not take rest, I did not waste time. To the extent possible, I have been doing. Only 2 small topics I have left, that too which you already know, that is composition scheme, which is not an important area and all, but you watch that. Number 2, supply, that too from definitions till the liquidated damages circular. This you need to watch. And mighty 50 questions, approximately 40 questions we have completed, and we are left with some 10 questions. The 10 questions you try once, and thereafter if you want, you watch mighty 50 video which I will be uploading. But you try. Please try these questions once, and before watching the video, I want you to try, because already whatever we have discussed. Now, what you need to do hereinafter is that I will be conducting 3 tests. Please listen. I'll be conducting 3 tests, and you need to visit this website, Brainery testseries.com. In this Brainery testseries.com, you can find this CA Inter test series will be there in courses. 1 second. One course will be created here, and in that course you need to join. Click on this, free only, you don't have to pay anything, just you do the login alone. Once you log in, you need to go to that respective course, like this it will be, and enroll now. You give enroll now, it will be free only. This is for CA final, like this for CA Inter also it will be. Click on enroll now, question paper and suggested answer will be there. You please download the question paper, you can download the PDF, and once you download this, you take the answer, you take one rough sheet and write the answers, and thereafter cross check with the suggested answers. If possible, I will also upload the explanation video. If not, at least this I will do, but 3 tests will be there. One is 50% portion up to this input tax credits. Up to this input tax credit, that is first portion, up to input tax credit all chapters, okay, and thereafter input tax credit to remaining chapters, that is set test 2. Test 3 will be all full portion. If you are not taking up this test also, it's okay, at least download the question papers and suggested answers and you use it for practice, okay. And beyond this, you don't have to do anything. One day before the exam, just keep this revised book, and as already we learned from this itself, revise as many number of times as you can. So before the exam, that is the ultimate goal, okay. Thank you. And with this, happily you can clap. So with this we completed this batch successfully, and thank you for staying till end. And in this given environment, so staying up to last is something which is great, and thank you for that. I thought no one will be coming seriously, because I told to my team also that we are paying what if no one is coming like that, and then we need to cancel, etc. and all. They said no sir, students will come, and so my team has very good faith on you, and I don't have, because students are like that, they have become, they are changing. So therefore every attempt we will be doing this, mostly in this premises. If they are telling that this premise is under renovation, etc. and all, we may change, but always we will be doing in this premises. And please do subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us in Instagram, so that any update or anything that we are giving, it will be posted there, okay. Thank you. All the very best for your exam. From bottom of my heart, I am praying that you all should be successful in this forthcoming exams, okay. And we will definitely meet in CA final. Yes or no? Yes. Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye.